This is Audible.
Tantor Audio presents Where the Iron Crosses Grow. The Crimea, 1941 to 1944. By Robert Forczyk. Narrated by Michael Pritchard. Forward. There is a distant and arid peninsula, surrounded by a dark and brooding sea, where armies and fleets traditionally came to die, like wounded animals. Beneath the surface of this soil lies fragments of the legions of Hitler and Stalin, as well as the civilians they murdered. Bits of bone, perhaps part of a jawbone or teeth, a bent German identity disc, or a moldy Soviet belt buckle, and plenty of rusty bullet casings. This is all that remains of their erstwhile martial glory in the Crimea. Here and there, the land above is still scarred with trenches or anti-tank ditches or a shard of barbed wire, as well as the ubiquitous shattered concrete bunkers, monuments to man's efforts to deny the inevitable. This was the land where iron crosses grew and red stars were handed out by the boxful, where reputations were made or lost in a matter of hours. These generations had no Tennyson or Tolstoy to note their heroics and sacrifices, just endless lists of awards and casualties, which were then lost. It is also a place, perhaps unique in modern warfare, where a vicious ethnic and political cleansing was carried out by both opposing sides under the guise of wartime security measures. Wartime in the Crimea was not just about the contest between opposing armies and fleets, but about remaking the human geography with a vengeance. This was a place where opposing views of a better future for their people were implemented by secret policemen armed with submachine guns and unfettered authority. It is a place where horrible crimes were covered up, so as not to tarnish the official version of history. This work is a step toward exposing the long-suppressed truth that the Nazi and Soviet regimes were not so far apart in terms of behavior, methods, and objectives. To be sure, there were brave and extraordinary soldiers on both sides, but it is a sad truth of military history that some of the most remarkable warriors have fought for some very shabby causes. It is even more remarkable that the tragic events in the Crimea are not confined to distant memory, but are being repeated in the current era, as Russian troops have once again invaded this region in order to aggrandize the notion of a new Russia. The military history of the Crimean Peninsula, which stretches back to ancient times, has been shaped by its unique geography. A natural fortress surrounded by water, the Crimea has long been regarded as a place where inferior military forces could create an impregnable bastion to hold off larger enemy armies. Attackers have always had limited options for gaining access into the Crimea, and the traditional route through the narrow Perekop Isthmus has been a tough nut to crack, irrespective of weapons technology. Yet the Crimea has also proven to be a cul-de-sac, where trapped armies were forced to fight a last stand or evacuate by sea. The degree that friendly naval forces could operate along the Black Sea littoral has ultimately determined the ability of both attackers and defenders to achieve decisive results in the Crimea. While the Crimea was regarded as a Russian Riviera since the time of Catherine the Great, it was the creation of a naval base at Sevastopol that brought real strategic value to the Crimea. During the 20th century, there were no less than 5 military campaigns in the Crimea, all of which bear striking similarities. 2 of these campaigns, the German invasion of the Crimea in 1941-42 and the Soviet invasion of 1943-44, were major operations, but are virtually unknown in the English-language historiography of World War II. Fighting in the Crimea was intense and often desperate, creating heroes on both sides, but their stories are largely forgotten. This book intends to correct that omission, as well as providing historical context for the current Russian military operations in the Crimea. The military history of the Crimea over the past 2 centuries is exceedingly complex, but presents a rich tapestry of patriots, opportunists, professional soldiers and sailors, and not a few villains. all vying for control of this prestigious region, but each in turn facing victory, followed by frustration and defeat. Prologue. The Russians were drawn to the Crimea by Tatar raiding, which had swept far and wide across southern Russia since the early 16th century. The Tatars were warlike descendants of the Mongol Golden Horde and closely allied with the Ottoman Empire. They were skillful light cavalrymen, and for centuries their economy in the Crimea was based upon the sale of pillaged goods and of Russian captives into slavery. The Crimean city of Kaffa, later Feodosia, became the center of a lucrative slave trade with the Ottoman Empire. In 1571, a large army of Crimean Tatars even raided Moscow and burned much of Tsar Ivan the Terrible's capital, then took thousands of prisoners back with them. The Crimean Tatars, who held a position of military advantage, also demanded tribute from Ivan the Terrible and were intent upon seizing more Russian land. Although Ivan the Terrible's army inflicted a severe defeat upon the Crimean Tatars just 40 miles south of Moscow in 1572, this was only a temporary reverse, and Tatar raiders continued to threaten the outskirts of Moscow for another 60 years. The remote Crimean Peninsula was a natural fortress for Tatar raiding forces, since the only practical invasion route was through the narrow neck of the Perekop Isthmus, just 5.5 miles wide. The Crimean Tatars used their plentiful slave labor to build a large fort at Perekop, then supplemented it with a wall across the Perekop Isthmus and dug a 72-foot wide and 39-foot deep moat in front of it. It was a very strong defensive position, supported by artillery and several forts. Furthermore, the area around the Perekop Isthmus was treeless and devoid of fresh water, which made it difficult for an attacking force to remain long enough to mount a deliberate attack. There were 2 other lesser land routes into the Crimea, but each was fraught with difficulty. East of Perekop, the Sivash was a shallow, marshy area that was not really sea or land. It could be crossed at 2 locations: at the even narrower Chongar Peninsula, just half a mile wide, or the 75-mile-long Arabat Spit, which was little more than a sandbar. Both routes were easily blocked by small forces. The Tatars built fieldworks at Chongar and a large stone fort to block the southern end of the Arabat Spit. In military terms, the only practical alternative to an assault on the Perekop Isthmus was to land at Kerch, on the eastern end of the Crimea. But Ottoman naval superiority on the Black Sea made this infeasible for 2 centuries. Russia, devastated by famine that eliminated nearly 1/3 of its population during 1601-03, could not immediately respond to aggression from the Crimean Tatars. It was not until May 1689 that Prince Vasily Golitsyn was able to approach Perekop with an army of 117,000 Russian soldiers and plenty of artillery. However, Russian armies lacked the logistical support to operate in such remote, inhospitable terrain, and Golitsyn was compelled to fall back empty-handed. Tatar raiding from their Crimean stronghold continued, with 15,000 Russian captives taken in 1693 alone. Russian czars became increasingly incensed about eliminating this persistent threat once and for all, but decades passed with no success. Recognizing the deficiency of Russian military training, the czars were compelled to import foreign military officers to improve the efficiency of Russian armies. One such officer, the German Count Burkhard Christoph von Munich, led a 62,000-man Russian army in May 1736 that succeeded in storming the heretofore impregnable Tatar wall at Perekop by use of deception and a night assault. Munich conducted a feint against one end of the wall, which attracted Tatar attention, while his main body assaulted the other end. The first Russian soldier to reach the top of the Tatar wall was a 13-year-old nobleman named Vasily Dolgorukov, whom Munich awarded a field commission. Thereafter, Munich's army spread out across the Crimea, destroying a number of towns, before disease and lack of supplies forced a withdrawal. The Tatar Khan reoccupied the position at Perekop, but another Russian army, led by the Irish-born Count Peter Lacy, outwitted them again by crossing the Sivash in June 1737 and defeating the outflanked Tatar army. Lacy had discovered an important point about the odd terrain of the Crimea, that under the right conditions of wind and tide, the Sivash was briefly fordable. After these defeats, the military power of the Crimean Khanate fell into sharp decline. A period of peace followed, but in 1771 conflict was resumed, and Prince Vasily Dolgorukov, now a general, returned to Perekop at the head of a powerful army. Tatar resistance was much weaker than before, and Dolgorukov easily stormed the Perekop fort on July 10, 1771. Once the defenses at Perekop were breached, the Khan fled to Constantinople, and much of his army evaporated. Prince Dolgorukov overran the Crimea in a month, although Tatar survivors retreated into the mountains on the southern coast. He was awarded a title recognizing him as conqueror of the Crimea. Subsequently, the Treaty of Küçük-Kaynarca with the Ottoman Empire in 1774 recognized the Russian military successes and allowed the nearly defunct Crimean Khanate to be recast as a Russian puppet state. However, the Russian-appointed Khan was rejected by the Tatar people, many of whom retreated into the southern mountains to conduct a guerrilla war. Up to 30,000 Tatars may have been killed during this period of Russian quasi-occupation, but years of guerrilla warfare also strained the Russian army. After 9 years of this nonsense, Catherine the Great finally decided to annex the Crimean Khanate outright in April 1783. She put her lover, Prince Grigory Potemkin, in charge of the region, and he encouraged Tatars to leave the Crimea for Ottoman lands. 80,000 left in 1784. Catherine also ordered the deportation of 75,000 Greek Christians from the Crimea and invited colonists from her native Germany to move to the Crimea. Russian rulers, since Peter the Great, had invited skilled foreigners to come to special economic zones to rapidly build up commerce, and the Crimea was expected to become a rich province. An expatriate Scot by the name of Thomas F. Mackenzie, 1740 to 1786, was in command of the main Russian naval squadron in the Black Sea, and on his own initiative he selected the harbor near the Tatar village of Akyar as an excellent site for a naval base. In June 1783, crews from Mackenzie's frigates began constructing naval barracks and other shore facilities in the port that would soon be renamed Sevastopol by Prince Potemkin. Another nearby harbor, at Balaklava, was also selected for development. Although the base was little more than an undefended roadstead outfitted with a few piers and warehouses, Potemkin announced the formation of the Black Sea Fleet, Chernomorski Flot, from Mackenzie's naval squadron. Another foreigner serving with the fleet at Sevastopol was the American John Paul Jones, who commanded one of Mackenzie's frigates. Mackenzie himself passed quickly from the scene, but left a lasting legacy in Sevastopol. It was not long before annexation of the Crimea brought renewed war with the Ottoman Empire. But the Black Sea Fleet, under the capable leadership of Admiral Fyodor Ushakov, handily won a string of naval victories against the Turks between 1788 and 1791. By the end of the 18th century, possession of a warm-water port in the Crimea enabled Russia to become the dominant naval power in the Black Sea. Due to the remoteness of the Crimea, it took many decades to actually build an effective naval base at Sevastopol. All materials had to be brought in by vessels across the Sea of Azov from Rostov. Most of the labor force was comprised of local serfs, who had few tools for digging or construction. But the number of skilled foreigners imported into the Crimea increased significantly after 1805. A cluster of German colonies was built around Neusatz Kronenthal, 12 miles west of Simferopol, which slowly grew to over 11,000 Germans over the course of the 19th century. It was not until the reign of Tsar Nicholas I, 1825 to 1855, that a serious construction effort began to equip Sevastopol as a fully functional naval base. An English engineer, John Upton, was brought to Sevastopol in 1832 to head a 5-year project to complete the first dockyard and to design a string of forts around the port. However, Upton's project took 2 decades to complete, and the first Russian warship could not use Sevastopol's dockyard until 1853. Nevertheless, possession of the Crimea and a nascent naval base at Sevastopol emboldened the Tsars to consider further expansion at the expense of the Ottoman Empire, since Ottoman naval superiority was no longer unchallenged. Yet the build-up of the Black Sea Fleet and the naval base at Sevastopol contributed to tensions with Britain and France, which supported the Ottoman Empire. When another war erupted with the Ottomans, a Russian naval squadron led by Admiral Pavel Nakhimov easily crushed an Ottoman squadron at the Battle of Sinope in November 1853. But this served as justification for Britain and France to declare war on Russia 4 months later. It is revealing that the primary objective of the Anglo-French expeditionary forces in the subsequent Crimean War was to destroy the Russian Black Sea Fleet and its base at Sevastopol, which were regarded as the Russian center of gravity for further aggression against the Ottomans. The year-long siege of Sevastopol destroyed Russian naval power in the Black Sea. Most of the base was laid waste, and 14 of 15 ships of the line and 4 of 6 frigates were scuttled in the roadstead. After the fall of Sevastopol to Anglo-French forces in September 1855, the Treaty of Paris, signed in March 1856, limited the Black Sea Fleet to only 10 small warships, with a maximum combined tonnage of 5,600 tons, less than 10% of its pre-war tonnage. The treaty also limited Russia's ability to enlarge existing naval bases in the Black Sea and to construct new coastal fortifications. Although Russia was angered by this punitive peace settlement, it was not until 1871 that Tsar Alexander II dared to abrogate the naval clauses of the treaty, but then left it to his son to begin rebuilding Russian naval power in the Black Sea during the 1880s. The weakness of Russia's industrial base made the resurrection of the Black Sea Fleet a long, drawn-out process, and it was not until June 1883 that the dockyard at Sevastopol was capable of beginning construction on the Ekaterina II-class pre-dreadnought battleships. Nevertheless, most warships of the Black Sea Fleet were still built at Nikolaev, not Sevastopol. Much of the German population that had supported development of the Crimea began to migrate to the United States after Tsar Alexander II decided in 1872 to remove their exemption from conscription into the Russian army. More Russians were brought in to Russify the Crimea, but these also included disgruntled workers from cities that brought unrest with them. In June 1905, the Black Sea Fleet was struck by the mutiny of the crew of the pre-dreadnought battleship Potemkin, which then spread to other warships in the fleet. Although the revolt was eventually suppressed, it brought out an important political reality in the Crimea. Whereas agitation in the rest of Russia during the Revolution of 1905 was predominantly in the urban proletariat, the Crimean population was primarily agricultural and not disposed to revolution. But the sailors of the Black Sea Fleet were a nexus of unrest. When World War I erupted in August 1914, the Black Sea Fleet had a clear superiority over the Ottoman Navy, with 9 pre-dreadnought battleships versus only 2 pre-dreadnoughts Turkey acquired from Germany. However, the German decision to transfer the modern battlecruiser Goeben to Turkish service eliminated the Russian naval advantage. Adding insult to injury, the Goeben, renamed Yavuz, boldly bombarded Sevastopol in October 1914, demonstrating the inability of the Black Sea Fleet to even protect its main naval base. It was not until the 2 Imperatrica Maria-class dreadnoughts entered service a year later that the Black Sea Fleet gained some measure of superiority. However, the lead dreadnought, the Imperatrica Maria, suffered a magazine explosion and capsized in Sevastopol harbor in October 1916. Given the scale of the Tsarist investment of resources in the Black Sea Fleet and the naval base at Sevastopol, the return for the Russian war effort was minimal. When the Tsar was overthrown by the February Revolution in March 1917, the sailors of the Black Sea Fleet were quickly radicalized and were hostile to the provisional government. Sailor committees demonstrated their revolutionary fervor by renaming the two new dreadnoughts in Sevastopol. The Imperatrica Ekaterina Velikaya became the Svobodnya Rossiya, Free Russia, and the Imperator Alexander III became the Volya, Freedom. Russian authority all but collapsed in the Crimea after the October Revolution, and local Tatars, although reduced to less than 20% of the population, saw in this chaos their chance to recover their independence. Noman Chelebesihan, a 33-year-old Tatar lawyer, proclaimed himself President of the Crimean People's Republic on December 13, 1917. Using a few hundred ethnic Tatar troops demobilized from the Russian army and some pro-white officers, Chelebesihan established a provisional government in Bakhchisarai. However, the Bolshevik leadership in St. Petersburg had dispatched Vasily V. Romanets and Alexei V. Mokrusov, both former sailors, to whip up revolutionary fervor in the Black Sea Fleet, and their mission was a complete success. On December 16th, sailors from the destroyers Fidonossi and Gadzibe raised the red flag, and anarchy spread rapidly across the fleet. While Romanets established a revolutionary committee, Revcom, in the fleet, Mokrusov organized 2,500 anarchist sailors into the Black Sea Fleet Revolutionary Force and seized the port of Sevastopol in the name of the Bolsheviks. After receiving telegrammed instructions from the Bolshevik Central Committee in St. Petersburg to act with determination against the enemies of the people, Mokrusov's sailors arrested and executed 128 officers on December 28th. Naturally, the Black Sea Fleet Revolutionary Committee refused to recognize Chelebesihan's provisional government, and on January 14, 1918, Mokrusov sent a large detachment of his Red Guard sailors northward to Simferopol, where they arrested and executed Chelebesihan. They also murdered about 200 of his supporters, bayoneting and clubbing them to death in the Simferopol train station. Thereafter, the Bolsheviks found it increasingly difficult to control the armed groups of sailors who favored drunken anarchy over socialist rhetoric. In a 3-day orgy of violence, which now extended to families of officers and other members of the bourgeoisie, Mokrusov's gangs of armed sailors murdered between 600 and 700 people in Sevastopol during February 21 through 23, 1918. Economic activity in the Crimea virtually collapsed as sailors turned to brigandage and hostage-taking. Recognizing that the revolutionary sailors were out of control, Anton I. Slutsky, a professional Bolshevik revolutionary, was sent from St. Petersburg to take charge of the Crimea, and his first order of business upon arrival was to institute a Red Terror to crush the rising tide of Tatar nationalism. Slutsky then established a ramshackle government in Simferopol and took charge of the Third Soviet Army, which numbered fewer than 5,000 soldiers and sailors. Yet the Bolsheviks had little effective control over the Crimea, and as Professor Peter Kenes described, the Bolshevik regime in the Crimea, which lasted for 3 months, was remarkable only for its senseless cruelty. No one could control the looting and sadism of the sailors. There was one force that could control the anarchy-loving Black Sea Fleet sailors. Most of the Russian army was demobilized after the Germans agreed to a temporary armistice in December 1917. But when the Bolsheviks withdrew from peace talks at Brest-Litovsk on February 10, 1918, the Germans were quick to take advantage of Russia's helplessness. Dubbed Operation Faustschlag, Fist Punch, the Germans advanced into Ukraine virtually unopposed on February 18, 1918, and soon reached Kiev. With German encouragement, Ukrainian nationalists formed an independent government and the Army of the Ukrainian People's Republic, UPR. Although the Bolsheviks quickly returned to the negotiating table at Brest-Litovsk, the Germans forced them into signing away their rights to Ukraine and the Crimea, as well as the Black Sea Fleet. On March 30th, 1918, the German government announced that it did not regard the Crimea as part of Ukraine. Privately, a number of senior German military leaders, such as Erich Ludendorff, wanted to acquire the Crimea as a permanent German colony in the east. However, Ukraine also wanted to seize control of the Crimea and the Black Sea Fleet. In April 1918, the UPR dispatched General Peter F. Bolbochan, a former Tsarist officer, with the 1st Division from the Zaporozhye Corps to seize the Crimea. The UPR had quickly begun to form an army from prisoners returning from Austrian captivity, and Bolbochan's division comprised 3 small infantry regiments. A small German expeditionary force, initially consisting of General Robert von Kosch's 15 Landwehr Division and a Bavarian cavalry division, followed Bolbochan's division and tentatively cooperated with the UPR in disarming Russian troops in the area. Slutsky rushed what troops he had to the Perekop, but Bolbochan conducted an end run at the Chongar crossing, which was seized on April 22, 1918. Once they realized that they were flanked, the Red forces disintegrated in panicked flight, allowing Kosch's German troops to easily pass through the Perekop Isthmus. Local Tatars were eager to join with Bolbochan's division, and when his troops reached Simferopol on April 24th and captured Slutsky, Crimean Tatars avenged the Bolshevik murder of Chelebesihan by executing Slutsky. 2 days later, the Germans arrived at Simferopol, but now German-Ukrainian military cooperation came to an abrupt end. Kosch ordered his troops to surround and disarm Bolbochan's division, and the UPR was ordered to leave the Crimea, which he pointed out belonged to Germany now. Lenin was furious that the Germans were occupying the Crimea, but his protests were ignored. Control of the Black Sea Fleet now became a primary objective of the Germans, Ukrainians, and Bolsheviks. Rear Admiral Mikhail P. Sablin had saved himself from mob violence in January by openly joining the Bolsheviks, as other former Tsarist officers did as well, and Slutsky had put him in charge of the fleet. Now, with German and Ukrainian forces approaching Sevastopol, Sablin was ordered to take the fleet to Novorossiysk, but he was only able to convince the crews of the dreadnoughts Svobodnaya Rossiya and Volya, plus 11 destroyers, to follow him. The rest of the fleet, including the 7 pre-dreadnoughts and another 9 destroyers, fell into German hands when Kosch's troops seized the city on May 1, 1918. German forces overran the rest of the Crimea forthwith, including the Kerch Peninsula. Alarmed that the Germans might continue eastward to seize the remainder of the Black Sea Fleet at Novorossiysk, Lenin personally ordered Sablin to scuttle his fleet on June 18, 1918. The dreadnought Svobodnaya Rossiya and 5 destroyers were scuttled, but the crews of the Volya and 9 other destroyers refused and opted to return to Sevastopol. A large proportion of the crews of the Black Sea Fleet were Ukrainian, and they hoped that the Germans would support the creation of an independent Ukrainian navy. The Germans enjoyed the Crimea for 6 months and installed a puppet government in Simferopol, which allowed a limited amount of Tatar autonomy, thereby gaining some degree of local support. The Germans stabilized the situation in the Crimea and even brought the damaged battlecruiser Yavuz to be repaired in Sevastopol's dockyards during the summer of 1918. One could even say that Kaiser Wilhelm II got better use out of the naval facility than Tsar Nicholas II ever had. Yet when Germany agreed to an armistice with the Western Allies in November 1918, the German occupation of the Crimea came to an abrupt end. Concerned about the Bolsheviks regaining control of Sevastopol and the remnants of the Black Sea Fleet, the British Mediterranean Fleet sent a naval expeditionary force to the Crimea less than 2 weeks after the armistice. Landing parties from the cruiser HMS Canterbury were the first to reach Sevastopol on November 24th, where they took control over the remaining Russian warships. The next day, a larger force with 2 British battleships arrived, joined by French and Italian warships. Vice Admiral Albert Hauptmann, in charge of the 11,000 German troops in Sevastopol, was allowed to assist with maintaining order until more Allied troops arrived. Although welcomed at first, the British were ignorant of local political factions, and their efforts to encourage a new anti-Bolshevik provisional government in Simferopol were ham-fisted. The famous British spy, Sidney Riley, was sent to Sevastopol to gather information about political conditions in the area, but much of what he reported was inaccurate or overly optimistic. A contingent of 500 Royal Marines landed on December 1st, but the British decided to hand responsibility for the Crimea over to the French, who landed the 176th Regiment d'Infanterie at Sevastopol on December 26, 1918. The French, particularly Georges Clemenceau, had ambitious plans for the Crimea and military intervention in southern Russia against the Bolsheviks. Clemenceau regarded the Crimea as the perfect bastion from which to cooperate with local white forces, since the collapse of the Ottoman Empire enabled Allied naval forces to operate freely in the Black Sea. However, Clemenceau's vision of rolling back Bolshevism in Ukraine was not matched by the requisite military muscle. A 2,000-man Greek regiment arrived in January 1919 to reinforce the French, and then several French colonial battalions of Senegalese and Algerians. But the Allied force in the Crimea never exceeded 7,000 men. A French fleet, including the dreadnoughts France and Jean Bart, also arrived at Sevastopol, but French control did not extend beyond the range of their fleet's guns. Morale among the war-weary French forces was poor, and their relations with the Crimean people deteriorated rapidly. Nor did white forces, who opposed the Bolsheviks, have more than a token force in the Crimea. By March 1919, the Bolsheviks began moving to eject both the French and the whites from the Crimea. Typically for the disorganized whites, they left the Perekop Isthmus only lightly guarded, and the Red 14th Army easily stormed the Tatar Wall on April 3rd. Within 5 days, Red cavalry reached Simferopol, sending the provisional government and whites scrambling for safety. Red troops reached the outskirts of Sevastopol on 14 April, and French naval gunfire repulsed the first tentative assault. However, the French had no stomach for real fighting, and a serious mutiny broke out on both French dreadnoughts. A number of rebellious French sailors expressed sympathy with the Bolshevik cause, and it was soon apparent that many troops were unreliable as well. The French agreed to a temporary ceasefire with the Bolsheviks in return for evacuating their forces from the Crimea. Even though the British battleship HMS Iron Duke was in Sevastopol, the Royal Navy decided to focus on incapacitating the remaining Russian warships in the port while negotiations dragged on. The British were particularly concerned about the Bolsheviks acquiring intact submarines. British sabotage parties used demolition charges to destroy the engines on a number of warships, including both Evstafi-class pre-dreadnoughts, 4 destroyers, and all 9 submarines. Although the French agreed to a ceasefire with the Bolsheviks, the Royal Navy did not, and HMS Iron Duke and 2 light cruisers shelled Red positions along the coast on April 25th and April 27th. On April 28, 1919, the French and Greek troops completed their evacuation from Sevastopol, and the Red Army marched in the next day. Although a large number of Russian civilians left with the French, the remaining white forces retreated to the Kerch Peninsula and entrenched themselves near Akhmonai. The Reds quickly established the Crimean Soviet Socialist Republic in Simferopol, but due to the outbreak of anti-Bolshevik rebellion in large areas of Ukraine, much of the 14th Army was transferred before victory in the Crimea was complete. Commissar Pavel I. Dybenko, a former sailor and political agitator, was left with only 9,600 troops in the Crimea. Dybenko sent his available troops east to attack the Whites at Akhmonai, but the Royal Navy intervened. Between May 2nd and June 9th, the British positioned two powerful naval task groups on either side of the Kerch Peninsula, one in the Sea of Azov and the other off Feodosia. Naval gunfire from the battleships HMS Marlborough and HMS Emperor of India, supported by 2 light cruisers and 6 destroyers, prevented Red troops from breaching the White defenses. Furthermore, the Royal Navy helped the Whites to move additional forces from Novorossiysk back to the Crimea. General Yakov Slashev landed near Feodosia with an infantry brigade and soon joined with local White forces. Alarmed by reports of White landings in the Crimea, Dybenko opted to abandon the Crimea without a fight. Slashev's troops marched back into Sevastopol on June 24, 1919. Thanks to British naval gunfire support, the Whites had recovered the Crimea, and Anton Denikin, the leader of the White Volunteer Army, was determined not only to hold on to it as a bastion, but to use it as a springboard for one last counteroffensive that ambitiously aimed for Moscow. However, Denikin's counteroffensive failed, and by early December 1919 the defeated Volunteer Army was retreating to the Crimea, where it would make its last stand. On April 4, 1920, Denikin was replaced by Baron Petr Nikolaevich Wrangel, who assumed command over all White forces in the Crimea. Wrangel believed that the Whites might be able to hold the Crimea indefinitely, since even his depleted volunteer army could defend the only 2 practical land routes, the Perekop and Chongar. He stationed General Lieutenant Alexander P. Kutepov's 1st Corps behind the old Tatar wall at the Perekop Isthmus, which was heavily fortified with barbed wire, machine guns, and artillery during the fall of 1919. The 38-year-old Kutepov, last commander of the elite Preobrazhensky Regiment, was one of the best fighting generals of the Volunteer Army and a stern disciplinarian who kept his troops in good order. Kutepov's troops dug 3 lines of trenches at Perekop, fronted by 3 to 5 rows of barbed wire. He had 8,900 troops holding a 5.5-mile wide front at Perekop, with another 7,500 men holding a reserve position at Ishun, 12 miles south of Perekop. General Yakov Slashev's 2nd Corps deployed 3,000 infantry on a 1/2-mile wide front at the Chongar, which was also heavily fortified with barbed wire, 6 lines of trenches, and even a few concrete bunkers. Several large coastal guns were taken from Sevastopol to reinforce the Chongar position. Slashev ordered the Salkovo Railroad Bridge blown up, leaving a mile-wide gap across the Sivash. Wrangel kept the 12,000 mounted troops of the Don Cavalry Corps back at Jankoy as a mobile reserve. Given that the Bolsheviks had absolutely no naval forces on the Black Sea, Wrangel believed that his forces, led by these 2 skillful and experienced commanders, could hold the only gateways into the Crimea. British military aid continued to arrive in Sevastopol, enabling Wrangel to rebuild the battered volunteer army with fresh equipment and uniforms. The British even provided 45 tanks and 42 aircraft to reinforce the White defenses in the Crimea. Meanwhile, those remnants of the Black Sea Fleet that had not yet been scuttled sat rusting in Sevastopol, and although short on both coal and trained sailors, were available to provide Wrangel with naval gunfire support. With the Russian Civil War in its final spasms by late 1920, the Red Army was finally able to direct sufficient forces to retake the Crimea. Mikhail Frunze's Southern Front dispatched 5 armies toward the Crimea in October 1920, consisting of 186,000 troops. Yet, despite an overall 5-to-1 superiority in manpower and 4-to-1 in artillery, Frunze would be able to deploy only a fraction of his forces at either Perekop or Chongar. It was the same kind of situation that faced the Persian army at Thermopylae in 480 BC, where terrain greatly reduced the advantage of superior numbers. With this in mind, Kutepov waited at the Perekop, trusting to barbed wire and machine guns to keep the Reds out. Chapter 1. The Crimea under the Hammer and Sickle, 1920 to 1941. We shall now proceed to construct the socialist order. Vladimir Lenin, October 1917. The men marched silently in long columns through the cold, ankle-deep mud, which held the stink of a stagnant sea. It was a cold night on November 7th through 8th, 1920, with temperatures around 50 degrees Fahrenheit, 10 degrees centigrade, and very windy, which brought a chill to each man locked in the solitude of the stealthy march. These men were soldiers of Augustus Cork's Sixth Army, who were marching 3 miles across the Sivash to outflank Kutepov's white troops at Perekop. Frunze had wanted to make his main effort at the Chongar Peninsula, but the Azov flotilla could not move its small craft into the Sivash due to ice at Henichesk, which was the only place where shipping could enter the confined waters. Without boats, Frunze did not believe that he could move enough assault troops across the water to overwhelm Slashev's defensive position. Instead, Frunze was forced to shift his main effort to the Perekop, with Cork's army deployed to conduct a frontal assault on the Tatar wall. Then, by chance, high winds and unusual tide conditions lowered the water level in the Sivash and opened a new avenue of approach. Frunze ordered Cork to send nearly 1/3 of his army, the 15th and 52nd Rifle Divisions and the 153rd Mixed Brigade, a total of 20,300 troops, to cross the Sivash during the night. Once the Sivash was crossed, Cork would begin the main attack on the Tatar wall the next day. Frunze believed that if Kutepov's corps was hit from in front and behind simultaneously, it would lead to a rapid collapse. Neither Kutepov nor Wrangel expected a serious attack across the Sivash, but, just in case, they deployed 2,000 Cossack cavalrymen under Mikhail A. Fostikov to screen the coast along the southern side of the Sivash. Markian V. Germanovich's 52nd Rifle Division began crossing the Sivash at 2200 hours on November 7th, followed by the 15th Rifle Division. After about 3 hours, they landed undetected on the small, flat Litovsky Peninsula southeast of Perekop, and after assembling, advanced half a mile southward. Cork managed to get some light artillery across the Sivash as well, but his assault force was limited to the ammunition they could carry. Around 0400 hours on November 8th, the vanguard of Germanovich's 52nd Rifle Division encountered elements of Fostikov's brigade, which slowly fell back toward the base of the Lithuania Peninsula, but gained time for Kutepov to dispatch 2 regiments of the Drozdovskaya Division from Armyansk to reinforce them. By 0900 hours, the Whites had begun a major counterattack near the village of Karadzanaya, including armored vehicles, which effectively blocked the Soviet flanking maneuver. For the rest of the day, heavy fighting continued around this village, and Kutepov fed in more reinforcements from Perekop. The Soviet assault group had limited artillery ammunition, which prevented them from breaking through the White positions, and, to make matters worse, the water began rising in the Sivash, isolating them. Just before the waters became too deep, Frunze sent the 7th Cavalry Division across the Sivash to reinforce Cork's 2 divisions. By the evening, Frunze's plan was unraveling. The flanking maneuver across the Sivash had been brought to a halt and was being pummeled by White forces with superior artillery. A diversionary attack with a regiment down the Arabat Spit had also ended in disaster, with heavy losses. Frunze was not eager to begin the attack at Perekop until Kutepov's corps was disrupted by the flank attack, but now he had no choice. He ordered Vasily K. Blyucher's 51st Rifle Division to begin the assault on the Tatar wall at Perekop immediately. Despite the size of Frunze's southern front, on paper, Blyucher had only 4,800 assault troops in his division and 55 artillery pieces, of which 34 were light 75 mm or 76.2 mm guns. His arsenal of heavy artillery was limited to 12 120 or 122 mm and 6 152mm howitzers, which was clearly insufficient to create a breakthrough in a heavily fortified line. Blücher was supposed to begin his artillery preparation at Perekop on the morning of November 8th, but heavy fog prevented observed fire. Even once the fog lifted around noon, Blücher's artillery was unable to inflict serious damage upon the enemy defenses. Under pressure from Frunze, Blücher committed a reinforced infantry brigade around 13:25 hours to attack the Tatar wall, which succeeded in penetrating through part of the barbed wire obstacles before being shot to pieces by Kutupov's machine gunners. Soviet armored cars supported the attack but could not counter White artillery. Blücher ordered in 3 more assaults during the course of the afternoon, but all ended in failure. Casualties in the assault regiments amounted to 60% or higher. Lacking the requisite 3-to-1 numerical superiority, and plagued by inadequate artillery-infantry coordination, the Red Army's failure to break the Perekop position was typical for a World War I-type positional battle. Just when it seemed that the Whites were on the verge of winning the battle, Mikhail A. Fostikov's Cossacks pulled out of the fight at Karadzanaya and retreated all the way back to the port at Yevpatoria. Once word went around about the retreat, the morale in Kutupov's First Corps cracked, and other units began retreating to the reserve position at Ishun. As often happens in warfare, the Whites did not realize that the Reds were in far worse shape, and unauthorized retreats became contagious. With his flank giving way, Kutupov was forced to abandon the Perekop position and try to reform at Ishun. Blücher's 51st Rifle Division was so badly battered that it did not occupy the undefended Tatar wall until the morning of November 8th, and then lacked the strength to pursue. Cork urged the 15th and 52nd Rifle Divisions, which were also in poor shape, to push on to Ishun. This was another excellent defensive position, surrounded by 4 large lakes and marshy terrain. Kutupov was able to assemble at least 9,000 troops and 3 tanks at Ishun, whereas the pursuing Red divisions had no more than 15,000 combat-ready troops in hand. The Whites had moved 2 12-inch battleship guns on carriages to Ishun and 3 8-inch gun batteries, and the Black Sea Fleet was able to deploy several warships to provide naval gunfire support. In short, the Whites had a clear superiority in firepower. Kutupov's troops fended off the first enemy probing attack on the evening of November 9th, but Blücher's 51st Rifle Division achieved some success on the west side of the Ishun position on November 10th and was only brought to a halt by naval gunfire. With Wrangel's attention focused on Ishun, Frunze ordered the 30th Rifle Division to launch a surprise attack across the Chongar Narrows on the night of November 10th, 11th, which succeeded. In desperation, Wrangel ordered a major counterattack on the morning of November 11th, spearheaded by their remaining Cossack cavalry, which nearly broke Cork's 6th Army. However, the arrival of the vanguard of Philip K. Mironov's 2nd Cavalry Army led to a costly cavalry battle, which the Whites could not afford. Once it was clear that the White forces had shot their bolt and that their impulsive attack had failed, Wrangel ordered his forces to withdraw from the Ishun position on the evening of November 11th. The Soviet cavalry spread out across the Crimea in hot pursuit, overrunning all of it in less than a week. By the time that Simferopol fell on November 13th, Wrangel's forces were already beginning their evacuation of the Crimea. Wrangel had prepared carefully for evacuation, and the operation ran smoothly and efficiently. He succeeded in loading a total of 145,693 soldiers and civilians onto an evacuation flotilla of 126 ships within just 2 days. There were still enough loyal sailors to enable the Rump Black Sea Fleet to join the evacuation, with the dreadnought General Alexeyev, the former Imperator Alexander III, or Volya, 2 elderly cruisers, 11 destroyers, and 4 submarines, a ragged flotilla that was soon dubbed Wrangel's Fleet. Other disabled warships were towed out of Sevastopol, which was abandoned on November 14th. During the evacuation, Wrangel ordered his retreating White troops not to destroy any facilities in Sevastopol, which, he said, belonged to the Russian people. The fleet initially went to Constantinople, depositing the remnants of Wrangel's volunteer army at Gallipoli. 3 months later, the French granted Wrangel's fleet asylum, and the warships were sent to Bizerta in Tunisia, where they sat rusting at anchor for years until they were finally scrapped. Frunze claimed that the Red Army lost 10,000 soldiers in assaulting the Crimea in November 1920, but this seems high. Most of the casualties were in Blücher's 51st Rifle Division, which lost upwards of 3,000 men. But otherwise, most Soviet divisions saw only brief combat in the Crimea. The Soviet victory there was based more on luck and determination than skill or planning, as was later acknowledged by the Soviet General Staff's Chief of Operations, Vladimir K. Triandafilov. The forces assigned to storm the Perekop position were grossly inadequate, and Frunze based his offensive entirely upon a trick maneuver that succeeded only in part. It was the abrupt collapse of white morale that won the campaign for Frunze, not the tactical skill of the Red Army. Having the means to escape by sea also influenced the white decision to quit a battle that was still in doubt, since many thought it best to run away in the hope of fighting another day than to conduct a last stand. There are now over 300,000 bourgeoisie in the Crimea who must be dealt with. Lenin, December 6, 1920. On the morning of November 15, 1920, the troops of Blücher's 51st Rifle Division and Budyonny's 1st Cavalry Army moved into Sevastopol, led by an armored car marked with a Red Star insignia and in large red letters the word Antichrist. Wrangel's fleet had not yet steamed over the horizon when the victorious Bolsheviks turned to deal with the remaining enemies of the revolution in the Crimea. While some white commanders had dealt harshly with the local population and Bolshevik sympathizers in the Crimea, allowing their troops license to pillage, rape, and murder on occasion, it had not been officially sanctioned policy. Wrangel had made efforts to clamp down on such excesses, since he realized that such acts turned the population against his side. However, Bolshevik leaders had fewer qualms and were not interested in winning hearts and minds in the Crimea. Instead, retribution was the order of the day. On the day following the Red occupation of Sevastopol, the Revolutionary Military Council of Frunze's Southern Front formed the Revolutionary Committee of Crimea, Krim Revkoma, headed by a troika of committed communists consisting of Bela Kun, Rosalia Zalkind, alias Zemliachka, and Georgy L. Pyatakov. Kun, a Hungarian Jew, part-time journalist and long-time revolutionary agitator, had returned to Russia after his Hungarian Soviet Republic had collapsed in August 1919. He had already gained a reputation as a violent radical in Hungary, where he was responsible for the murder of over 500 opponents of his short-lived regime. However, the real ramrod on the committee was Zemliachka, a pince-nez-wearing 44-year-old Jewish woman from Kiev. Zemliachka had risen through the Bolshevik ranks since the abortive 1905 revolution and become a close associate of Lenin. She had also had a fanatic's lust for violence and a homicidal antipathy to all enemies of the party. Pyatakov, although less prominent than either Kun or Zemliachka, was a close associate of Leon Trotsky and was intent on eliminating residual ethnic nationalism in the new Soviet Union, particularly Ukrainian and Tatar. These three committed and ruthless communists were tasked by Lenin with implementing the elimination of all class enemies in the Crimea, later known as the Red Terror. 3 special detachments of the newly formed Crimean Cheka, Krimchek, security troops were put at their disposal. The Cheka formed a special Crimean strike group, Krimskoy Udarnoy Grupi, led by Nikolai M. Bistry, but also made arrangements to use Red Army troops as well. Prior to conquering the Crimea, Bolshevik leaders had promised amnesty to all white troops who surrendered, and many enlisted soldiers had opted not to join Wrangel's evacuation in hopes of remaining in their home country. About 3,000 white troops remained in Feodosia, when the Red Army entered the city, and they peacefully laid down their arms. After being disarmed, many white soldiers offered to join the Red Army. But instead, soldiers of the Red Army, 9th Rifle Division, under the direction of Bistry's Chekists, executed 420 wounded white soldiers and put the rest into concentration camps. As it turned out, this was just the opening act in a 5-month terror campaign. On November 17, 1920, the Kremrevkoma issued an order for everyone in the Crimea to complete a mandatory registration within 3 days. Predictably, the registration was merely a means to identify class enemies. In Feodosia, soldiers from the 9th Rifle Division arrested 1,100 people who registered, of whom 1,006 were shot, 79 imprisoned, and only 15 released. The Cheka and Red Army execution squads quickly spread the Red Terror across the Crimea. Initially, the victims were primarily former white officers and wealthy landowners. But once these were gone, the terror moved on to eliminating common enlisted soldiers, then potential opponents in the general civilian population. People were condemned for just having displayed sympathy for the white cause, which included dockyard workers in Sevastopol who unloaded supplies from ships during white rule in the Crimea. Soon, members of the clergy, teachers, intellectuals, students, and even medical staff were targeted. In Sevastopol, Cheka death squads and soldiers from the 46th Rifle Division used firing squads and massed hangings to murder at least 12,000 people without trial. Bodies were left hanging all over the city to terrorize the rest of the population. In Kerch, prisoners were loaded onto barges that were then sunk in the Sea of Azov. In Simferopol, capital of the Crimea, at least 20,000 were murdered. Apparently, these numbers were not good enough for Kun and Zemliachka, who accused local Bolshevik officials of being too soft. In addition to murder, the Chekists employed torture and rape to break those prisoners held in their concentration camps, while the Red Army was allowed to pillage to its heart's content. Not everyone meekly submitted to the Red Terror. Some Crimean Tatars slipped off to the Alai Mountains in the southern part of the peninsula and attempted to wage guerrilla warfare against the Red Army and Chekists. Known as the Green Forces, these Tatars had no chance against the better armed and organized Red Army. However, local Bolshevik leaders reported to Moscow that Kun and Zemliachka were losing control of the situation in the Crimea, and that their death squads were behaving more and more like bandits. The Communist Central Committee in Moscow responded by recalling Kun and Zemliachka, but sent Ivan A. Akulov in March 1921 to replace them. Akulov tightened up on discipline a bit, but the terror and executions continued. It was not until Mirsaid Haydargalievich Sultangaliev, a Tatar who joined the Bolshevik movement and became a member of the Communist Central Committee, traveled to the Crimea and witnessed the terror firsthand, that there was any change in policy. Sultangaliev reported back in Moscow that such a reckless and brutal terror has left an indelible mark in the mind of the Crimean people. They all feel a strong, pure animal fear of Soviet officials, along with hidden deep distrust and anger. Communist leaders in Moscow feigned shock that the Crimean people as a whole would take offense at Chekist efforts to suppress class enemies, but quietly realized that the terror could go on for only so long before the region became completely dysfunctional and useless to the party. After April 1921, Akulov began to reduce the number of executions, and these ceased once the Green Forces were defeated by October 1921. At that time, the Crimean Autonomous Soviet Socialist Republic was announced, and a number of Bolshevized Crimean Tatars were included in the regime. According to Soviet figures, at least 52,000 people were murdered. The official term was repressed by the Red Terror in the Crimea between November 1920 and April 1921, although the actual number may have been close to 75,000. When the executions tapered off, the terror continued in other forms in the Crimea. Imprisonment and deportation were increasingly used to remove potential dissidents. Turkey was sympathetic to the Tatars and agreed to accept some refugees. About 50,000 Tatars were deported either to the Gulag or to Turkey, to reduce their numbers in the Crimea. The Red Army also seized the bulk of the Crimea's agricultural harvest, leaving the population to face a famine in the winter of 1921-22. However, after the famine, some concessions on freedom of religion and language were made to placate the Crimean Tatars. For the next 6 years, the Crimea was allowed to go its own way, while the communists in Moscow were focused on the leadership struggle following Lenin's death in 1924. By 1928, Stalin was gaining the upper hand, and he was in no mood to make concessions to local ethnic interests. His main domestic objective was forced collectivization of agriculture, which proved just as unpopular in the Crimea as it did everywhere else in the USSR. In 1929-30, Stalin ordered the Cheka to crack down on Tatar nationalism in the Crimea, which led to 3,500 Tatars being executed and 35,000 sent to the Gulag in Siberia. After Chekist death squads raided several Tatar communities, and Stalin decreed the suppression of their Muslim faith and Turkish language, the Crimean Tatars had had enough of communist rule. In December 1930, a Tatar rebellion erupted at the village of Alakat on the southern coast of the Crimea, after the NKVD executed 42 Tatar prisoners. Stalin sent the Red Army to ruthlessly crush the uprising and to inflict more reprisals on the Tatar community in the Crimea. Forced collectivization resulted in another famine in 1931-33, which reduced the population further. Stalin continued to single the Crimean Tatars out for harsh treatment during the rest of the 1930s, which continued right up to the beginning of World War II. By some estimates, between 1921 and 1941, the Communists eliminated about half the Crimean Tatar population, or roughly 165,000 people. The ethnic German population in the Crimea, numbering 43,631 in 1926, was not targeted in the initial Red Terror. After all, the founders of Marxism, Marx and Engels, had been Germans. Yet the Crimean Germans fell foul of the forced collectivization program in the late 1920s, which appropriated their agricultural communes established in Tsarist times and exiled thousands of them to the Urals. As an adjunct to the Red Terror in the Crimea, the Soviet regime toyed with the idea of creating a Jewish republic in the Crimea. Two concepts were behind this proposal: that Jews were regarded as more loyal to the communist regime and would bind the region to the Soviet state, and that Jewish-operated agricultural colonies could provide hard currency exports to the Near East. Consequently, the Soviet regime established a committee known as OZET, for Society for Settling Toiling Jews on the Land, which encouraged Jewish emigration to the Crimea in 1924-34, doubling the population within a decade. Although the regime provided some funds, OZET was initially quite successful in enticing foreign investments, including over $20 million from the United States. Land was no problem, since the NKVD simply appropriated land from Tatars and Volksdeutsche, ethnic Germans, both of whom were regarded as enemies of the regime. Yet by the mid-1930s it was apparent that this project had produced only mediocre results, mostly due to recurrent famines and the effects of collectivization, so the idea of a Jewish republic fell out of favor. When Stalin began his purges in 1937, OZET was one of the early victims, and its leadership was liquidated. However, in the minds of local Tatars and Volksdeutsche, the Jews in the Crimea were inextricably linked to the communist regime that they detested and feared. Once Wrangel's fleet left, the Black Sea Fleet, Chernomorski Flot, ceased to exist. The new Soviet state had no naval forces worthy of the name in the Black Sea, and the naval facility at Sevastopol was damaged. The Whites, Germans, British, French, and Ukrainians had sabotaged the warships left behind, including those under construction at Nikolaev. A handful of older, less useful warships could eventually be salvaged. By 1922, the Soviets had repaired 2 obsolete 240-ton Sokol-class destroyers and 1 Morsh-class submarine, providing the nucleus of a new Black Sea Fleet. Other incomplete ships were available at Nikolaev, but it would take years to get the shipyard fully operational again. In the interim, the Soviet regime tried to acquire ships for the Black Sea Fleet by any means. Soviet diplomats approached the French with the proposal to buy back part of Wrangel's fleet, which was interned in Bizerte, Tunisia. The Soviet Navy was particularly interested in purchasing the dreadnought General Alexeyev and some of the newer destroyers, but the French dragged out the negotiations and then decided not to return any of the vessels to the USSR. By 1924, the Nikolaev shipyard was able to repair 4 incomplete destroyers of the Fidonisi class. These 4 ships became the backbone of the Black Sea Fleet from 1925 to 1930. The elderly light cruiser Comintern was also made operational again, as well as 4 small AG-class submarines. By 1926, the Black Sea Fleet had 1 light cruiser, 6 destroyers, and 4 submarines operational, but just barely. In 1927, a special underwater salvage unit known as EPRON, Expedicja Podwodny Robot Osobogo Naznaczenia, was set up to begin raising some of the scuttled warships from the waters around Sevastopol, Nikolaev, and Novorossiysk. EPRON was able to refloat the destroyer Bystry, but its engines were wrecked. Subsequently, EPRON divers refloated the destroyer Gadziebe and salvaged its engines, which were then fitted in the Bystry, enabling it to become operational again. EPRON made special efforts to salvage material from the 2 sunken Imperatrica Maria-class dreadnoughts in the area. The Whites had taken the capsized Imperatrica Maria into the Sevastopol dockyards in May 1919 in order to begin salvage work, and there it was found when the Red Army entered the city. Although the hull was beyond repair, the armament was worth salvaging, and EPRON recovered her 12-inch gun turrets as well as some of her 130mm secondary batteries. Less successful was the effort to salvage 12-inch gun ammunition from the sunken Svobodnaya Rossiya in Novorossiysk, which resulted in a magazine explosion. 2 Tsarist-era light cruisers were also under reconstruction, but it took more than a decade to get them both into service. The Nikolaev shipyard was finally able to begin construction of a few submarines in 1929, but it would not be able to begin building major warships for another 6 years. Stalin was not initially concerned about the feeble nature of the Black Sea Fleet, but he changed his mind when the Turkish government announced that it was going to modernize the battle cruiser Yavuz and purchase new destroyers and submarines from Italy. It was unacceptable to Stalin that Turkey should appear to have a superior naval force in the Black Sea, so he directed the Baltic Sea Fleet to transfer the battleship Parizhskaya Kommuna and the light cruiser Profintern there. When the Parizhskaya Kommuna arrived at Sevastopol in January 1930, it became the flagship of the Black Sea Fleet. However, Stalin was unwilling to devote any significant resources toward new naval construction while he was engaged in building up Soviet industry, and first priority went to the Red Army and then the Air Force, VVS. It was not until 1935 that Stalin authorized a naval expansion program with 2 Kirov-class heavy cruisers, 2 Leningrad-class destroyer leaders, 6 Gernevny-class destroyers, and a large number of submarines intended to reinforce the Black Sea Fleet. Due to disappointing technical performance from Soviet-built destroyers, funds were even appropriated to purchase a destroyer leader from Italy, which entered the Black Sea Fleet in 1939 as the Tashkent. The Parizhskaya Kommuna was extensively modernized in 1939-40, but all of the Gangut-class dreadnoughts still lacked the firepower and protection of modern battleships. Consequently, Stalin approved construction of a new class of 59,000-ton battleships, armed with 16-inch guns. The one intended for the Black Sea Fleet was designated as the Sovetskaya Ukraina and was laid down at Nikolaev in October 1938. The heavy cruiser Molotov, completed in early 1941, was the first and only warship in the Black Sea Fleet equipped with air warning radar. Its Redut K system could detect enemy aircraft at a range of 75 miles. Vice Admiral Philip S. Oktyabrski took command of the Black Sea Fleet in March 1939. The 41-year-old was a product of the Stalinist purges, which had eliminated many of the more experienced Tsarist-era naval officers. Oktyabrski came from the merchant marine and had no naval experience from either World War I or the Russian Civil War. He was given a smattering of technical and doctrinal training at the new Naval Academy in Leningrad in 1925-1928, but thereafter his command experience was limited to minesweepers and motor torpedo boats. By June 1941, the Black Sea Fleet had blossomed into a considerable general-purpose force, and Oktyabrski was responsible for a cruiser brigade, 3 destroyer divisions, and 8 submarine divisions, which were equipped with 1 battleship, 2 heavy and 4 light cruisers, 17 destroyers, and 44 submarines. Nevertheless, putting a man without prior command experience of even a destroyer in charge of a fleet of this size and complexity would have a noticeable effect upon the Black Sea Fleet's ability to perform its missions around the Crimea. Oktyabrski also had no prior experience with naval aviation, but he had a very powerful force in the Black Sea Fleet Navy Air Force, VVS-CHF, which had 626 aircraft. The 2 primary missions of the VVS-CHF were to conduct maritime reconnaissance over the Black Sea and to provide fighter cover over the fleet and its bases. The VVS-CHF had 139 Beriev MBR-2 flying boats for the reconnaissance mission within the 119th Reconnaissance Regiment and 6 separate squadrons. Air cover for the fleet was provided by 3 fighter regiments equipped with a total of 140 biplane fighters, I-15 bis, I-153, and 91 monoplane I-16s. A single modern MiG-1 fighter had arrived at Yevpatoria by June 1941, but the VVS-CHF lagged behind the VVS in modernization efforts. The fighters could provide a reasonable degree of zone protection over Soviet naval bases, but their limited range and endurance inhibited their ability to cover fleet operations far from the coast. On the other hand, the VVS-CHF had a decent medium-range strike capability in its 2 bomber regiments, equipped with a total of 117 Ilyushin DB-3F and Tupolev SB-2 bombers, which had the range to strike targets on the Romanian coast. However, barely 20% of the air crews were trained in June 1941, which greatly restricted operational capabilities at the outset of the war. In March 1910, the Tsarist regime had recognized that the defenses around the main naval base at Sevastopol were outdated. The existing coastal defense batteries were concentrated around the harbor entrance and consisted of artillery from the 1870s and 1880s. Most batteries had limited arcs of fire and were unsuited for ground defense. The vulnerability of Port Arthur to surprise naval attack and then ground assault during the recent Russo-Japanese War influenced the Russian Navy's decision toward a major modernization of its coastal defenses at its key bases. In particular, the Russian Admiralty became interested in replacing outdated coastal artillery with a powerful new 12-inch 52 caliber naval gun, 305 millimeters, developed by the Obukovsky Works in St. Petersburg in 1907. The 305 millimeter Obukovsky could fire a 446 kilogram shell out to a maximum range of 28 miles, and if mounted in a fully traversing turret, would be ideal for the dual coastal and ground defense role. Funds to update the coastal defenses around Sevastopol were authorized in 1911, and several smaller batteries armed with 120 millimeter guns were completed in 1912-13. However, the main element of the coastal defense upgrade was to construct 2 new batteries, each equipped with 2 twin Obukovsky 305 millimeter guns mounted in armored turrets. The Russian fortification expert, General César Acquis, of French-Lithuanian heritage, was sent to head the project, and he selected sites for the 2 batteries north and south of Sevastopol. General Major Nestor A. Buinitsky, one of the foremost Russian engineers, took over the actual construction of the 2 305 millimeter turret batteries. Kui's design was quite sophisticated, and in addition to building the batteries, Voynitsky was also tasked with building a railroad spur for each construction site and creating a large-scale concrete manufacturing capability in situ. Despite the untimely death of Voynitsky in late 1914, work progressed fairly quickly on the southernmost 305 mm battery, later designated Coastal Battery No. 35. But only the initial site preparations had been completed on the northernmost battery site, later designated Coastal Battery No. 30, before the Russian Revolution brought construction to an abrupt halt. The four massive twin 305 mm turrets, each weighing over 1,000 tons, had been built by the St. Petersburg Metal Works plant during the war. But some of the guns had been removed for use in coastal defenses on the Baltic, and none of the turrets had arrived in the Crimea. Once Wrangel's forces were driven from the Crimea, the Revolutionary Military Council was mindful of the role played by Anglo-French naval forces in intervening in the Crimea both in 1854-55 and 1918-20, and was eager to deter future reoccurrences. The Council decided to resume work on the Tsarist-era coastal defense program, but initially lacked the resources to accomplish much. Virtually all of the 27 coastal batteries around Sevastopol had been rendered inoperative by the Anglo-French before they evacuated the port, and Red Army engineers were able to repair only two 152 mm batteries in 1921. Construction of the two 305 mm batteries languished for 7 years, until the Council was finally able to provide sufficient resources and labor to resume work on Coastal Battery No. 35 in 1924. Four 305 mm guns from the Baltic Fleet battleship Poltava, which had been damaged by fire in 1919, were recovered and mounted in the turrets manufactured in St. Petersburg during the war. By mid-1926, both turrets were installed in Coastal Battery No. 35, and the installation was declared operational late in 1927, even though the rangefinder and fire control mechanisms were not installed until the mid-1930s. The battery's command bunker and a magazine holding 800 305 mm rounds were protected by 13 feet of reinforced concrete, designed to withstand 16-inch naval gunfire. Coastal Battery No. 35 had a peacetime garrison of 234 naval personnel, but in wartime would be augmented with anti-aircraft gunners and more security troops. In July 1929, Stalin visited Coastal Battery No. 35 on an inspection trip, and among his entourage was Generalmajor Werner von Blomberg, head of the Truppenamt. This was during the period of Soviet-German covert military cooperation, and Stalin wanted to impress his German visitors with Soviet defensive capabilities in the Black Sea. Stalin suggested that the battery should demonstrate its firepower by firing a 305 mm round, but when informed that each projectile cost more than a tractor, he demurred. Construction on the northern Coastal Battery No. 30, located near the Belbek River, proceeded much more slowly, and it was not until March 1928 that the Revolutionary Military Council allocated 3.8 million rubles to restart work, which did not actually begin for 2 more years. The project was badly organized, falling far behind schedule. Coastal Battery No. 30 was declared operational in mid-1934, but its complicated rangefinder system was not ready until 1940. However, the Achilles heel of both 305 mm batteries was that they drew their electrical power from Sevastopol's power grid through a transformer station. If civilian power was lost, the massive turrets would become inoperable. Auxiliary diesel generators were emplaced near the command post bunkers, but only sufficed to provide power for communications and lighting. In fact, both 305 mm batteries only became fully operational about 6 months before the German invasion. Lieutenant Georgy A. Alexander had arrived to take command of Coastal Battery No. 30 in November 1937, and Lieutenant Alexei Y. Lishenko took command of Battery No. 35 in November 1940. Once Stalin's program of forced industrialization became established by the mid-1930s, the Black Sea Fleet was provided with greater resources, which enabled it to continue to improve its coastal defenses right up to the start of the German invasion. In addition to protecting Sevastopol, the Soviet Navy built 3 large coastal batteries to protect Kerch. The Black Sea Fleet also was provided with 300 anti-aircraft guns to provide additional protection against enemy air attacks on its bases. The Black Sea Fleet was responsible for the defense of its main naval base at Sevastopol, including coastal artillery and anti-aircraft guns, while the Red Army was responsible for the land defense of the Crimea. There were no large naval infantry, Morskaya Pechota, units formed in the Crimea at the start of the war. The only major Red Army formation in the Crimea in June 1941 was General Lieutenant Pavel I. Batov's 9th Rifle Corps, comprised of the 106th and 156th Rifle Divisions and 32nd Cavalry Division. This corps had been organized in the North Caucasus Military District and moved to the Crimea in mid-May 1941. Batov arrived at the corps headquarters in Simferopol just 2 days prior to the beginning of the German invasion. Falling under the authority of the Odessa Military District to become the Southern Front on mobilization, Batov was instructed that his mission was to defend the Crimea against possible amphibious or airborne attacks. But he received no guidance on coordinating with the Black Sea Fleet. Altogether, Batov's 9th Rifle Corps had about 35,000 troops and could be supplemented by local militia. The Soviet Air Force, VVS units assigned to the Odessa Military District, were grouped around Odessa and had no significant presence in the Crimea in June 1941. The Soviet General Staff expected to fight future wars primarily on foreign soil, but acknowledged that enemy bombers and warships might be able to attack facilities in exposed areas such as the Crimea. Although Turkey was regarded as an unlikely threat, it had amassed more than 500 combat aircraft by 1940, making it the largest air force in the Balkans and the Middle East. Turkey's acquisition of 5 foreign-built submarines also aroused Soviet concern. However, the ratification of the Montreux Convention in 1936 eased Soviet concerns by inhibiting foreign fleets from transiting through the Turkish Straits into the Black Sea. The Kingdom of Romania had not been regarded as a potential enemy during the interwar period, but this changed when Germany and the Soviet Union signed their infamous Non-Aggression Pact in August 1939. Which secretly condoned the Soviet acquisition of the Romanian border province of Bessarabia. In June 1940, the Red Army invaded Bessarabia and humiliated the Romanian army, providing a motive for revenge. 5 months later, a coup in Bucharest installed a fascist dictatorship, which quickly signed an alliance with Germany. The new German-Romanian alliance threatened the Soviet position in the Black Sea, and, for the first time since the Russian Civil War, exposed the Crimea to possible enemy air or amphibious attacks. The Royal Romanian Air Force was rapidly developing its offensive capabilities in 1937 to 1940 by taking delivery of Italian-made S-79 medium bombers in 1938 and German-made HE-111H medium bombers in 1940. By June 1941, the Romanians had formed 4 bomber groups with 96 bombers. In addition, they had 3 long-range reconnaissance squadrons equipped with 37 Bristol Blenheims, which posed a credible threat to the Black Sea Fleet. Although the Soviet High Command was very concerned about the possibility of enemy amphibious landings in the Crimea, there was actually little possibility of that occurring. The Royal Romanian Navy was little more than a coast guard, with only 4 destroyers, 1 submarine, a single mine layer, and a few assorted auxiliaries. Romanian vessels were mostly obsolete and too outclassed to risk a head-on action against even part of the Black Sea Fleet. Furthermore, Romania's merchant marine was tiny, with only 35 vessels of 111,678 GRT, gross register tonnage. 5 of these merchantmen were modern vessels that would be useful for convoy operations, but the fact is that Romania lacked the ability to move more than limited quantities of troops and supplies across the Black Sea, and had no ability to conduct an opposed landing. Chapter 2. The Onset of War, June through August 1941. The beauties of the Crimea, which we shall make accessible by means of an autobahn. For us Germans, that will be our Riviera. Adolf Hitler, July 5, 1941. The exact details of Soviet strategic planning prior to Operation Barbarossa are difficult to quantify, but a number of Stalin's pre-war strategic assumptions are clear. Foremost, Stalin believed that the Red Army was strong enough to deter a German invasion for the time being. Even if the Germans were tempted to commit aggression against the Soviet Union, Stalin believed that there would be adequate early warning to provide the Red Army time to prepare and deploy its forces for combat. Soviet military leaders were not ignorant of the threat posed by Germany after the sudden fall of France in 1940, but believed that their forces and plans should prevail. A series of war games conducted by the Soviet General Staff in Moscow in December 1940 suggested that the Germans would make their main effort in Ukraine, but that their forces would be pushed back to the border long before they reached the Dnieper River. When war came, the mission of the Black Sea Fleet was to assist the Red Army's southern front in defending the coastline of the Black Sea. To that end, one of the primary tasks was laying defensive minefields outside Sevastopol and the other Black Sea ports. However, the fleet also wanted to use its naval air arm and submarines to attack enemy naval targets and facilities in the Black Sea. But little real planning had been put into this concept. At the start of the war in June 1941, the Soviet Stavka, High Command, was wary that Turkey might allow Axis air and naval forces to move for 230 civilian casualties. Thereafter, Fliegerkorps 4 conducted occasional raids and reconnaissance flights over Sevastopol, as well as some aerial mine-laying operations off the port. But the main fighting was occurring in the western Ukraine. Shortly after the attack on his headquarters, Oktyabrskyi initiated defensive mine-laying operations, and his ships emplaced about 3,000 mines by mid-July. He also decided to commit the VVS CHF to a campaign of attacking the Romanian ports of Constanta and Sulina. The first raid, conducted by 3 DB-3F from 2 MTAP and 6 SB-2 from 40 BAP on the afternoon of June 22nd, met little resistance and succeeded in inflicting minor damage. However, the Royal Romanian Air Force was alert when the VVS CHF sent 73 naval bombers on June 23rd, and Romanian Hurricane fighters shot down 3. The next day, German Bf-109 fighters from 3rd JG-52 also got involved and shot down 10 of 32 naval bombers. Within the first 5 days of the war, the VVS CHF lost 22 naval bombers, including some of their best-trained aircrew. Oktyabrskyi was apparently ignorant of the arrival of significant Luftwaffe strength in Romania, which threatened his surface warships and made raids on Romania costly. Although his fleet's mission was primarily defensive, Oktyabrskyi was inclined from the beginning to use his surface warships and submarines to strike at Romania. In the first 24 hours of the war, he dispatched 4 Stuka-class submarines to attack Romanian shipping. But this was only a preliminary step. On the evening of June 25th, Oktyabrskyi sent the flotilla leaders Moskva and Kharkov to bombard the Romanian port of Constanta, with the heavy cruiser Voroshilov and 2 destroyers as a covering force. The 2 Soviet flotilla leaders approached the Romanian coast and opened fire at 0358 hours on June 26th. Although their 130mm shells managed to set some oil storage tanks alight and damage a rail yard, the Soviet destroyers were unaware that the Germans had installed 2 28-centimeter coastal defense batteries to protect Constanta. Battery Tirpitz engaged the 2 Soviet flotilla leaders, which caused them to break off the action and turn away eastward, straight into a Romanian minefield. The Moskva, moving at 30 knots, hit 1 or more mines and broke in 2, sinking within 5 minutes. 268 sailors were killed, and 69 survivors were picked up by the Romanians. The cruiser Voroshilov was also damaged by a mine. Retreating eastward, the Kharkov was badly damaged by the German coastal battery and had to be towed. Fortunately for the Soviet flotilla, the Luftwaffe was busy with a raid by the VVS CHF and did not appear in force to sink the damaged Soviet warships. The result of the raid on Constanta, aside from the damage suffered by the Black Sea Fleet, was to cause Oktyabrskyi to be much more cautious in his use of surface warships. Oktyabrskyi continued to send the VVS CHF to attack targets in Romania with small-scale raids, which also began to bomb facilities further inland. On July 13th, 6 DB-3F bombers attacked the Ploiești oil refinery, a critical source of fuel for the Wehrmacht, and managed to damage a refinery and set 9,000 tons of oil on fire. However, enemy fighters shot down 4 of the 6 bombers, and in response the VVS CHF shifted primarily to night raids to reduce losses. On April 13th, Soviet naval bombers damaged the King Carol Bridge over the Danube, which disrupted the Ploiești-Constanta pipeline. Nevertheless, Ploiești was 340 miles from the VVS CHF air bases in the Crimea, and aircraft like the DB-3F were tactical, not strategic bombers. At best, each bomber could carry only 6 100-kilogram bombs to targets in Romania. While the VVS CHF raids on Romania did not inflict substantial damage on the Axis war effort, they did help to create the impression that Soviet air bases in the Crimea were a threat. The original plan for Operation Barbarossa, the invasion of the Soviet Union, issued in Führer Directive 21 on December 18, 1940, did not even mention the Crimea or the Black Sea Fleet. Hitler intended that Barbarossa would result in the rapid destruction of the best part of the Red Army, followed by the occupation of most of the Western Soviet Union, which would satisfy his lust for natural resources and Lebensraum, living space. The priority of the German operational effort was weighted on the Leningrad and Moscow axes, and the only specified objectives for Generalfeldmarschall Gerd von Rundstedt's Heeresgruppe Süd was to destroy all Russian forces west of the Dnieper in Ukraine and the early capture of the Donets Basin, important for war industry. The occupation of the Crimea and the elimination of the Black Sea Fleet were only implied tasks at the outset of the German invasion, to be accomplished during mop-up operations. After the issuing of Führer Directive 21, Hitler and the Oberkommando der Wehrmacht, OKW, focused much of their attention and planning efforts on the Balkans, the Mediterranean, and collaboration with Axis partners, rather than further fleshing out operational details of Operation Barbarossa. Indeed, it remained a rather vague plan right up to the moment of execution, and this would force the Wehrmacht to constantly shift resources as Hitler changed his strategic priorities. Yet Barbarossa was not the only German planning being made in regard to the Soviet Union. Once Hitler confirmed his intention to invade the Soviet Union, SS Obergruppenführer Reinhard Heydrich's Reichssicherheitshauptamt, Reich Main Security Office, or RSHA, began working on Generalplan Ost, Master Plan East, which was intended to conduct ethnic cleansing on a massive scale in conquered Soviet territory. Not only Jews, but also Ukrainians and eventually all Slavs were targeted for elimination by the SS Einsatzgruppen. Once the indigenous populations were reduced to a manageable level, where the survivors could be employed as slave labor, German colonists would move in to Germanize the conquered territory. Unlike the Wehrmacht, Heydrich did make plans for Ukraine and the Crimea. The Crimean climate was regarded as ideal for colonists, and Ukrainian wheat and Crimean cotton would be valuable resources. Prior to Barbarossa, pseudo-scientific archaeological research conducted by the SS Ahnenerbe organization pointed to an ancient Gothic presence in the Crimea as a precursor to modern German colonization of the peninsula. Once Generalplan Ost was underway, Heydrich expected that about half the Crimea's population would be ethnic German by the mid-1960s. At the start of Barbarossa, SS Gruppenführer Otto Ollendorf's Einsatzgruppe D was attached to Heeresgruppe Süd. Ollendorf's unit was to follow close behind Rundstedt's advancing armies and eliminate large concentrations of civilians deemed hostile to the Reich. Although many army leaders later claimed ignorance of SS activities in the Soviet Union, the cooperation between the Wehrmacht and the SS Einsatzgruppen was a vital prerequisite in order for Generalplan Ost to succeed. It was Oktyabrski's persistent VVS-CHF air raids on Romania and the threat to Ploiești's oil refinery that finally caused Hitler to take real interest in the Crimea. He was very nervous about any threats to his oil supplies from Ploiești, and recognized that the Crimea was a useful staging base for Soviet attacks on Romania, serving in the role of an unsinkable aircraft carrier. While Luftwaffe air raids on the VVS-CHF bases in the Crimea succeeded in destroying some aircraft on the ground, the only sure way to permanently stop the attacks on Romania was for German forces to occupy the Crimea sooner than expected. On July 23, 1941, 10 days after the first VVS-CHF raid on Ploiești, a supplement to Führer Directive 33 was issued. It stated that once Heeresgruppe Süd occupied Kharkov, the bulk of the infantry divisions will then occupy Ukraine, the Crimea, and the area of central Russia up to the Don. Less than 3 weeks later, a supplement to Führer Directive 34, issued on August 12, raised the priority of the Crimea further, stating that Heeresgruppe Süd was to occupy the Crimean Peninsula, which is particularly dangerous as an enemy airbase against the Romanian oil fields. The VVS-CHF had gained Hitler's attention. Once the Dnieper River was crossed, Rundstedt was obligated to send a strong force to occupy the Crimea. Hitler also began to openly talk of the great value that the Crimea would play in post-war German colonization plans in the East. While Oktyabrski was using his bombers and submarines to try and harass the Romanian coast, the Soviet Southern Front was being defeated in detail by the Heeresgruppe Süd. On August 2nd, Panzergruppe 1 surrounded the bulk of the Soviet 6th and 12th Armies in the Uman Kessel and crushed the trapped Red Army units within a week. The battered Soviet 9th and 18th Armies, having escaped the Uman debacle, retreated toward the Dnieper River. On August 18th, the 16th Panzer Division captured the port of Nikolaev, which deprived the Black Sea Fleet of its main construction and repair facility. Meanwhile, the Romanian Fourth Army had surrounded the port of Odessa, held by the separate Coastal Army. Outnumbered 4-1 and isolated, the Coastal Army could hold Odessa only if the Black Sea Fleet ensured that supplies and reinforcements could be brought in by sea, as well as providing naval gunfire support as needed. Oktyabrski had to commit a large portion of his surface forces and VVS-CHF aircraft into the fighting around Odessa. Although Oktyabrski was able to hold back the battleship Parishkaya Komuna and his 2 modern heavy cruisers, he deployed 3 light cruisers and 6 to 8 destroyers to support the Odessa garrison. For the most part, the Black Sea Fleet played an important part in keeping the siege of Odessa going for 10 weeks. And it learned some valuable lessons about convoy operations, mine warfare, and amphibious landings in the process. However, the fighting at Odessa was a doomed effort from the start, and it served to drain resources from the Crimea, which would soon face its own test of fire. Meanwhile, Generaloberst Eugen Ritter von Schobert's 11th Army, AOK 11, pursued the battered Soviet 9th Army to the Dnieper. But the Soviets managed to slip across the river, blow up the main bridges, and establish a hasty defense. Recognizing that German forces could cross the Dnieper at any time, Stavka Directive No. 00931, issued on August 14th, activated the 51st Army in the Crimea, and it was tasked to hold the Crimean Peninsula in our hands to the last soldier. Although Batov's 9th Rifle Corps formed the core of the 51st Army, General Colonel Fyodor I. Kuznetsov was brought down from Leningrad to take command of the new formation. In addition to Batov's 2 regular rifle divisions, Kuznetsov was provided with 2 newly formed reserve rifle divisions from the Orel Military District, 4 militia divisions, and the 5th Tank Regiment. All told, Kuznetsov's 51st Army had about 95,000 troops, but relatively little artillery or transport. Stavka Directive No. 00931 also made the Black Sea Fleet subordinate to Kuznetsov. Kuznetsov was forced to begin throwing together a defense at the Perekop Isthmus in mid-August, with most of his units still en route or severely under strength. Roughly 30,000 local civilians were used to assist the Red Army in fortifying the Perekop Isthmus and Chongar Peninsula, but Kuznetsov was ordered to immediately clear these areas of anti-Soviet elements. On August 16th, NKVD detachments rounded up virtually all of the remaining Crimean Germans and deported them to the Urals, where most spent the next decade in labor camps operated by the NKVD. Roughly 20% of the Crimean Germans died in these camps. Kuznetsov's deployment for battle was seriously hindered by faulty intelligence issued in General Staff Order No. 001033 on August 18, 1941. According to information from the English military mission, the Germans are preparing sea amphibious operations against the Crimea in the most immediate future, while concentrating amphibious assault transports in Bulgarian and Romanian ports. The amphibious assault operation will be supported by airborne forces, which are concentrating in the Nikolaev region. Despite the fact that the Axis had no appreciable amphibious capability in the Black Sea in August 1941, and their airborne forces were spent after their costly victory in Crete 3 months earlier, the Stavka was convinced that the threat was real. Accordingly, Kuznetsov deployed 40,000 of his men along the coast to defend against a non-existent amphibious threat, and 25,000 in the interior of the Crimea to defend against airborne landings. Consequently, only 30,000 troops were left to defend the vital northern approaches into the Crimea, with just 7,000 troops from Colonel Alexander I. Danilin's 156th Rifle Division at Perekop. Since there were no tanks assigned to the 51st Army, the Southern Front scraped together 10 T-34 tanks and 56 T-37-38 tankettes from repair depots to form the 5th Tank Regiment under Major Semyon P. Baranov. The tanks were sent by rail to provide Kuznetsov with a small mobile reserve. On August 30th, the 11th Armée conducted an assault crossing of the Dnieper at Bereslav and succeeded in building a pontoon bridge across the river. The 9th Army managed to impede the German build-up across the river for a week, but Schobert conducted a breakout attack on September 9th through 10th that shattered the Soviet perimeter and forced the 9th Army to retreat eastward in disorder toward Melitopol. The approaches to the Crimea were now open. Schobert was faced with a dilemma, since he was tasked with both seizing the Crimea and supporting Panzer Group 1's advance toward Rostov. As soon as he had achieved a clean breakout from the Bereslav bridgehead, he directed the 30th Army Corps and the 49th Gebirgsarmee Corps to pursue the 9th Army to Melitopol, while sending General der Kavallerie Erich Hansen's 54th Army Corps toward Perekop. German intelligence about Soviet force in the Crimea was sketchy, based entirely upon aerial reconnaissance, and they were unaware of the creation of the 51st Army. Schobert ordered Hansen to send a fast advance guard to try and seize the Perekop Isthmus by coup de main, hoping that it was poorly guarded. In his moment of victory, however, Schobert was killed when his Fieseler Stork crashed on September 12th. Hitler appointed General der Infanterie Erich von Manstein to replace Schobert, but he would not arrive for 5 days. On the same day as Schobert's death, SS Sturmbannführer Kurt Meyer's Aufklärungsabteilung LSSAH from the Leibstandarte SS Adolf Hitler LSSAH division approached Perekop after a 35-mile dash from the Bereslav bridgehead. Oberstleutnant Oskar von Bodin's Aufklärungsabteilung 22 was close behind, and together these two reconnaissance units reached the village of Preobrazhenka, 5 miles north of the Tatar Wall, at around 0600 hours. Meyer had a mixed reconnaissance group of Kradschützen, motorcycle infantry, a few armored cars, and a Panzerjäger platoon with 3.7-centimeter anti-tank guns. but no artillery or engineers. Upon entering the village, his lead company was fired upon by 76mm guns from the Soviet armored train Voikovets and engaged by small arms fire from dug-in Soviet infantrymen. 2nd Battalion, 361st Rifle Regiment from Danilin's 156th Rifle Division was entrenched in a strong point in the nearby Chervony Chaban State Farm. In addition to this strong point, Meyer could see that the area further south around Perekop was heavily fortified with bunkers and barbed wire. He beat a hasty retreat under cover of smoke and reported back to the 54th Army Corps that coup against Perekop impossible. Chapter 3. Across the Tatar Wall, September 1941. And I will show you where the iron crosses grow. Feldwebel, Rolf Steiner, The Cross of Iron, 1977. When Manstein arrived at Nikolaev on September 17th to take command of the 11th Army, AOK 11, he found that the bulk of his forces were advancing toward Melitopol, while Hansen's 54th Army Corps had moved its 46th and 73rd Infanterie Divisionen up near Perekop, but had taken no action to reduce the Soviet defenses. The 30th Army Corps had sealed off the Chongar Peninsula and Arabat Spit with the LSSAH Division, but also had made no effort to penetrate into the Crimea. Schobert's death had given Kuznetsov a vital breathing space in which to enhance his defenses. The difficulty of moving supplies across the Dnieper, with all bridges down, also made it difficult for the 11th Army to mount a hasty assault at Perekop, since the 54th Army Corps was short of fuel and artillery ammunition. Danilin's 156th Rifle Division built 3 lines of defense across the Perekop Isthmus, with the main line of resistance centered upon the Tatar Wall. The outer line of defense consisted of 2 rifle battalions deployed in forward strongpoints, each supported by an artillery battalion. Colonel Vladimir P. Shurigin, the 51st Army's senior engineer, used civilian labor to dig a 6 feet deep anti-tank ditch behind this outer covering force and emplace 4 lines of tanglefoot-type barbed wire obstacles. Shurigin's engineers built concrete and timber/stone bunkers for 76mm cannon and 45mm anti-tank guns in the main line of resistance, as well as digging in several tanks. The Tatar Wall itself was fronted by an ancient moat, which was now 36 feet deep and 104 feet wide. The wall sat atop a 15-foot-high earth berm. The area was completely open, without trees or vegetation, and the Soviets could observe every move that the Germans made. However, the most frightening aspect of the Perekop defenses for the Germans was the extensive use of anti-personnel mines. Up to this point in the war, the Wehrmacht had not yet had to penetrate a defense of this kind. Not only did Shurigin's engineers emplace thousands of PMD wooden anti-personnel mines, but they buried 50-kilogram aerial bombs and even large naval mines from the depots at Sevastopol. Another innovation was the use of buried flamethrowers with tripwires. Indeed, Kuznetsov got a bit carried away in sending material to reinforce the Perekop defenses, including some mines filled with mustard gas. When the Stavka learned of this, Kuznetsov was rebuked and told not to employ chemical weapons without permission. Luftwaffe aerial reconnaissance was able to detect much of the Soviet defensive preparations at Perekop, which were unsettling for Manstein. He hoped to avoid a costly frontal assault, and set the 11th Army's engineers to finding a method for bypassing the Perekop defenses, just like his Sichelschnitt plan had bypassed the French Maginot Line in 1940. Lieutenant Nöbling from Gebirgs Pioneer Regiment 620 conducted an extensive reconnaissance and survey of the Sivash, hoping to find a route across as the Red Army had done in 1920. However, tidal conditions at this time were unsatisfactory. The water at the narrower western end of the Sivash was less than a yard deep, but the bottom was too soft and German scouts sank into their hips. Manstein asked if assault boats from the 902 Sturmboot Commando could be used to cross the Sivash, but Lieutenant Nöbling found that the water conditions were unfavorable. Furthermore, Kuznetsov expected the Germans to try and cross the Sivash, and directed Danilin to put 2 rifle battalions from his 530th Rifle Regiment on the Litovsky Peninsula, where the Red Army had crossed in 1920. Nor did the route across the Chongar Peninsula look promising, since the Soviets had blown up the main railroad bridge and had placed obstacles in the water. Thus, Manstein was forced to conduct a frontal attack at Perekop. He knew that in order to break a fortified line, particularly in a place where any form of maneuver or surprise was impossible, it would be imperative to add every combat multiplier possible to give the assault a reasonable chance for success. His only armor support came from the assault guns from Sturmgeschützabteilung 190. Since Barbarossa had envisioned maneuver warfare, not positional battles or sieges, the 11th Armée had limited artillery and engineer assets, so Manstein would have to rob from Peter to pay Paul. He decided to accept the risk with the 30th Army Corps, involved in the pursuit to Melitopol, and transfer as much of its combat resources as possible to Hansen. Manstein provided Hansen with 4 additional heavy artillery battalions: Schwere Artillerie-Abteilung 737 with 3 Czech-made 14.9 cm howitzers, Schwere Artillerie-Abteilung 641 with 4 Czech-made 30.5 cm mortars, 1st AR-814 with 2 Czech-made 24 cm howitzers, 4 10 cm SK-18, and 3 F-10 cm SFH-18, and the Romanian 54th Heavy Artillery Battalion with 12 Skoda 15 cm howitzers, plus a Nebelwerfer battery. He stripped the 30th Army Corps of its corps-level artillery, transferring 2nd AR-54 and 4th AR-207 to Hansen. When added to his 2 divisional artillery regiments, Hansen's artillery park totaled about 152 pieces. When Manstein first took command, the 54th Army Corps was short of artillery ammunition, but by September 23rd, Hansen had received enough medium-caliber ammunition to mount an attack. However, the heavy artillery ammunition was very limited, with only 100 rounds of 24 cm and 133 of 30.5 cm for each assault division. Hansen also received 2,575 replacements just 5 days before the attack at Perekop, bringing his 2 infantry divisions back up to strength. The offensive was set for September 24th, and Manstein kept part of the LSSAH division in reserve to exploit the expected breakthrough. Generalleutnant Johannes Zukertort, who was a so-called Mischling, half-breed of Jewish descent, had to receive a German blood certificate signed personally by Adolf Hitler in order to remain in the Wehrmacht. His younger brother Karl, also a general, had commanded Panzer Regiment 5 prior to Army-level artillery command, would control the light artillery, while Harco 20 would direct the heavy artillery. The artillery preparation commenced at 0500 hours on September 24th, with the divisional artillery firing over 2,500 rounds at the Soviet positions. Flieger Corps 4 was able to provide only limited air support to Hansen, but bombers from KG-27 and KG-51 bombed Soviet defenses around Perekop. The Soviet VVS and VVS CHF were still quite active over the Crimea, and neither side had air superiority. At Y hour, 0730 hours, assault groups from the 46th and 73rd Infanteriedivisionen moved up to attack Danielen's outer defensive line. Generalmajor Kurt Hiemer's 46th Infantry Division was a Welle 1 first wave formation, consisting primarily of pre-war regulars. But Generalleutnant Bruno Bieler's 73rd Infantry Division was a Welle 2 formation, made up primarily of reservists. Each division attacked with 4 or 5 battalions, supported by pioneers, 2 cm flak guns, Panzerjägers, and a battery of STUG-3 assault guns. Oberstleutnant Otto Hitzfeld, commander of Infanterie Regiment 213, led the 73rd Infantry Divisionem's main effort against the Chervonye-Chaban State Farm strongpoint, held by Captain E.K. Ivashin's 2nd Battalion, 361st Rifle Regiment. The Soviet troops were well dug in behind a thick obstacle belt and were supported by plentiful artillery. The engineers from Pioneer Bataillon 173 supporting Hitzfeld's infantry went first, creating a breach in the Soviet obstacle belt under fire, but suffering heavy losses in the process. Finally, a breach was secured, and, under cover of smoke grenades, 2 battalions from Hitzfeld's regiment closed in on the Soviet strongpoint. Intense close combat ensued, and flamethrowers and concentrated charges were used to eliminate Soviet bunkers. Ivashin's battalion was gradually destroyed piece by piece, and the farm strongpoint was overrun after Ju-88s from the KG-51 bombed it. However, Hitzfeld had lost 4 company commanders, and overall the 73rd Infantry Division suffered 770 casualties on the first day of the offensive. In the eastern sector, the 46th Infantry Division had a slightly easier time, but still suffered 329 casualties and made only modest progress. At the cost of over 1,100 casualties, Hansen had defeated Kuznetsov's covering forces, but had not yet reached the main line of resistance. Manstein ordered the 22 Infantry Division and part of LSSAH to launch diversionary actions at Chongar and along the Sivash, but these failed to impress Kuznetsov. By the end of September 24th, Kuznetsov knew that the Germans were making their main effort at Perekop, and he ordered the unengaged 106th Rifle Division to send its 442nd Rifle Regiment to replace Danilin's losses. At dawn on September 25th, Hansen resumed his assault and continued to mop up Danilin's forward security positions. The German Stoßgruppen, assault groups, were mixed formations, built around an infantry battalion and supported by a pioneer platoon, a section of assault guns, and a platoon of 2-centimeter flak guns. Soviet artillery fire was intense and inflicted most of the German casualties in the flat terrain, although Soviet machine guns firing from earthen bunkers were difficult to suppress. As the German Stoßgruppen approached the main line of resistance at the Tatar Wall, Danilin decided to mount a spoiling attack with his reserve. Infantry Regiment 530 and Major Semyon P. Baranov's 5th Tank Regiment. However, Baranov sent in only his T-37 and T-40 light tanks, keeping his 10 T-34s back, so the counterattack was repulsed by German Panzerjäger fire, which knocked out 8 light tanks. German losses on the second day of the attack were only 322, but Danilin had lost about 1/3 of his infantry. Hansen made his main assault against the Tatar Wall on the morning of September 26th, beginning with a terrific artillery preparation that used up much of his remaining artillery ammunition, and dive-bombing attacks by Ju-87 Stukas from STG-77. Fighters from 3rd JG-77 also appeared in force over the Perekop Isthmus and claimed 27 kills on this day. Both of Hansen's divisions were exhausted after 2 days of heavy close-quarter fighting, but so was Danilin's 156th Rifle Division. The main strength of the Soviet line was built around the 3rd Battalion, 361st Rifle Regiment. Manstein provided SS Pioneers and an artillery battalion from the LSSAH to reinforce the attack. Hitzfeld's IR-213 committed the 3rd IR-213 and 2nd IR-170, plus some SS Pioneers, to breach the Tatar Wall. Under cover of smoke and support weapons, assault squads reached the ditch around 0900 hours and used wooden boards to ascend the steep wall of the ditch and reach the top, which was covered with barbed wire and trenches. Inside their trenches, invisible from below, Soviet infantrymen hurled grenades into the ditch, inflicting heavy losses on the German pioneers. Soviet return fire was intense, but Gefreiter Willibald Unfried, a machine gunner in 9 IR-213, placed suppressive fire on the parapet, which kept the Soviet soldiers' heads down at the crucial moment. German combined arms tactics, aggressive small unit leadership, and the presence of skilled soldiers such as Unfried paid off, as assault squads managed to fight their way to the top. The 361st Rifle Regiment fought very well, but by 10:30 hours their defense was collapsing. Then, west of Fort Perekop, it suddenly broke. Stoßgruppen from both divisions surged forward, overrunning mortar and anti-tank positions. Incredibly, Hitzfeld's troops fought their way into the town of Armyansk, south of the Tatar Wall, and engaged in tense house-to-house fighting against remnants of the 156th Rifle Division, dug in at a brick factory. By 1100 hours, Danilin's division was broken and the Germans were across the Tatar Wall in force. Kuznetsov committed Operational Group Batov, the 383rd, 442nd, and 856th Rifle Regiments, under his deputy, General Lieutenant Pavel I. Batov, to immediately counterattack and restore the main line of resistance. Batov's infantry went in with virtually no artillery support, but they managed to force the 46th Infantry Division troops back to the Tatar Wall and Hitzfeld's men were ejected from Armyansk by 1400 hours. With the attack faltering, Hansen committed a Kampfgruppe from 50 Infantry Division, just arrived from Odessa. The Luftwaffe also arrived in force, tipping the balance to the Germans. With fresh infantry, the Germans surged forward and captured all of Armyansk by nightfall. The day ended with Kuznetsov's troops still holding the eastern part of the Tatar wall, but with their operational reserves spent and little infantry left south of Armyansk to stop Hansen from pushing on to the reserve positions at Ishun. The tactical victory of breaching the Tatar wall had cost Hansen's 54th Army Corps over 600 casualties. The Stavka was incensed that Kuznetsov had lost the Tatar wall line so quickly and ordered him to keep attacking. At dawn on September 27th, Batov renewed his counterattack to push the Germans back to the Tatar wall. Initially, Batov's infantry retook most of Armyansk, and Hitzfeld's troops retreated to a strong point at the brick factory in the northern part of the town. There he held on against Batov's infantry attacks all day long. However, German pioneers from Pioneer Battalion 173 began building a wooden 16-ton bridge across the western end of the Tatar ditch, which enabled them to get some STU-G3 assault guns from Oberleutnant Reinhard Nether's 3 Sturmgeschütz Abteilung 190 across. Soviet artillery fire caused great losses among the laboring pioneers, and Pioneer Battalion 173 suffered 118 casualties in creating the crossing over the Tatar ditch. A sharp German attack by a Kampfgruppe from 50 Infantry Division, supported by the assault guns and some Stukas from STG-77, retook most of Armyansk and pushed Batov's depleted infantry back. In one final fling, Batov attacked Armyansk again at dawn on September 28th, and not only drove out Hitzfeld's troops, but some of Major Baranov's T-34 tanks even succeeded in reaching the Tatar wall. Yet the victory was brief, and Batov's last reserves were spent in the process. By 1835 hours, Kuznetsov reported to Moscow that he had no reserves left and his hold on Armyansk was tenuous. Less than 3 hours later, the Germans recaptured Armyansk, and Kuznetsov pleaded for permission to withdraw to his reserve positions at Ishun, which were unoccupied. The Stavka was very displeased with Kuznetsov and believed, probably rightly so, that he had exercised poor use of his reserves and was unable to coordinate effective counterattacks. Yet the Stavka finally acceded and authorized Kuznetsov to withdraw to Ishun. Over the next few days, Major Baranov's tankers fought a series of successful rearguard actions that prevented an effective pursuit, and all but one of his 10 T-34s came through intact. The Battle of Perekop cost Hansen's 54th Army Corps a total of 2,641 casualties, and both of his 2 divisions were badly mauled after 5 days of seesaw combat. Hitzfeld's IR-213 had suffered a total of 746 casualties, including 2 battalion commanders, 8 company commanders, and 49 platoon leaders. German material losses were also quite heavy. The 73rd Infantry Division lost 13 artillery pieces and 12 3.7-centimeter pack guns, along with a good deal of infantry equipment. However, it was the loss of trained combat leaders, particularly the death of 5 combat commanders, that was so painful. On the other side of the ledger, the Germans claimed to have captured 10,019 troops from the 51st Army at Perekop, along with 32 tanks, 68 artillery pieces, including 7 150mm howitzers, 43 pack guns, and 88 mortars, indicating that the 156th and 271st Rifle Divisions were almost totally destroyed. Nevertheless, it is clear that the Battle of Perekop was a close-run thing, and that the German margin of victory was very slim. Hansen might have made short work of the Ishun position if the Soviet southern front had not recovered and launched a painful counterattack against the Romanians west of Melitopol. In order to feed the fight at Perekop, Manstein had stripped the 30th Army Corps of many of its best resources and pushed Romanian units into the front line, which the Soviets decided to exploit. Just as the Tatar wall was breached, Manstein was compelled to send the LSSAH, all of Sturmgeschützabteilung 190, and much of his Flieger Corps 4 air support to deal with the crisis near Melitopol. The resulting Battle of the Sea of Azov lasted more than a week, resulting in the encirclement and destruction of the Soviet 9th and 18th Armies, but the 51st Army received a vital reprieve. After Hanson's breakthrough at Perekop, Kuznetsov and Oktyabrsky reported to Moscow that they would have difficulty holding the Crimea without reinforcements, and recommended evacuating Odessa, transferring the independent coastal army by sea to reinforce the 51st Army in the Crimea. Reluctantly, the Stavka agreed to this recommendation on September 29, 1941, and 4 days later, the 157th Rifle Division began moving from Odessa to Sevastopol, escorted by the Black Sea Fleet. Distracted by the fighting around Melitopol, Flieger Corps 4 made no effort to interfere with the evacuation of Odessa. Quietly, the Black Sea Fleet picked up the pace in the second week of October, and it was not until the final convoy began loading at Odessa on October 14th that the Luftwaffe took an interest in the Soviet operation. Yet, of the 11 Soviet transports loaded with thousands of troops, the Luftwaffe managed to sink only one small transport and damage another. The bulk of the independent coastal army was delivered virtually intact to Sevastopol. This was perhaps the Black Sea Fleet's finest moment in World War II. Kuznetsov would need all the soldiers he could get to hold the position at Ishun. Although the 51st Army still had about 50,000 troops in the Crimea, he had to leave one rifle division to guard the Chongar Peninsula and other troops to watch possible crossing sites across the Sivash, leaving barely 15,000 to 20,000 troops to form a line at Ishun. Furthermore, many of his remaining troops were militiamen, and the cream of Batov's 9th Rifle Corps had been eliminated in the fighting for Perekop. Oktyabrsky sent Kuznetsov 2 battalions of naval infantrymen from Sevastopol to reinforce the Ishun position, and the 157th Rifle Division, that was the first to arrive from Odessa, was en route. But Kuznetsov was short of artillery as well. The Stavka did send aerial reinforcements to the Crimea, including a squadron of the latest Yak-1 fighters for the 32nd Fighter Regiment, 32nd IAP, of the VVS CHF, leading to several sharp encounters with the Bf-109s of 3rd JG-77. German scouts arrived near Ishun, following in the footsteps of Kuznetsov's retreating army. They found it to be nearly as formidable as the Perekop position. Ishun was a small town at the southern base of the Perekop Peninsula, flanked by 3 large salt lakes and the Black Sea. Only 3 mobility corridors existed between these obstacles, and the widest, between the Black Sea and Lake Staroye, where the rail line ran, was only 1,400 yards wide. The terrain was completely devoid of cover and was marshy, making movement of assault guns or other heavy weapons very difficult. Kuznetsov deployed his steadiest units, the 361st Rifle Regiment, a rifle battalion from the 172nd Rifle Division, and the 2 naval infantry battalions to guard this critical sector. He put the rest of the veteran 156th Rifle Division in the other potential avenue of advance between Lake Staroye and Lake Krasnoye, with the strong point built in a bromide factory. In order to cover his right flank, Kuznetsov deployed his 106th and 271st Rifle Divisions between Lake Krasnoye and the Sivash, even though it was a less likely avenue of approach. Indeed, throughout the fighting on the Perekop Isthmus, Kuznetsov consistently put too many forces to cover his flank on the Sivash, even though Manstein had found this option impractical. The memory of the 1920 campaign now created a fear in the Red Army of being flanked. In terms of support weapons, Major Baranov still had 9 T-34 tanks operational in the 5th Tank Regiment, but Kuznetsov's artillery park was much reduced and limited to mostly older 76mm howitzers. Several improvised armored trains were being hastily assembled in Sevastopol's workshops, and the Voikovets would soon be joined by the Smert Fascismu, death to fascism, which would provide Kuznetsov with some useful mobile firepower. Meanwhile, following victory in the Battle of the Sea of Azov, Manstein had convinced the OKH that the 11th Armée could not accomplish 2 divergent operational objectives, and it was decided that AOK-11 would concentrate exclusively on the Crimea, while Generaloberst Uwald von Kleist's Panzergruppe 1 continued the drive on Rostov. Unfortunately, the OKH also decided to strip AOK-11 of the 49th Gebirgsarmee Corps along with the LSSAH Division, leaving Manstein with just 6 infantry divisions in the 30th and 54th Army Corps to conquer the Crimea. Hansen's battered 54th Army Corps had followed, rather than pursued, Kuznetsov's 51st Army to Ishun, but was in no shape to mount a serious attack until the rest of the 11th Army began arriving in mid-October. Since tactical surprise and maneuver were impossible in this restrictive terrain, Manstein decided to surprise Kuznetsov by attacking all three venues of approach simultaneously. However, he would begin his main effort in the east with Generalmajor Ludwig Wolff's relatively fresh 22nd Infantry Division, then shift his main effort to the west with Bieler's 73rd Infantry Division. Hiemer's 46th Infantry Division would conduct fixing attacks in the center to prevent Kuznetsov from shifting forces between his flanks. Zukertort was once again in charge of the artillery preparation, but had scarcely more heavy artillery pieces or ammunition than he had at Perekop. Indeed, AOK-11's artillery park was grossly inadequate for a deliberate attack against a fortified position such as this, forcing Manstein to depend even more heavily upon the Luftwaffe to make up the difference. In addition to more Ju-87 Stukas from STG-77, 2nd AG-3 and 3rd JG-52 were shifted to Chaplinka Airfield to give Fliegerkorps 4 a total of 3 Bf-109 Gruppen over the Perekop Isthmus. Oberst Werner Mulders, the Luftwaffe's top-scoring pilot at this point of the war, arrived at Chaplinka to direct air operations over the Perekop. The other three divisions of the AOK-11, the 50th, 72nd, and 170 Infantry Division, provided their divisional artillery and pioneer battalions to support the 54th Army Corps attack, but otherwise were kept in reserve to exploit any breakthrough. Manstein's only armor support was Major Hans Vogt's Sturmgeschutzabteilung 190, with about 20 STUG-3s, which had been returned after the Soviet defeat at Melitopol. Each of the three assault divisions in the 54th Army Corps were assigned one of Vogt's assault gun batteries. At 0600 hours on October 18th, Zukertort commenced his artillery preparation. His main trump cards were a few batteries of 24-centimeter howitzers and 30.5-centimeter mortars, which he used to pulverize the obvious Soviet strongpoints. He directed the divisional 10.5-centimeter and 15-centimeter howitzers against the enemy barbed wire obstacles and forward trenches. However, Zukertort had no accurate long-range guns for counter-battery fire, and he had a tendency to fire small numbers of rounds at a great many targets, failing to achieve sufficient concentration to significantly disrupt the defense. After 2 hours of pounding away at the Soviet field works and obstacle belt, Hansen's three divisions sent their Stoßgruppen forward. The biggest surprise came on the eastern flank by the Sivash, where Oberst Ernst Haxius led 2 battalions of his IR-65 across 490 yards of shallow water and caught the 442nd Rifle Regiment by surprise. Haxius lost a battalion commander killed and 3 company commanders wounded, but his regiment completely tore apart Kuznetsov's right flank. However, Wolff's other regiment, Oberstleutnant Albert R. Latz's IR-47, conducted a frontal assault across open ground against the 397th Rifle Regiment atop the Tumulus Assis burial mound. This small rise proved key terrain, and Latz's 2 assault battalions had to conduct a World War I-style infantry assault with predictable results. The German infantry was hopelessly channeled down a narrow mile-wide flat isthmus with marshy lakes on both flanks. The soldiers advanced in loose formations, followed by pioneer platoons. A battery of Nebelwerfer rocket launchers laid down a smoke barrage in front of the Germans, but the Soviet machine gunners simply fired into the smoke while their battalion 82nd mm mortars laid down a curtain of high-explosive rounds in front of their barbed wire obstacle belt. First IR-47 was decimated, with its battalion commander killed and 2 company commanders wounded. Latz's men were stopped cold with very heavy losses. Wolff made the mistake of reinforcing failure by sending in his reserve battalion, 2nd IR-16, which was also shot to pieces. He also failed to employ his assault guns to support his infantry. It had been a painful day for Wolff's 22nd Infantry Division with 685 casualties. In the center, the 46th Infantry Division made modest gains against the 417th Rifle Regiment at a cost of fewer than 200 casualties. On the western flank, IR-170 from the 73rd Infantry Division penetrated only the outer portion of the main Soviet defensive belt between Lake Staroye and the Black Sea. During the day, Soviet counter-battery fire was quite effective and knocked out a number of German observation posts and reconnaissance elements. Both Soviet armored trains supported the defense near Ishun with fire from their 76mm batteries. The first day was far from a success for Hansen's 54th Army Corps, which suffered over 1,300 casualties for only small gains. Still, the Luftwaffe had a good day. Mulders began sending his Bf-109F fighters over the Perekop at 0700 hours and caught the VVS CHF by surprise. Hauptmann Gordon Golub, the commander of 2nd JG-3, claimed to have shot down 9 MiG-3 fighters over the Perekop during the course of 3 sorties. While it is unclear if these claims are all valid, there is no doubt that the Soviet naval fighters suffered heavy losses over the Perekop. Golub, an Austrian, had 61 aerial victories before coming to the Crimea, and had been awarded the Ritterkreuz des Eisernen Kreuzes, but it was in the Crimea that he really established his reputation. Despite this lackluster start on the first day, Hansen's troops enjoyed remarkable success on October 19th. Lotz's depleted IR-47 was forced to make another attempt against the Tumulus Assis strongpoint, and this time he sent in Oberstleutnant Rudolf G. Buse's 3rd IR-47 and the assault guns. The 36-year-old Buse was no stranger to critical situations, having fought in the air landing operation in Holland in 1940, and then having led his battalion in an assault crossing of the Dnieper at Bereslav in 1941. He was an aggressive Prussian infantry officer and an excellent tactician. Supported by a battery of STUG-3 assault guns, Pioneers, and a 2-centimeter flak platoon that suppressed some of the Soviet machine gunners, Buse led his battalion in small assault teams. Eventually they managed to get through the barbed wire obstacle belts and get close enough to suppress some of the forward Soviet positions with grenades and automatic weapons fire. Once they realized that their defense had been pierced, the Soviet 397th Rifle Regiment abandoned the Tumulus Assis strongpoint. Although Buse's gallant attack, combined with the earlier success by Haxius's IR-65, had unhinged Kuznetsov's right flank, the Soviet 106th and 271st Rifle Divisions simply fell further back on the isthmus, which afforded numerous defensive positions. Infantrymen from Bieler's 73rd Infantry Division achieved an even larger tactical success on the western side of the isthmus, where Zukertort finally massed enough firepower to pulverize the obstacle belt in front of the 361st Rifle Regiment. Once the path was clear, 2 battalions from IR-186 and the 3rd IR-213 assaulted through the breach, supported by Oberleutnant Hartmann's 2nd Sturmgeschützabteilung 190. Zukertort's bombardment apparently suppressed the defenders because the German infantry quickly overran the Soviet infantry in the center of their front and captured the fortified village of Krasnoperekopsk. The 2 battalions of Soviet naval infantry holding the sector along Lake Staroye and a rifle battalion from the 172nd Rifle Division protecting the Black Sea coast were soon isolated by the German advance. As Soviet resistance evaporated in the center, Bieler's Stoschgruppen continued to advance, and were in the town of Ishun before Major Baranov's tankers, placed there in reserve, knew what was happening. Kuznetsov's command and control had collapsed. 2 T-34s were immobilized and captured by German Panzerjägers before the remaining 7 tanks beat a hasty retreat. Still full of fight, IR-186 pressed on and seized a crossing over the Chatirlik River from dumbfounded security troops from the Soviet 42nd Cavalry Division. Bieler's troops had advanced over 5 miles straight through the densest part of the 51st Army's defenses, and at the cost of only 150 casualties. By the evening of October 19th, the 51st Army was near broken and Kuznetsov had lost control over the battle. However, the first element of the Coastal Army, Colonel Dmitry I. Tomilov's 157th Rifle Division, was marching up from Sevastopol and would soon be available for a counterattack. Kuznetsov planned to fling the 157th Rifle Division at the 73rd Infantry Division's salient at Ishun, supported by the remainder of Batov's 2 dismounted cavalry divisions. General Major Ivan Y. Petrov, commander of the Coastal Army, was now subordinate to Kuznetsov, but doubtless chagrined that one of his best units would be committed into action piecemeal in order to relieve the 51st Army's situation. On the morning of October 20th, 2 regiments of Tomilov's 157th Rifle Division, supported by 122 mm howitzer fire, attacked Ishun from the southeast, while Batov's cavalrymen attacked from the southwest. Initially, the attack went well, and Beeler's exhausted troops had their hands full trying to hold off a fresh Soviet division supported by Baranov's T-34s. The 73rd Infantry Division gave ground and evacuated Ishun while conducting a fighting delay. The commander of the 2nd Battery from Sturmgeschützabteilung 190, Oberleutnant Hartmann, was killed attempting to hold Ishun. However, it was now the Soviet troops who were exposed in the open, and the bombers of Flieger Corps 4, plus Zukertort's artillery, mercilessly pounded Tomilov's division. A Luftwaffe airstrike found Tomilov's command post and bombed it, wounding him and much of his staff. The Soviet attack faltered, and Beeler counterattacked, retaking Ishun and pushing the 157th Rifle Division back to the river. Heavy rain then brought the day's fighting to a close, with little change in positions. Both sides continued to hack away at each other the next day, but with no major moves. The Stavka was shocked to find out that Kuznetsov had lost the Ishun position so quickly, and following his loss of Perekop, it was clear that his skills at battle command were not up to the task of holding the Crimea. A special Stavka representative was sent to the Crimea, who relieved Kuznetsov of command on the evening of October 22nd. Amazingly, the Stavka decided to put the Navy in charge of defending the entire Crimea, and Vice Admiral Gordy I. Levchenko was put in command of all Soviet ground, air, and naval forces in the Crimea. For all his faults as a commander, Kuznetsov had a better understanding of the situation at Ishun than Levchenko, who had been Stavka's naval representative at Odessa. Levchenko, who had been a crewman on the cruiser Aurora during the storming of the Winter Palace in 1917, had impeccable Soviet credentials, but had never commanded troops in ground combat before, and was not familiar with the Ishun position. Whereas Kuznetsov had recognized that the 51st Army was approaching the end of its rope, and recommended retreating to another blocking position, Levchenko dutifully followed his instructions from the Stavka to keep attacking and restore the original defensive line. Hansen's 54th Army Corps was near the end of its infantry strength, so Manstein allowed his forces to temporarily shift to the tactical defense, while the fresher 132nd Infantry Division moved up to the front. Manstein had also pleaded with Heeresgruppe Süd for more help from the Luftwaffe, since Zukertort's artillery was running out of ammunition. Oberst Mulders sent all 3 of his Fightergruppen in a sweep over the Perekop on October 23rd and caught the VVS CHF by surprise. A squadron from 3rd JG-52 intercepted 6 PE-2 bombers and 4 Yak-1 fighters attacking the positions of the 46th Infantry Division near the bromide factory on Lake Krasnoye, shooting down all the bombers and 3 Yaks for the loss of 1 Bf-109. On the same day, Hauptmann Gordon Golob claimed another 3 MiG-3 fighters. All told, Mulder's fighters destroyed 23 fighters and 6 bombers for the loss of 1 of their own aircraft, effectively breaking the VVS-CHF's control over the Perekop. Levchenko was not able to organize a large-scale counterattack until the morning of October 24th, by which point his air support was gone. He decided to base his effort on Petrov's newly arrived 25th and 95th Rifle Divisions, both heavily depleted from months of fighting at Odessa, plus the remaining combat-effective elements of the 51st Army, now led by Batov. The Soviets attacked the 73rd Infantry Division's positions near Ishun with massed infantry and a few T-34s, but negligible artillery support. Hansen's frontline units were short of infantry, but still had plenty of MG-34 machine gun teams and 8-centimeter mortar squads, which were used to shred the attacking waves. Overhead, the bombers of KG-27 wreaked havoc on the Red Army formations, and probably destroyed the armored train Schmiert Fascismu and damaged the Voikovets. Although Petrov's infantry courageously advanced several miles into the teeth of concentrated German firepower, They could not break the defense, and the attack failed. On October 25th, Levchenko ordered Petrov to attack again, but the subsequent heavy losses were too much. Sensing weakness, the Germans waited until Petrov's troops were spent and then committed the fresh 170th Infantry Division into a counterattack south of Ishun. The Soviet front began to collapse, and the 170th Infantry Division advanced over 4 miles. Soviet command and control disintegrated as Levchenko and Batov both decided to relocate their headquarters to the south, but failed to inform Petrov. On October 26, the initiative clearly shifted back to the Germans, and Manstein released the 132nd Infantry Division to reinforce Hansen's push to the south. Here and there, the Soviet defenses began to fall apart, and units began retreating without orders, although others continued to cling to strongpoints. Most of Batov's 51st Army troops were retreating in disorder before the day's end, although Petrov had better control over his troops and began a more disciplined withdrawal toward Simferopol on his own authority. Manstein had won the battle at Ishun, but at the exorbitant cost of 7,286 casualties, including 1,515 dead or missing. When the earlier battle at Perekop is included, Manstein's AOK-11 suffered over 12,000 casualties, equivalent to an entire division, to break through Soviet defenses on the Perekop Isthmus. However, the Soviets had little to rejoice about, since the 51st Army and Coastal Army had lost about a quarter of their strength trying to hold the Perekop positions, including 16,000 prisoners taken around Ishun. Batov's retreating 51st Army had very little remaining combat power, particularly after the loss of about 200 artillery pieces. Petrov's Coastal Army was in better shape, since it arrived only in the later stages of the fighting for the Perekop, but it still lost 28,000 of its 80,000 troops. Manstein had intended to conduct his pursuit with the LSSAH Division, but since this unit was no longer under his command, he had to improvise. He formed a scratch motorized unit known as Brigade Ziegler under Oberst Heinz Ziegler, the Chief of Staff of the 42nd Army Corps, to spearhead the pursuit of the defeated Soviet Coastal Army. AOK-11 provided Oberstleutnant Oskar von Bodin's Aufklärungsabteilung 22, Major Vogt's Sturmgeschützabteilung 190, 2 bicycle-mounted reconnaissance companies, some motorized flak guns, and the Army-level Panzerjäger Abteilung 560, equipped with 3.7 centimeter pack. But AOK-11 was surprisingly short of trucks due to heavy losses from Soviet air and artillery attacks in the crowded Perekop Isthmus. Instead, a good portion of the ad hoc brigade was composed of Romanian motorized cavalrymen from Colonel Radu Cornei's 6th Motorized Rosiori Regiment. Cornei was one of the few Romanian tactical leaders who had impressed the Germans in the early stages of Operation Barbarossa, and he was known for aggressive and rapid advances. Ziegler was instructed to push hard on Petrov's heels in an effort to keep the Germans on the run so that they did not stop to form a new line of resistance. But he clearly would not be able to capture a city such as Sevastopol with 2,000 lightly equipped motorized troops. Once the Soviets were clearly withdrawing, Manstein reorganized and retasked the component formations of AOK-11. General der Infanterie Hans von Salmuth's 30th Army Corps, 22nd and 72nd Infanterie Divisionen, would clear the Sivash coast and push toward Jankoy. Hansen's battered 54th Army Corps, 50th and 132nd Infanterie Divisionen, and Brigade Ziegler would first clear the port of Yevpatoria, then head for Sevastopol. And Generalleutnant Hans Graf von Sponeck's 42nd Army Corps, 46th, 73rd, and 170th Infanterie Divisionen, would pursue the 51st Army toward Feodosia and Kerch. Salmuth formed his own ad hoc motorized unit under Major Robert Pretz, commander of Pionier Bataillon 22, to lead his pursuit. Kampfgruppe Pretz consisted of pioneers, light flak, and Panzerjägers. Manstein was also provided the Romanian Mountain Corps, but its forces were screening the north side of the Chongar Peninsula and were not in a position to aid a rapid pursuit into the Crimea. Petrov's Coastal Army fell back toward Yevpatoria with the 25th, 95th, and 321st Rifle Divisions. There were 2 main roads heading south from the Perekop, the road to Yevpatoria and the road to Simferopol. Petrov split his 3 rifle divisions between these 2 routes and ordered the 42nd Cavalry Division to act as rearguard and covering force. However, the Soviet units had few motorized vehicles and initially tried to conduct a slow fighting withdrawal. One of only 4 T-34 tanks still operational, commanded by S. Borisov, conducted a single-tank delaying action, pausing to ambush the German advance units before retreating some more. Setting out from Ishun, Brigade Ziegler managed to get past Petrov's ineffectual cavalry screens and not only get between the 2 roads on which Petrov's troops were traveling, but get ahead of them by the end of October 29th. Once past Petrov's troops, Ziegler's mixed German-Romanian force boldly pushed on to the outskirts of Simferopol on October 30th, meeting negligible resistance. The main Soviet command post, known as Red Cave, had already been abandoned. The armored train Voikovets tried to fight a mobile rearguard action, but was caught by Luftwaffe bombers in the Simferopol rail yard and knocked out. The 54th Army Corps was also force-marching southward, shoving Petrov's small rearguard forces out of the way. Petrov continued marching slowly toward Simferopol, but was isolated and in danger of encirclement. If Manstein had had the LSSAH division, the Coastal Army would have been pinned against the coast and destroyed. Yet German newsreels were already calling this the victory march in the Crimea, with the attitude that all that was left were mop-up actions. Meanwhile, Batov's broken 51st Army retreated toward the rail intersection at Jankoy, where they hoped to link up with the 276th Rifle Division, which had been guarding the south side of the Chongar Peninsula. Although Batov tried to put up rear guards, the 30th and 42nd Army Corps were hard on his heels and simply bowled them over before they could dig in, capturing thousands more Soviet troops in the process. A feeble effort to defend Jankoy failed when the 46th Infantry Division fought its way into the town on October 30th. Aggravating Batov's situation, Kampfgruppe Pretz was nipping at Batov's flank along the Sivash, threatening to get ahead of the retreating Soviet divisions. After losing Jankoy, Batov's retreat became a rout. South of Jankoy, Colonel Alexander I. Danilin and the rest of his staff from the 156th Rifle Division were scooped up by a patrol from the German 170th Infantry Division around 1100 hours. Through a Bessarabian interpreter, a German intelligence officer from the 54th Army Corps interrogated Danilin, and in return for assuring him that he would not be executed, was able to extract important details about the direction of the Soviet retreat and the confusion in the Soviet command structure after the defeat at Ishun. Thereafter, Danilin and his staff disappeared into German captivity, from which few survived. In Sevastopol, Vice Admiral Levchenko was out of touch with events at the front, and futilely attempted to direct Petrov and Batov by radio to form defensive positions, unaware that the Germans had already occupied them. Soon Levchenko lost all radio contact with both armies and became unable to exercise any kind of command and control over Soviet ground forces in the Crimea. Panic began to set in as the local Soviet military leadership came to realize the extent of the defeat at Ishun and the obvious fact that the Red Army was on the run. Vice Admiral Oktyabrskyi wasted little time, hoisting his flag on the destroyer Boyki in Sevastopol on the evening of October 28th and sailing for the port of Poti, with the battleship Parishkaya Kommuna and the heavy cruiser Molotov. It was a sauve-qui-peut moment, like that the French army experienced at Sedan in 1940, with little thought for the consequences. Despite the fact that the Black Sea Fleet had already demonstrated an ability to conduct evacuations under fire at Odessa, which could have saved some of Petrov's and Batov's troops who were already cut off by German advances, only a feeble effort was made to save a few troops from Yevpatoria. Similarly, naval gunfire might have delayed the German advance guard from entering Yevpatoria and Feodosia, but aside from 2 light cruisers and a handful of elderly destroyers, the rest of the fleet was running for cover in the Caucasian ports. Oktyabrskyi was finally ordered to return to Sevastopol 5 days later, but the failure of the fleet to act contributed to the unfolding Soviet debacle in the Crimea. Nor was there any unity of command in Sevastopol during the critical days after Ishun. Instead, the newly formed Sevastopol City Defense Committee, Komitet Obrana Sevastopolia, or KOS, headed by Simferopol Communist Party boss Boris A. Borisov, concerned itself with local defense measures directed by the party, while the Military Council of the Black Sea Fleet, Voyenny Soviet Chernomorskogo Flota, normally headed by Oktyabrsky, was temporarily headed by his deputy, Rear Admiral Gavril B. Zhukov, who did little more than proclaim the city to be in a state of siege. Yet not everyone in Sevastopol lost their heads. Colonel Pavel P. Gorpyshchenko, an iron-willed instructor at the Black Sea Fleet's Mine Warfare School, formed an ad hoc defense unit from his cadets, then began recruiting sailors from several dry-docked warships in Sevastopol. In short order, Gorpyshchenko organized several thousand armed sailors under his command, which was designated as the 1st Naval Infantry Regiment. The 6-foot-tall Gorpyshchenko was an experienced combat veteran of the Russian Civil War and a charismatic leader who instilled confidence in his sailors-turned-infantrymen. 3 other naval infantry battalions, numbered 15, 16, and 17, were formed on October 29th from naval reservists, crewmen from ships under repair, and VVS base personnel. Soon thereafter, 18th and 19th battalions were formed as well. General Major Petr A. Morgunov, commander of all the coastal artillery batteries around Sevastopol, did not have the option of running, and put his batteries on full alert to fire on any approaching enemy ground forces. Just as Oktyabrsky was leaving Sevastopol, the lead elements of Colonel Vladimir L. Vilshansky's 8th Naval Infantry Brigade were arriving on the cruiser Krasny Krim from Novorossiysk. Vilshansky's brigade was made up entirely of naval reservists, most of whom had not yet gone through basic training. His brigade had no artillery and very few automatic weapons. Upon arriving at Sevastopol, Vilshansky was met by Rear Admiral Zhukov, who ordered him to concentrate his brigade at the Mackenzievi Mountain, named after Thomas Mackenzie, who founded Sevastopol in 1783, railroad station 2.5 miles north of Sevastopol. By 1600 hours on October 30th, Vilshansky had assembled 3,744 sailors from his brigade, and Zhukov ordered him to occupy a position behind the Kacha River near the town of Duvankoy to block the approaches to Sevastopol from the north. Zhukov also dispatched 16th and 17th Naval Infantry Battalions and a training battalion north to form a blocking position at the Kacha River Bridge to delay Brigade Ziegler from moving down the Simferopol-Sevastopol road. The black-clad sailors marched to these positions during the night of October 30th, 31st, and by November 1st, Zhukov had a thin screen of fewer than 6,000 sailors, armed mostly with rifles, protecting the approaches to Sevastopol. However, many of the sailors were equipped with AVS-36 automatic or SVT-38 semi-automatic rifles, which provided more firepower than standard bolt-action rifles. Ziegler's troops were surprised when they were assembling to attack the Kacha River Bridge and came under fire from Coastal Battery No. 30's 305mm guns. The Soviets claimed that they inflicted very heavy casualties upon the German vanguard, but German records indicate approximately 35 to 40 casualties and that 5 trucks were lost. Without air or naval support and their command and control gone, the Red Army units in the Crimea scattered like a flock of birds. The only intact unit was Colonel Evgeny I. Zhidilov's 7th Naval Infantry Brigade, which had marched from Sevastopol to Simferopol. Zhidilov was an experienced combat veteran who had participated in the Soviet conquest of the Crimea in 1920, and his naval infantrymen were among the best Soviet troops in the Crimea. Yet by the morning of October 31st, Ziegler's motorized columns had already blocked the Simferopol-Sevastopol road and captured Bakhchisarai, cutting off Zhidilov's brigade and Petrov's coastal army. Lieutenant Ivan A. Ayaika's Coastal Battery No. 54, located north of the Kacha River, fired several rounds of 102mm fire at Ziegler's motorized column, but without effect. On the same day, Aufklärungsabteilung 132 captured Yevpatoria, thereby cutting off most of the 321st Rifle Division. Zhidilov's brigade put up a brief fight against the vanguard of the 72nd Infantry Division north of Simferopol, but then joined Petrov's herd of retreating units, trying to evade the German dragnet by heading southeast through the Crimean Mountains to Alushta. The last 3 T-34 tanks were abandoned in Simferopol due to lack of fuel, as well as many other vehicles. By the end of the day, the 72nd Infantry Division had occupied Simferopol. Before leaving Simferopol, however, the NKVD executed a number of prisoners, mostly Tatars or people with foreign heritage, who had been rounded up in September as part of the effort to clear the Crimea of enemies of the people. After the fall of Jankoy, Sponek's 42nd Army Corps continued pursuing the 51st Army toward the Kerch Peninsula, while Salmuth's 30th Army Corps veered southward to pursue Petrov and clear the Black Sea coast. The Romanian 1st Mountain Brigade succeeded in getting across the Chungar Peninsula and also pushed directly south for the Black Sea. Hansen's 54th Army Corps advanced more slowly toward the northern approaches of Sevastopol, with just the 50th and 132nd Infanterie Divisionen, while Salmuth sent the 72nd Infantry Division on a wide sweep through the mountains to seize Yalta, and then approach Sevastopol from the east along the coast road. The shortage of water had a major impact in slowing the German pursuit, particularly since the bulk of the artillery and supplies in the infantry divisions were dependent upon horse-drawn transport. Nevertheless, Gottlob H. Biedermann, then serving as an enlisted Panzerjäger in the 132nd Infantry Division, noted that his division succeeded in marching over 30 miles per day during the pursuit phase. Although Manstein preferred a rapid descent upon Sevastopol, his forces were simply not structured for rapid pursuit operations. Neither the 50th nor 72nd Infantry Division possessed a reconnaissance battalion, which was usually the basis for forming a Vorausabteilung, vanguard battalion, for pursuit operations. Instead, they were forced to form Vorausabteilungen from the motorized Panzerjäger and infantry gun companies organic to infantry regiments, which barely amounted to 200 to 300 troops in a few dozen thin-skinned vehicles. Aside from Ziegler's provisional brigade, Hansen's only other fast asset was Aufklärungsabteilung 132, which was split between clearing the area around Yevpatoria and advancing toward Sevastopol. At best, an Aufklärungsabteilung in an infantry division had about 600 troops in 3 squadrons, including one mounted on horses and another on bicycles or motorcycles. The battalion's so-called heavy squadron had just 3 light armored cars, usually SD KFZ 221, and a platoon each of towed 3.7 centimeter pack guns and 7.5 centimeter infantry guns. These forces were not designed to punch through fortified lines or to operate more than 6 miles forward of supporting infantry and artillery. It is a sad truth that war is very good to some people. Lieutenant Erich Barenfanger, the 26-year-old commander of 7th Company of IR 123, was enjoying the pursuit. He was part of the Vorausabteilung of the 50th Infantry Division, and when the senior officer was wounded on the morning of November 2nd, Barenfanger assumed command of the advance guard, which consisted of 2 rifle companies and a heavy machine gun platoon. The blond-haired, blue-eyed Barenfanger was the prototypical Nazi who had joined the SA at age 18 and received his commission just before the start of World War II. By the Crimean campaign, Barenfanger already had 3 campaigns under his belt, and he enjoyed a meteoric rise during the war, going from platoon leader to Generalmajor in 6 years. Pushing his troops to advance rapidly on their bicycles, horses, and a few captured vehicles, Barenfanger's point squad caught up with the rear of one of Petrov's columns north of the Alma River on the afternoon of November 2nd. Imprudently, one Russian heavy weapons column with 5 trucks and 80 horse-drawn vehicles halted to rest near a village without deploying proper security. Once apprised of their location by his scouts, Barenfanger expertly maneuvered his companies into firing positions without being detected. When Barenfanger gave the command to fire with all weapons, his heavy machine guns sliced into the enemy column, which disintegrated into chaos. By the end of the short action, Barenfanger had captured an entire 8-gun artillery battery and 500 prisoners. While lack of mobility hindered the German pursuit, the Soviet retreat was hindered by multiple problems. Retreats are very difficult for even a well-trained and disciplined army to conduct, and few Soviet commanders had demonstrated much aptitude for this kind of maneuver during Operation Barbarossa in 1941. Yet the 45-year-old Petrov proved to be an above-average commander who held most of his army together, despite a complete breakdown in communications and logistics. He managed to keep the bulk of the 25th, 95th, and 172nd Rifle Divisions and Zhidilov's brigade together, moving southeast through mountain trails. He hoped to slide due west and reach the Kacha River north of Sevastopol, but the rapid advance of Brigade Ziegler discouraged this approach. Instead, he was forced to take the coastal army on a circuitous and time-consuming route through the mountains to reach Sevastopol from the east. Petrov was also aware that Levchenko had lost control of the situation, so he decided to move ahead of his troops to take command at Sevastopol. If the city fell, his army would be doomed. Leaving General Major Trofim K. Kolomyets, commander of the 25th Rifle Division, to lead the retreating units, Petrov set out for Sevastopol. By late November 3rd, Petrov reached Balaklava, although most of his troops were strung out in the mountains and would not reach Sevastopol for another 5 days. The next day, the Stavka directed Petrov to temporarily take command of the Sevastopol defensive region, Sevastopolskogo, Obronitelnogo Rayona, or SOR, until Oktyabrski returned. Levchenko apparently believed that Sevastopol could not be held for very long, and, like Oktyabrski, began to quietly make plans to evacuate the naval base. The Stavka had authorized the bulk of the Black Sea Fleet to rebase at ports in the Caucasus, but had not sanctioned the evacuation of Sevastopol. Borisov, in charge of the Kos, recruited thousands of local civilians to complete trenches and anti-tank ditches on the city's approaches that had been begun weeks before. He also issued orders to stockpile food in anticipation of a siege. The only bright spot was that the Flieger Corps 4 had withdrawn most of its air support after the victory at Ishun in order to support Kleist's drive on Rostov, which left Manstein's AOK-11 with minimal air support. Although a number of VVS squadrons retreated to the Caucasus, the VVS CHF's 62nd Fighter Brigade remained at Sevastopol and provided Petrov with air superiority over the city. On the evening of November 2nd, soldiers from the 2nd IR-438 of the 132nd Infantry Division assaulted Lieutenant Aika's Coastal Battery No. 54, which was overrun after a tough fight. It was the first of Sevastopol's coastal defenses to fall. Despite a punishing Stuka attack that knocked out 3 of the battery's 4 102mm guns, the German battalion still suffered heavy casualties, including 21 dead. Lieutenant Aika escaped into the hills to join the partisans while 28 of his men swam out to a Soviet patrol boat. Following this hollow triumph, the 132nd Infantry Division pushed across the Kacha River with 2 regiments, including Biedermann's IR-437, with the 50th Infantry Division coming up close behind. While crossing the Kacha, the German infantry came under fire from Lieutenant Mikhail V. Matushenko's Battery No. 10, which was armed with 4 203mm naval guns. Lieutenant Alexander's Battery No. 30 also opened fire with its twin 305mm turrets, which the German infantry found unnerving. Between November 1st and November 4th, these 2 batteries fired 276 203mm and 142 305mm rounds at the troops of the 132nd Infantry Division. Even more worrisome, small groups from Zhidilov's 7th Naval Infantry Brigade, 7th NIB, that had been bypassed by Ziegler's brigade, now tried to fight their way through the 132nd Infantry Division to get to Sevastopol. Gottlob Biedermann recounts how his Panzerjäger platoon, attached to a company from IR-437, was attacked from behind several times by groups of naval infantrymen trying to infiltrate through the German lines. Biedermann also described these naval infantrymen as elite troops and noted that their SVT-40 automatic rifles gave them a firepower advantage over German infantry armed with the bolt-action KAR-98K. During November 4th through 6th, Hansen used the 132 Infantry Division to methodically begin clearing the Belbek River Valley around Duvankoy, but ran into increasing resistance from Vilshansky's 8th NIB, the 17th and 18th Naval Infantry Battalions, and the newly raised 3rd Naval Infantry Regiment. In just 2 days, the 132nd Infantry Division suffered 428 casualties, the equivalent of a battalion, in minor skirmishing actions. However, Soviet casualties were much higher among the inexperienced naval units. Hansen was trying to jockey the 50th Infantry Division to the southeast, to hit Sevastopol's defenses from the due east, but this left the 132nd Infantry Division unsupported and with its hands full against a growing assortment of ad hoc Russian units. Ominously, the first elements of Petrov's coastal army had slipped into the defenses around Sevastopol on November 5th, further reinforcing the defense. The Soviet 17th Naval Infantry Battalion was encouraged enough to mount a local counterattack that recaptured Duvankoy from the IR 438. Sensing that the 132nd Infantry Division was vulnerable to a spoiling attack, Rear Admiral Zhukov ordered Vilshansky's 8th NIB to mount a full-scale counterattack north of Duvankoy at dawn on November 7th. Biedermann's IR 437 was on the receiving end of Vilshansky's counterattack. Suddenly and silently from out of the darkness poured waves of enemy soldiers. Elite troops of the Soviet Naval Infantry massed toward us. They assaulted our positions from the thick underbrush before Makanzia, pouring toward us in dark waves, hoarse shouts of "Hurrah!" erupting from the oncoming line. We opened fire with high explosives point-blank into the rows of attackers. Although MG-34 machine gun fire and 8-centimeter mortar rounds broke up the first Soviet assault, the naval infantrymen attacked in waves that stressed the German defense to its limits. Matushenko's Battery No. 10 laid down a preparatory barrage that succeeded in destroying some German vehicles, and after 3 hours of fighting, Vilshansky's sailors had seized 3 hilltop objectives. Vilshansky claimed to have eliminated 250 German soldiers, and Biedermann admitted that his battalion suffered numerous losses. However, the Soviet sailors could not hold their hard-won ground and were forced to yield to German counterattacks on November 8th. Nevertheless, Vilshansky's counterattack caused Manstein to realize that the 54th Army Corps was not strong enough to fight its way into Sevastopol with just 2 divisions, and he ordered Salmuth to transfer the 22nd Infantry Division to reinforce Hansen's corps. On the Simferopol-Sevastopol road, the German pursuit was now over, and Hansen now had to begin preparing for another deliberate assault, which bought precious time for the defenders. While Hansen's corps had been trying to push through directly to Sevastopol, the 72nd Infantry Division had been pursuing Petrov's coastal army through the Yaila Mountains. Here and there, the Soviets turned to fight when the German pursuit grew too arrogant. On November 4th, the 95th Rifle Division ambushed Panzjäger Abteilung 72 near the village of Ulu Sala, destroying half its vehicles and most of its pack guns. A winter storm that brought heavy rain on November 6th further slowed down the German pursuit, and the coastal army steadily won the race to Sevastopol. Nevertheless, the 72nd Infantry Division had to fight its way into Yalta, which was occupied on the morning of November 8th, and an advance guard began to march west along the coast road toward Balaklava. Near Baidari on the coast, Lieutenant Alexander S. Terletsky was in charge of a small group of NKVD border guards retreating toward Sevastopol. On November 9th, his group moved through the Baidar Gates, an important mountain pass east of Balaklava. In order to delay the pursuing Germans, Terletsky's detachment placed explosives on a rock overhang over the narrow coast road and then detonated it to block the pass. Terletsky was later awarded the Hero of the Soviet Union for delaying the 72nd Infantry Division's advance along the coast from Yalta, although the impact of his feat on German operations appears to have been minimal. Furthermore, Terletsky's group failed to reach Sevastopol and instead joined a partisan group in the mountains east of Balaklava, as did other Soviet troops who became isolated by the German pursuit. By November 9th, the German pursuit across the Crimea was over. Petrov had managed to save 17,000 troops from his coastal army, but had lost a good part of his artillery and vehicles. The 25th Rifle Division, Chapaevskaya, had suffered 50% losses, and only 4,233 of its troops made it to Sevastopol. 2 of its 3 rifle regiments were reduced to fewer than 500 troops. One exception was Colonel Ivan I. Kakanov's 52nd Artillery Regiment, which made it to Sevastopol with 13 of their 155mm Schneider Model 1917 howitzers, taken from Poland in 1939. Brigade Ziegler had captured 2,711 prisoners, 52 trucks, and 9 76.2mm guns, while suffering 215 casualties in the pursuit. Nevertheless, the escape of Petrov's coastal army was a minor tactical feat for the Red Army, and a major blow to Manstein's plans to seize Sevastopol in a swift coup. While Petrov was trying to organize Sevastopol's defenses, the remnants of the 51st Army continued to retreat toward Kerch. On the evening of November 3rd, the 170th Infantry Division captured the port of Feodosia. With the Germans racing across the Crimea and cities falling like ninepins, Communist Party officials and NKVD personnel bolted toward the coast in an effort to save themselves. The Komsomol, Young Communist League, had established Artek camps in the pleasant climate of the Crimea to indoctrinate the next generation of Soviet leaders, and these camps still had thousands of youths stranded by the German invasion. Many were the children of party officials who now used their influence to get them evacuated from the Crimea. Everyone who could headed for the ports of Yalta and Alushta, which had not yet fallen. A number of cargo ships were pressed into evacuating civilians and military wounded from the Crimea ports to Novorossiysk, but Levchenko made little effort to coordinate this effort or to ensure proper air cover and naval escorts. Since Levchenko did not believe that Sevastopol could be held for very long, he permitted the entire medical staff of the Black Sea Fleet to board the 5,770-ton freighter Armenia, which left Sevastopol on the evening of November 6th. The Armenia also carried thousands of wounded and stopped briefly in Balaklava to pick up NKVD personnel. The vessel might have made it to safety had not Communist Party officials radioed for it to dock at Yalta to pick up local politicians, their families, and Komsomol members. 6 hours were spent waiting in Yalta for the last people to arrive, by which time the sun was up. The VVS-CHF provided 2 I-153 fighters as token cover over the Armenia as it left Yalta, and the fleet sent 2 MO-4 sub-chasers to act as escort. However, Luftwaffe reconnaissance aircraft quickly spotted the Armenia, and an HE-111 bomber from 1 KG-28 attacked at 11:25 hours. A single aerial-delivered torpedo struck the ship's bow, tearing it off. Within 4 minutes, the ship plunged to the bottom of the Black Sea, taking an estimated 5,000 to 7,000 passengers with it. There were only 8 survivors. Meanwhile, Levchenko ordered Batov to mount a defense at the Parpak Narrows near Akhmanai, where Army engineers had some good quality bunkers. This was the narrowest point of the Kerch Peninsula, but it was still 11 miles wide, and Batov's army had suffered very heavy losses during the retreat. Nevertheless, the 51st Army turned to fight its pursuers one last time. Sponek's 42nd Army Corps attacked the Akhmanai position with 3 divisions at 0700 hours on November 4th. The German soldiers were tired from days of forced marching, but they had air and artillery support. Batov complained to the Stavka that he had 2 battalions of Katyusha multiple rocket launchers, but no rockets for them to fire. It still took Sponek's troops 3 days to overcome the Akhmanai position, after which Batov's defeated troops fell back to the outskirts of Kerch. Too little and too late, the Stavka decided to send Batov fresh troops to help defend Kerch. Colonel Nikolai V. Blagoveshchensky's 9th Naval Infantry Brigade was ferried across the Kerch Strait, followed by elements of Colonel Mikhail K. Zubkov's fresh 302nd Mountain Rifle Division. A rough defensive perimeter was formed around Kerch by November 10th, using every available soldier and sailor. The initial German probing attack at noon on November 10th was repulsed by Blagoveshchensky's naval infantrymen, but the Germans had no intention of conducting a house-to-house battle against trapped Soviet troops, and Manstein directed Sponek to pulverize the city with aerial and artillery bombardment. Bombers from 3rd KG-27 and 3rd KG-51 dropped bundles of incendiaries in the center of Kerch, setting the city of 104,000 people alight. By November 12th, Sponek's divisional artillery could range the center of the city and added their firepower as well. Stukas from STG-77 knocked out the electrical power plant in Kerch, set military fuel storage dumps alight, and systematically pulverized the port facilities. Even with the addition of reinforcements, Batov's troops were virtually out of ammunition and could not hold the city. Even before official sanction was given on November 13th, an exodus began across the 5-mile-wide Kerch Strait to the imagined safety of the Taman Peninsula. Rear Admiral Sergei G. Gorshkov's Azov flotilla assisted the evacuation, using patrol boats and armed trawlers, which could make the crossing in less than half an hour. By November 15th, Sponek's 170th Infantry Division was fighting its way into Kerch, and Batov instructed Blagoveshchensky and Zubkov to provide the rear guard while the rest of 51st Army evacuated. Spotting the evacuation in progress, the Germans intensified their air attacks on shipping in the straits, inflicting numerous casualties. Even though Fliegerkorps 4 had only a handful of fighters left operating over the Crimea, the VVS-CHF made little effort to protect Gorshkov's flotilla from Luftwaffe raids. By the dawn of November 17th it was over, and Gorshkov's small craft took off the last of Batov's troops that could be saved. Although Blagoveshchensky and Zubkov's units were decimated, both commanders managed to extract a portion of their troops in the final evacuation. Surprisingly, the two pre-war units in Batov's 9th Rifle Corps, the 106th and 156th Rifle Divisions, managed to save 8,214 of their approximately 25,000 personnel. But all heavy equipment was abandoned. All told, the Soviets claimed to have evacuated 50,000 from Kerch, but fewer than a third were able-bodied combat soldiers. The 51st Army left many troops behind, some of whom were captured, and others went into hiding to form local partisan units. However, the main impact of the loss of Kerch and the bulk of the 51st Army was that Manstein's AOK-11 could now turn its entire attention to the last Soviet foothold in the Crimea, Sevastopol. Chapter 4. The ring closes around Sevastopol, November-December 1941. Our armies are all advancing. Russia is down on one knee. Our rifles need no enhancing. Victory ours will be. From Finland snow to Black Sea strand, forward, forward. Eastward ho, seize more land. Freedom is our goal. Victory our destiny. Führer, our Sieg is Germany's Heil. German newsreel from Die Deutsche Wochenschau, October 1st, 1941. By November 9th, it was clear to Petrov that the Germans had missed their best opportunity to seize Sevastopol before the Soviet defenses solidified. The Coastal Army, despite taking a severe beating, had reached the Sevastopol defensive perimeter and joined up with the heterogeneous collection of naval units that had been literally thrown onto the city's ramparts. The Soviet defense of Sevastopol began to coalesce at that point, and the fact that Petrov was the man on the spot was clear to the Stavka, which put him in charge of all ground forces and coastal artillery in the SOR. Naval leadership was more complex, with Oktyabrski in charge of the fleet, Zhukov in charge of the naval base, Morgunov in charge of the coastal guns, and General Major Nikolai A. Austriakov in command of the VVS-CHF. Austriakov was a renowned bomber pilot who had mistakenly bombed the German pocket battleship Deutschland during the Spanish Civil War in May 1937. The 45-year-old General Major Ivan E. Petrov did not seem to have the background to lead a joint Army-Navy command in a desperate siege. Before joining the Red Army and the Communist Party in 1918, he had studied in a theological seminary, and his glasses gave him a studious appearance. Although trained as an infantryman, Petrov spent most of the interwar period in Central Asia in cavalry units and had no previous experience with naval units or combined operations. He had briefly commanded the 25th Rifle Division at Odessa before being given command of the Coastal Army, which is where he gained his first experience with Oktyabrski's Black Sea Fleet. What Petrov did possess was a determination to hold on and overcome, which he instilled in the defenders of Sevastopol. His first task was to organize a coherent defense from the ragtag elements under his command, in order to withstand the serious enemy attack that he knew was coming. General Major Morgunov had sketched out a defensive perimeter 3 to 5 miles around Sevastopol in February 1941, but actual construction work did not begin until early July. Initially, 2 naval construction battalions, supplemented by 2,000 civilian volunteers, began work on building the inner defensive line, which extended only 2 miles out from the city. These defensive lines would be garrisoned by local naval infantry, leaving the defense of the city entirely within the hands of the Black Sea Fleet. Yet it was not until mid-September 1941, when the Germans began attacking the Soviet defenses at Perekop, that the leadership in Sevastopol got serious about building defenses in depth around the city. The new plan was to build 3 lines of defense, with the outermost layer 7 to 9 miles out, so that enemy artillery could not bombard the harbor. Obviously, this required a much larger labor commitment, as well as more troops than the Black Sea Fleet could provide. Amazingly, the labor force was able to construct 3 lines of defense around Sevastopol by early November, with over 300 bunkers, 9,600 mines, and numerous barbed wire obstacles. None of the defensive lines were complete when Hanson's 54th Army Corps approached Sevastopol, but the exhausted Russian troops could slip into prepared positions. Petrov divided the SOR into 4 defensive sectors, starting clockwise with Sector 4 holding the Belbek River Valley, Sector 3 holding the Mekenzievi mountain area, Sector 2 holding the Chernaya River Valley and Fedyukini Heights, and Sector 1 holding the coastal strip around Balaklava. He anticipated that the Germans were most likely to make their main effort against Sectors 3 and 4, so he placed his best units and commanders there. General Major Vasily F. Vorobev, commander of the 95th Rifle Division, was assigned Sector 4. In addition to his own division, Vilshansky's 8 NIB, 13 ad hoc battalions, and 2 artillery regiments were put under his command. General Major Kolomiets, commander of the 25th Rifle Division, took over Sector 3, which also included Zhidilov's 7th NIB, the 3rd Naval Infantry Regiment, the 1st Perekop Naval Infantry Regiment, and 10 other ad hoc battalions. Altogether, Vorobev had more than 1/3 of the available forces in his sector, and Kolomiets had 1/4 in his, which left only weak covering forces in the other 2 sectors. Zhukov had done a remarkable job forming 30 ad hoc battalions from available resources, including 6 Naval Infantry battalions, an NKVD battalion, and a plethora of units composed of VVS ground crews and personnel from the naval schools in Sevastopol. Yet, aside from Petrov's 25th and 95th Rifle Divisions and the 2 Naval Infantry brigades, none of these were really cohesive units with strong leadership. The question was whether they could hold out against Manstein's overextended but better led and equipped AOK-11. Petrov did have a few aces up his sleeve. Although some air units had retreated to the Caucasus, Ostriakov had re-energized the remaining VVS CHF units at Sevastopol into an effective force that hindered Flieger Corps 4 from making full use of the captured Sarabus airfield north of Simferopol. The Germans were only able to move 2 Staffeln squadrons of Bf-109Fs from 3rd JG-77 and 1 Staffeln of Ju-87 Stukas from 3rd STG-77 into Sarabus in early November, but had their hands full fending off repeated low-level air raids by VVS CHF aircraft. Although the German fighter pilots often proved superior in experience and training, the VVS CHF pilots were improving and shot down 3 Ju-88 bombers in the first week of November. The Luftwaffe could not operate with impunity over Sevastopol. By November 7, 1941, the 62nd Fighter Brigade had 61 operational fighters in 3 regiments, of which the 9th Fighter Regiment, 9th IAP, was the strongest, with 10 Yak-1 and 11 MiG-3 fighters. There was also a small number of IL-2 Sturmovik ground attack aircraft, as well as 16 MBR-2 amphibians. In contrast, Flieger Corps 4 was operating only 6 to 12 Bf-109s, 10 to 15 Ju-88s, and 8 to 10 Ju-87 Stukas over the Crimea by November. The rest of its Gruppen were supporting Kleist's advance to Rostov. Another factor in Petrov's favor was naval gunfire support. Although the Black Sea Fleet's heaviest units had retreated to ports in the Caucasus, the fleet formed a naval gunfire support group comprising the elderly light cruisers Krasny Krim and Chervona Ukraina, accompanied by 3 destroyers. Since his own artillery regiments had lost most of their guns in the retreat, he was particularly dependent upon naval gunfire support. The fleet also provided another armored train, the Zheleznyakov, to replace the 2 lost at Ishun. The Zheleznyakov was armed with 5 100mm naval guns, 8 82mm mortars, and 15 heavy machine guns. Recognizing the vulnerability of armored trains to Stuka attacks, the Zheleznyakov was based inside the Trinity Tunnel on the northern side of Severnaya Bay. Petrov realized that his main task was to parry Manstein's initial offensive long enough for the Stavka to send him reinforcements from the North Caucasus Military District. Winter was approaching fast, and although not as harsh in the Crimea as in central Russia, the weather would hinder the attacker far more than the defender. Despite having a motley assortment of 27,000 ground troops to defend a 29-mile-long perimeter, Petrov was determined to exact a high price from Manstein's assault forces. Amazingly, Manstein does not even mention his first assault upon Sevastopol in his memoirs, indicating his tendency to skip over unpleasant events. Once Hansen's pursuit ground to a halt against Sevastopol's defenses, it was clear to Manstein that he would have to mount either a siege or a full-scale assault in order to take the city. Characteristically, he opted for the more decisive choice of an assault. However, AOK 11 was in no shape for a full-scale assault upon Sevastopol in mid-November. Since crossing the Dnieper River 2 months earlier, it had suffered over 26,000 casualties, including 5,400 dead or missing, out of a total strength of 295,000, and fought 3 major battles. Artillery ammunition was in short supply after the fighting on the Perekop Isthmus, and it would take weeks to replenish it by truck convoys from the Dnieper. The 132nd Infantry Division, which was the closest unit to Sevastopol, only had half of a basic load of ammunition for its 10.5 centimeter 1 FH-18 howitzers, and 4/5 of a load for its 15 centimeter SFH-18 howitzers on November 8th, barely sufficient to support 1 or 2 days of attacking. Furthermore, AOK 11 was spread across the Crimea, with 4 of 7 German infantry divisions still fully involved at Kerch. At best, Hansen could begin the assault with his 54th Army Corps, the 50th and 132nd Infanterie Divisionen, with Solmuth's 30th Army Corps joining in with the 22nd and 72nd Infanterie Divisionen within a few days. Manstein assumed that he would be able to get at least 2 divisions from 42nd Army Corps into action at Sevastopol before the end of November, leaving the Romanian forces to conduct mop-up operations in the rest of the Crimea. However, Manstein's assumptions proved wishful thinking, as the fighting at Kerch lasted longer than expected, and Heeresgruppe Süd directed that 2 of Sponek's 3 divisions would go to reinforce Kleist's advance, rather than support the attack on Sevastopol. After regrouping his 2 divisions, Hansen began small-scale probing attacks against the boundary between the SOR's 2nd and 3rd defensive sectors on November 11th, trying to detect and neutralize Kolomiet's forward security screen. On November 12th, the 132nd Infantry Division finally made a determined effort, with elements of 4 of its infantry battalions attacking a hill outpost held by the 31st Rifle Regiment, but the attack lacked significant air or artillery support and failed. The next day it was the 50th Infantry Division's turn to attack with a few battalions, which also failed to make it through the Soviet forward security screen. Petrov was surprised at how puny Hansen's infantry assaults were, with battalions at half strength, and saw a chance to knock AOK 11's offensive off balance. Temperatures were already falling to 10 degrees Fahrenheit, minus 12 degrees centigrade, which further reduced any remaining zest for combat in Hansen's exhausted men. When Petrov struck the front of 54th Army Corps with a massive but uncoordinated counteroffensive on the morning of November 14th. The 7th and 8th Naval Infantry Brigades formed the core of the attacking force, supplemented by 3 other Naval Infantry regiments and 2 Red Army Rifle regiments. It was primarily a naval affair. The 132nd Infantry Division was particularly hard hit by the Soviet naval infantrymen, who attacked in waves and managed to push the German frontline units back. Although Petrov's counteroffensive did not recapture much ground, it forced Hansen's corps onto the defensive for the remainder of November. The only positive note for the 54th Army Corps was that several dozen bunkers had been overrun, which would provide useful winter siege quarters for the frontline German troops. Yet, aside from some aggressive patrolling and raids by the 22nd Infantry Division, which finally got into line north of Duvancoy, Hansen's role in the first offensive was over. The only major German success in the opening days of the first offensive was a series of Luftwaffe raids on Sevastopol harbor that caught the fleet's naval gunfire support group at anchor. One idiosyncrasy of Soviet naval gunfire tactics was that their warships preferred to fire from along quayside in the harbor, which made it easier to communicate with forward observers by telephone. It also meant that the Germans knew where to find the source of naval gunfire. The light cruisers Krasny Krim and Chervona Ukraina had fired 500 rounds of 130mm ammunition at German positions around Sevastopol during November 8th through 11th, provoking several small-scale Luftwaffe retaliatory raids. But these were frustrated by Austriakov's VVS CHF combat air patrols, which normally deployed 2 to 4 fighters over Sevastopol during daylight hours. After recurrent requests from Hansen to do something about the Soviet naval gunfire, Flieger Corps 4 finally assembled all its available aircraft for a major strike on the port of Sevastopol on the morning of November 12th. Although the captain of the cruiser Krasny Krim prudently left the harbor before dawn, the Chervona Ukraina was still alongside the Count's Quay in Severnaya, South Bay, leisurely firing her 130mm guns at distant German troop concentrations. Around 0900 hours, an air raid alarm was sounded, but there was little time to react before 3 Ju-87 Stukas from 2nd STG-77 pounced on Chervona Ukraina from high altitude and hit her with 2 250-kilogram bombs, one of which detonated her torpedo tubes. With over 140 of her crew killed or wounded, flames spread across the crippled cruiser as she settled in the harbor. Although her 130mm guns were later recovered, the cruiser itself was finished. Before the VVS CHF Combat Air Patrol could react, a group of 9 HE-111 bombers from 1st KG-27 and 11 Ju-88s from KG-51 swept over the harbor at low level and dropped their bombs among the dockyard area. The brand-new Type 7U destroyer, Sovershenyi, already damaged by German air-delivered mines, was struck and would never sail again. The Type 7 destroyer Bezposhchadny was also hit and seriously damaged, but was towed to Poti for repairs. Although one of Austriakov's MiG-3 fighters shot down a retreating HE-111, Flieger Corps 4 had scored a major victory over the Black Sea Fleet. Yet, in spite of this victory, Flieger Corps 4 was too overextended to interdict all naval traffic in and out of Sevastopol, and consequently, on November 17th, the elderly freighter Kursk arrived from Novorossiysk with the first load of ammunition for Petrov's troops. Oddly, the initial German offensive against Sevastopol achieved its only success in the sector that Manstein had regarded as merely a supporting attack, Sector 1 along the coast near Balaklava. On the morning of November 11th, the 72nd Infantry Division was strung out from the Baidar Gate to Yalta, with 2 battalions from IR 266 conducting an unsupported advance upon Balaklava. The only Soviet forces barring the way into Balaklava were the remnants of the 40th and 42nd Cavalry Divisions. After forcing their way through Lieutenant Terletsky's improvised roadblock at the Baidar Gate, IR 266 steadily pushed the Soviet cavalry back toward Balaklava and did not encounter any Soviet infantry until November 13th. A mile southeast of the town of Kamari, Colonel Mikhail G. Shemruk had deployed part of his 383rd Rifle Regiment on an imposing ridge line that dominated the coastal road leading to Balaklava. Once Shemruk's infantry were spotted, IR 266 halted its advance and waited for 2 more battalions from IR 105 and 2nd IR 124, as well as a few assault guns, to arrive. On November 13th, the 5 German battalions assaulted the ridgeline held by Shemruk's regiment and the few remaining cavalry. Shemruk's troops fought hard for the ridgeline, but Shemruk himself was eventually killed, and the Germans overran the ridge and advanced to the high ground overlooking Kamari. Oberstleutnant Friedrich Wilhelm Müller's IR 105 occupied Hill 386.6, just 1.5 miles from Balaclava Harbor. Over the next week, the soldiers of the 72nd Infantry Division fought a series of pitched battles for 3 steep hills just east of Balaclava. Despite losing the high ground early, the Soviets had fortified the town of Kamari and the Blagodat State Farm, which they used as springboards to briefly retake much of the high ground on November 14th through 15th, when the 514th and 1330th Rifle Regiments arrived to reinforce the battered 383rd Rifle Regiment. Once the Soviet counterattack had run its course, Müller's IR 105 launched an all-out attack on the key piece of terrain in the sector, Hill 212.0, a steep and sparsely vegetated hill on which the vintage Balaclava North Fort sat, and which dominated Balaclava's harbor. After 2 days of intense fighting on November 16th through 17th, Müller's infantry gained only a toehold on the hill, which they then lost to a Soviet battalion-strength night counterattack. The Soviets also repulsed all efforts by IR 266 to overrun the Blagodat State Farm strongpoint. In one final throw of the dice, Müller's IR 105 was reinforced with 2 battalions of pioneers in an all-out assault on November 21st, which finally captured Hill 212.0. However, the Black Sea Fleet finally committed the battleship Parizhskaya Komuna and 2 light cruisers to bombard the Germans outside Balaclava, which halted any further German attacks. The 72nd Infantry Division's strength was spent, with only 20% of its infantry left, and it was forced to shift to the defense, thus bringing the first German offensive to a close. The front line in Sector 1 now reverted to World War I-style trench warfare, with very little change over the next 6 months. Manstein made 2 mistakes in his first effort against Sevastopol, and both were characteristic of his style of generalship. First, he underestimated the enemy. He believed Petrov's coastal army to be a broken reed and discounted the ability of the Black Sea Fleet to form ad hoc naval infantry units. During the November offensive, Petrov received over 9,000 replacements from various quarters, whereas Manstein received none. Altogether, Manstein's AOK-11 suffered about 3,000 casualties in the first attempt to seize Sevastopol, further reducing the combat effectiveness of his infantry divisions. He also underestimated the ability of Morgunov's coastal artillery and the Black Sea Fleet's naval gunfire to repel his Stoßgruppen with heavy artillery barrages. Manstein's second mistake was to not include the Romanian mountain infantry, Vanatori de Munte, in the offensive, instead relegating them to mop-up duties along the Black Sea coast near Alushta and in the Yaila Mountains. The Romanian 1st Mountain Brigade was the only fresh unit available to AOK-11, and it was a large one, comprising over 10,000 troops in 6 mountain infantry battalions, 2 artillery battalions, and an engineer battalion. If this unit had been teamed up with the 72nd Infantry Division, Manstein would have gained a clear superiority against Sector 1's weak defenses and almost certainly captured Balaclava. However, Manstein was reluctant to include Romanian units in his offensive plans because he did not respect their abilities and did not want to share any victories with them. This kind of attitude would often undermine Axis cooperation in the Crimea throughout 1941-42. After the defeat of Manstein's first assault upon Sevastopol's outer defenses, which cost both sides over 2,000 casualties, a lull of sorts settled over the front-line positions. Both sides were exhausted and fought out, requiring weeks to replace casualties and restock for the next round. Operation Barbarossa had stalled almost everywhere, from Leningrad to Moscow to Rostov, but Manstein was determined to capture Sevastopol before the end of 1941. Recognizing that hasty attacks with depleted units could not succeed, he set about planning and organizing a deliberate offensive to begin by mid-December. Meanwhile, the front-line soldiers still engaged in desultory combat, with harassing artillery bombardments, air raids, and snipers taking their toll. During the month-long lull between the 2 offensives, AOK-11 still suffered about 3,000 casualties, or the equivalent loss of one of its depleted companies, every day. Petrov used the operational pause to re-energize the construction of Sevastopol's 3 lines of defense, which were directed by General Major Arkady F. Krenov, one of the Red Army's top engineers. Krenov had extensive experience building pre-war fortifications and had been awarded the Hero of the Soviet Union for figuring out how to break through the Mannerheim Line during the Russo-Finnish War. The initial fortifications were primarily trenches, anti-tank ditches, and wooden bunkers. But Krenov improved the quality of Soviet fieldworks by directing more tunneling in rock and using the spoil to build stouter artillery bunkers. Engineer equipment was given high priority in supply runs from Novorossiysk, while Krenov set the naval workshops in Sevastopol to the large-scale manufacture of wooden anti-personnel mines. Krenov focused on reinforcing the rear and main lines of defense, rather than the forward lines, which were under direct enemy observation. During the month-long lull, his sappers laid 45,000 more mines, including the buried flamethrowers that the Germans detested, and added 20 miles of barbed wire obstacles. Furthermore, Krenov was able to tie the defenses of the 4 sectors together better, which made it more difficult for the Germans to exploit the vulnerable sector boundaries. Of course, it was just as important to ensure that there were enough defenders to man Sevastopol's 3 lines of defense, and the Stavka succeeded in directing an increasing amount of replacements to the besieged port. Initially, the North Caucasus Military District was able to send only 3,000 unarmed replacements to Sevastopol on November 18th, with rifles to follow later. However, on the night of December 7th through 8th, the cruisers Krasny Kavkaz and Krasny Krim escorted a 5-ship convoy into Sevastopol's South Bay, bearing Colonel Alexander D. Ovsyanko's 388th Rifle Division. This unit was another one of Stalin's instant divisions raised in fall 1941. But it was a strong formation, with 11,197 fresh troops and a good complement of artillery: 18 76mm regimental guns, 16 76mm mountain guns, and 8 122mm howitzers, mortars, anti-tank guns, and anti-aircraft guns. In addition to Ovsyanko's division, Petrov received enough personnel replacements and new weapons to partially restore the combat effectiveness of his coastal army. By mid-December 1941, Petrov had about 46,000 troops under his command, and there were 16,000 non-combat military personnel and 51,000 civilians left in Sevastopol. For the first time, Petrov felt that his front line was strong enough to create a central reserve based upon Ovsyanko's 388th Rifle Division, Zhidilov's 7th Naval Infantry Brigade, the 40th Cavalry Division, and a rifle regiment from the 95th Rifle Division. Sevastopol's defenses had improved greatly in just a month. The Stavka also moved to simplify the complicated command structure at Sevastopol once the first German offensive was defeated. The ineffectual Levchenko, who played no real role in the November fighting, was quietly removed on November 19th and later arrested, being charged with inciting panic because he had planned to evacuate the city. Oktyabrski was confirmed as commander of the SOR, but Petrov remained the predominant figure in the ground defense of the city, while Oktyabrski focused more on expediting supplies and reinforcements from Novorossiysk. In practice, all command decisions were exercised through the Military Council of the Black Sea Fleet, comprised of Petrov, Oktyabrski, Morgunov, and Ostryakov. In contrast, the situation of Manstein's AOK-11 was getting worse, rather than improving, due to the near breakdown of Heeresgruppe Süd's logistical infrastructure. Because of the Soviet demolition of all railroad bridges over the Dnieper, which would not be fully repaired until 1943, no fuel trains could proceed east of the river. Instead, supplies had to be ferried across the Dnieper from the main railhead at Kherson and then either loaded onto the few captured Soviet trains available, or moved 210 miles by the depleted number of trucks still operational in AOK-11's quartermaster units. Heavy rains, which arrived in late November, turned the Crimea's roads into slow-go terrain, further exacerbating the problem. Logistical priority went to ammunition, So, by mid-December, AOK-11's forward divisions had stockpiled over 1,600 tons of artillery ammunition. But the soldiers in the forward positions were left shivering in their summer uniforms and with reduced rations. Gottlob Biedermann noted the poor quality of the rations that were available, and that he and his fellow Panzerjägers were forced to scavenge warm overcoats from the corpses of fallen Soviet naval infantrymen in front of their positions. German frontline morale was deteriorating with each passing day, and the cold weather would soon reduce Manstein's half-strength infantry units to combat ineffectiveness. Under these conditions, Manstein probably would have preferred to conduct a siege until his army was strong enough to mount a full-scale assault on Sevastopol in the spring. But once the Soviet winter counteroffensive began in early December, Hitler became increasingly adamant that AOK-11 finish off Sevastopol as soon as possible in order to release its divisions for use elsewhere. Forced into action by events elsewhere on the front, Manstein decided to gamble and make another assault upon Sevastopol before Christmas. There were a few bright notes that improved AOK-11's chances. Since the arrival of the 24th Infantry Division at Sevastopol in late November and the imminent arrival of the 170th Infantry Division in late December, Manstein could potentially employ 6 German divisions against the fortress instead of less than 3 as in the previous effort. Furthermore, much of the heavy siege artillery employed at Ischun, which had been unavailable in November, had arrived at the front to support the December offensive. Zuckertort's super heavy artillery now included one 35.5 centimeter M1 howitzer, 4 30.5 centimeter mortars, 8 24 centimeter Model 39 howitzers, and 36 14.9 centimeter SFH-37T howitzers. Except for the M1 built by Rheinmetall, all of the German super heavy artillery had been taken from the defunct Czech Army in 1939. However, most of the super heavy artillery pieces were short-range area attack weapons with low rates of fire. They were intended to supplement and not replace division-level 10.5 centimeter and 15 centimeter batteries. One specific weakness of Zuckertort's artillery, noted in the Battle of Perekop, was a lack of long-range artillery for counter-battery work. Consequently, AOK-11 received 2 battalions, 2nd AR-54 and 2nd AR-818, equipped with 16 10.5 centimeter SK-18 cannon, and the 6th Battery from Artillery Lehr Regiment 2 with 4 15 centimeter K-18 cannon. These weapons could engage enemy artillery out to 13 to 15 miles and help to even the odds against Morgunov's heavy coastal batteries. A 2nd Sturmgeschützabteilung had also arrived in the Crimea, doubling Hansen's assault guns from 21 to 42. Because of the end of German offensive operations everywhere else, Fliegerkorps 4 was also able to support AOK-11 with an additional bomber group, as well as more Stukas and fighters. However, even these additional reinforcements might have been enough, and Manstein opted to increase his vulnerabilities in quiet sectors in order to mass as much of AOK-11's remaining strength into a powerful Schwerpunkt main effort that could breach Sevastopol's defenses. As part of this risky strategy, he reduced Sponek's 42nd Army Corps holding the Kerch Peninsula to just 46 Infantry Division and 2 Romanian brigades, assuming that the defeated Soviet 51st Army could not mount any attacks across the Kerch Straits in winter. He also decided to incorporate the Romanian 1st Mountain Brigade into his offensive plan, recognizing that he needed their numbers now. Manstein's plan of attack was based upon starting with salami-slicing tactics to eviscerate and weaken critical parts of Petrov's outer defenses with well-supported battalion-size attacks. Then follow through with all-out division-size attacks when a sector began to crumble. Once again, Hansen's 54th Army Corps would make the main effort. Manstein noted that Petrov's outer defenses were overextended in Sector 4, where the 95th Rifle Division and Zhidilov's 8th NIB were trying to maintain control of the area around Coastal Battery No. 10. Here, the Black Sea Fleet wanted this battery held, even though it stretched the defensive perimeter in Sector 4 to a dangerous degree. The obvious weak point was the boundary between Sectors 3 and 4 in the Belbek River Valley, which is precisely where Manstein decided to place his Schwerpunkt. He was less certain about how strong the center of Petrov's line was in sectors 2 and 3, but he wanted to probe aggressively and see what developed. However, he had no intention of the 30th Army Corps renewing an effort to take Balaclava, which he knew had been heavily reinforced. Instead, by shifting his main effort from his left to his right, he hoped to catch Petrov by surprise. At 0610 hours on December 17, 1941, Zukertort's artillery began a short preparatory barrage, followed by Fliegerkorps 4 Stukas and level bombers attacking Soviet artillery positions. Amazingly, the Soviets were caught by surprise, since they did not expect the Germans to mount a winter offensive. Each of Hansen's infantry regiments had massed their remaining combat-ready infantry into 2 assault battalions, reducing their 3rd battalions to cadre strength. The Germans attacked in small Stoßgruppen, as they had learned at Perekop and Ischun, but with refined tactics. A few pioneers would rush forward in buddy teams to hurl smoke grenades at sites selected to breach the Soviet barbed wire, which was much less dense than at Perekop. Once sufficient smoke obscured the designated breach site, another pioneer team would move forward and blow up the wire obstacle with Bangalore torpedoes. Once the breach was created, small teams of grenadiers would move forward and hurl multiple Stielhandgranaten to suppress any defenders on the other side of the breach. Only then would the assault team move into and through the breach to assault the nearest Soviet defensive position with grenades and flamethrowers. Due to weeks of inactivity, many Soviet sectors were only lightly manned, and the forward outposts fell quickly to this style of blitz assault. Hansen made his main effort with the 22nd, 24th, and 132nd Infanteriedivisionen against sectors 3 and 4, while the 50th Infantry Division and the Romanian 1st Mountain Brigade made a supporting attack against Sector 2. The greatest success was achieved in the north, near the village of Duvankoy and the Belbek River Valley. Zhidilov's 8th NIB had 4 battalions deployed along a 4-mile-long front, with a 5th Battalion in reserve, and the brigade command post situated on the rear slope of Mount Aziz Oba, which meant Holy Hill in Tatar. Generalmajor Ludwig Wolf's 22nd Infantry Division hit the 8th NIB's 2 right flank battalions with 2 battalions from IR-16, while 2 battalions from Oberst Ernst Haxius's IR-65 stormed Mount Aziz Oba and threatened the brigade command post. Given the size of the mountain and the rugged terrain, this was an amazing achievement, which seriously weakened the outer defenses of Sevastopol. Zhidilov quickly counterattacked with his reserve battalion, which temporarily slowed, but did not stop the German advance. Captain Georgy A. Alexander's Coastal Battery No. 30 fired 96 305 mm shells at Wolf's troops, although the fire was not particularly accurate. By the end of the first day, Wolf's 4 assault battalions had advanced up to 1 1/4 miles and seriously damaged Zhidilov's right flank. South of Duvankoy and the Belbek River, the 132nd and 24th Infantry Divisionen ripped the Soviet forward positions to pieces and advanced up to 2 miles in most sectors. First, IR-438, supported by 4 assault guns from Sturmgeschützabteilung 197, punched through the 287th Rifle Regiment's defenses and captured Hill 209.9, while 3rd IR-438 routed Major Ivan I. Kulagin's 2nd Perekop Naval Infantry Regiment and forced it to retreat 2 miles. Hauptmann Wolfgang von Kranenbrock, commander of 2nd IR-102, sliced through the forward security of the 54th Rifle Regiment and captured Hill 247.1, a key piece of terrain north of the Mackenzievi farm. Further south, 2 battalions from Oberst Kurt Versok's IR-31 penetrated the 3rd Naval Infantry's line west of Mackenzievi Farm and captured Hill 287.6. The 50th Infantry Division mounted a supporting attack with 6 battalions that also gained 1 1/4 miles, and Romanian Mountain Infantry made a successful attack in the Chernaya River Valley. All along the line, the Soviet forward security units suffered heavy losses and were pushed back up to 2 miles. Hansen's assault battalions had achieved surprise and used the best tactics for the limited resources available, resulting in a significant German tactical victory on the first day of the offensive. However, victory did not come cheap. The 54th Army Corps suffered 1,698 casualties, including 356 dead or missing on the first day, which was equivalent to about 11% of the assaulting troops. Throughout the siege of Sevastopol, Petrov's ability to exercise effective battle command was hindered by poor communications with his frontline units, which relied heavily upon wire and field telephones. When units abandoned positions and retreated, the phones were often left behind, causing them to lose contact with their divisional headquarters. Few of Petrov's units below division level had tactical radios. Consequently, the German advances on the first day caused great confusion, as one Soviet regiment after another retreated and lost contact. It was not until late in the day that Petrov began to find out how badly Wilshansky's 8th NIB had been hurt, and of the loss of key terrain on the right flank of Sector 4. Once aware of the situation, Petrov committed the bulk of his reserves to restore the front line. Ovsenko's 388th Rifle Division was ordered to send one regiment to help Zhidilov's weakened 8th NIB in retaking Mount Aziz Oba, and the other 2 regiments to plug the hole caused by the retreat of the 2nd Perekop Naval Infantry Regiment. Petrov also committed the understrength 40th Cavalry Division to Sector 4, and Zhidilov's 7th NIB to retake the ground taken by the 24th and 50th Infanterie Divisionen. Amazingly, Petrov had committed virtually his entire reserve in the first 24 hours of the enemy offensive, leaving only the 161st Rifle Regiment from the 95th Rifle Division in reserve. Yet, even as Petrov's reserves were moving into the front line, Wolf's 22nd Infanterie Division renewed its offensive at dawn on November 18th. Zuckertort's gunners began by firing another 10,800 rounds of ammunition in support. Oberst Ernst Haxius's IR-65 had 2 battalions atop Mount Aziz Oba, which spotted 3 battalions of Wilshansky's 8th NIB and the 40th Cavalry Division, assembling for their own counterattack to retake the hill. Haxius's soldiers were outnumbered and tired, but from the high ground, his MG-34 teams were able to viciously rake the Soviet infantry below. The 2 German battalions then attacked downhill and caught the Soviet troops completely flat-footed, routing them. All 3 of Wilshansky's battalions were wrecked as fighting units. Oberst Dietrich von Choltitz's IR-16 enjoyed even greater success against the 773rd Rifle Regiment, moving up to try and restore the ruptured right flank of Sector 4. First calling in a punishing artillery barrage to disrupt the Soviet regiment, Choltitz then attacked with both his assault battalions and routed Ovsenko's riflemen, who were new recruits who had never seen action, and most had only been in uniform for less than a month. Choltitz then proceeded to pursue the fleeing Soviet troops for 2.5 miles, tearing a huge hole in the Soviet outer defenses and marking him as a tactical commander of great ability. Along the rest of the front, the 24th, 50th, and 132nd Infanterie Divisionen and the Romanian 1st Mountain Brigade continued to attack, making less spectacular advances varying between 500 yards to a mile. Kulagin's 2nd Perekop Naval Infantry Regiment again failed to hold, despite Petrov sending the other 2 regiments from Ovsenko's 388th Rifle Division to support it. The only area where the Soviets enjoyed any success was in Sector 2 in the south, where Zhidilov's veteran 7th NIB mounted local counterattacks against the 50th Infanterie Division and the Romanians. The Soviet naval infantrymen were able to push the Germans back slightly, but engaged in a more difficult seesaw fight over a position known as the Italian Heights, later Chapel Hill, which dominated the lower Chernaya River Valley. The Italian Heights, which overlooked Tennyson's Valley of Death, where the British Light Brigade made its reckless charge in 1854, was a critical piece of terrain needed to secure access to the eastern route into Balaclava and Sevastopol. It changed hands several times as the Romanian mountain infantry gamely kept counterattacking to reclaim it, but by evening the hill was back in Soviet hands. The second day of the German offensive had again gone poorly for the Soviets, and Petrov's reserves had been committed without accomplishing much. Hanson's 54th Army Corps had carved out a large area in the boundary between Sector 2 and 4, and had already reached the second line of defense in the north. Petrov's artillery had also taken a beating from constant Stuka attacks and 2nd AR-818's long-range counter-battery fire, and was suffering from a shortage of ammunition. Morgunov's coastal artillery batteries were still fully effective, but were really only capable of area bombardment. Unable to coordinate an effective counterattack, and faced with declining artillery support, Petrov decided to remain on the defense and stubbornly hold each piece of ground. Hanson continued to attack on December 19th, slowly pushing Petrov's infantry back. Zukertort's artillery continued to pound Soviet positions. In 3 days, German artillerymen fired over 52,000 rounds of ammunition and 3,400 Nebelwerfer rockets at Petrov's positions. Alexander's battery continued to respond with 305 mm rounds, and 5 other coastal batteries supported the Soviet defense with lighter weapons. However, Zukertort brought up the 30.5 cm Mortier of Schwere Artillerie Abteilung 815, and his one 35.5 cm M1 howitzer to bombard Alexander's battery, and eventually put one of the turrets out of operation. While the heavy artillery engaged Morgunov's coastal gunners, 54th Army Corps concentrated its division and corps artillery to support its Schwerpunkt. Deluged by fire, Kulagin's 2nd Perekop Naval Infantry Regiment gave way once again and ceded another mile to the 132nd Infantry Division, while Haxius and Koltitz continued to crush the vestigial right flank of Sector 4. It was increasingly clear that all the Soviet units in Sector 4 north of the Belbek River were in danger of being isolated, and that Vilshansky's 8th NIB was on the verge of collapse. Alexander's battery was ordered to form a 150-man infantry company from its gunners and to replace some of 8th NIB's losses. In the Chernaya River valley in the south, Zhidilov's 7th NIB was pushed off the Italian heights by Miller's IR-105, which had just joined the battle. Zhidilov was badly wounded in the fighting for the hill, and his brigade had also lost much of its strength. 3 days of relentless German advances and Soviet heavy losses made the military council in Sevastopol quite gloomy, and the naval leaders were no longer certain that Petrov's troops could halt the enemy attacks. Rear Admiral Zhukov was openly critical of Petrov's failure to stem the enemy and relayed his misgivings to the Stavka, claiming that Sevastopol could not be held without immediate reinforcements from the North Caucasus. The Stavka was not long in responding, directing the dispatch of a fresh rifle division from Novorossiysk to Sevastopol. Furthermore, the military council was informed that something bigger was in the works. With the help of the Azov Flotilla and the Black Sea Fleet, the rebuilt 51st Army would make an amphibious landing on the Kerch Peninsula before the end of the month. Petrov was ordered to hold on until this event occurred, which the Stavka believed would surely cause Manstein to abort his offensive. Although hard-pressed, Petrov's infantry dug in their heels and displayed significant tenacity on December 20th, preventing the Germans from achieving breakthroughs in any sector. Soviet resistance became particularly obdurate in the Kamishli Ravine sector, which ran diagonally across the new front line of Sector 2. 2 regiments of Ovsenko's 388th Rifle Division had reinforced the western side of the ravine, which repeatedly rebuffed efforts by the 132nd Infantry Division to cross the 500-yard-wide ravine. Indeed, the Kamishli Ravine would remain the front line of Sector 2 for 6 more months. Nevertheless, Petrov was running out of reserves and was forced to start forming rear-area personnel into ad hoc rifle units to keep Sector 4 from folding. On December 20th, Hanson tried to outflank the Kamishli Ravine position with a diversion against the south end of the ravine by several battalions from the 24th Infantry Division, while the 132nd Infantry Division committed 6 battalions against the northern end of the ravine and managed to grab a toehold on the western side of the ravine. However, the limited German success was tempered by a fierce counterattack that ravaged the battalions of the 24th Infantry Division. Clearly the German infantry were reaching the limit of their combat effectiveness. Only in the 22nd Infantry Division sector did Hansen continue to achieve significant success, when the assault battalions of IR-16 and IR-65 overran the command post of the 40th Cavalry Division and killed its commander, Colonel Philip F. Kudyrov. In the south, along the Chernaya River Valley, 2 battalions of naval infantrymen recaptured the much-fought-over Italian Heights in Sector 2 on December 20th. But then the German 30th Army Corps committed a regiment from the fresh 170th Infantry Division, which retook the heights on December 21st. With both sides exhausted, the situation began to shift in Petrov's favor when Oktyabrski sailed into Sevastopol's Severnaya South Bay aboard the cruiser Krasny Kavkaz on the night of December 20th, 21st, at the head of a naval flotilla carrying Colonel Alexei S. Potapov's 3,500-man 79th Naval Infantry Brigade from Novorossiysk. Oktyabrski disembarked Potapov's troops on the northern side of the bay, and after assembling into battalions, they marched straight off to reinforce the front near the Kamishli ravine. Petrov intended to use Potapov's brigade to spearhead a major counterattack to reduce the dangerous bulge between sectors 3 and 4. Oktyabrski also brought 3 loads of ammunition for Petrov's troops and ordered his 2 cruisers and 4 destroyers to provide more naval gunfire support, which also helped to reinvigorate the defense. Once again, Hansen preempted Petrov's intended counterattack with an all-out assault of his own at dawn on December 22nd. Before Potapov's brigade could effectively intervene, Wolf's 22nd Infantry Division finally broke through the right flank of Vorobyev's Sector 4 defenses. Both Holtitz's and Haxius's regiments plowed the remnants of the 241st and 773rd Rifle Regiments out of their way and boldly advanced over a mile toward the coast. Were it not for 1 battalion of Potapov's brigade, which force-marched into the gap and brought Haxius's tired soldiers to a halt for the day, Wolf's division probably would have cut off all of Vorobyev's remaining troops. As it was, Vorobyev was forced to immediately begin evacuating the remnants of the 95th Rifle Division and 8th NIB from north of the Belbek and begin a retreat to the south. Lieutenant Matushenko's Battery No. 10 near Mamashai was blown up and abandoned. The 52 surviving crewmen retreated to Coastal Battery No. 30. Further south, a 5-battalion attack by the 32nd Infantry Division at the northern end of the Kamishli ravine put paid to Ovsienko's 388th Rifle Division, which was bowled back in disorder. With the Germans approaching the foot of Mackenzievi Mountain, just a few miles from the northern side of Severnaya Bay, Potapov threw his 79th Naval Infantry Brigade into a furious counterattack, which regained some ground and halted the enemy advance. Petrov relieved Ovsienko of command and pulled his battered division back into reserve to rebuild. Petrov felt as if his frontline units were holding on only by their fingernails and pleaded with the Stavka for more reinforcements. Hansen temporarily halted his offensive on December 23rd in order to regroup and resupply his forces. But in the interim, Oktyabrski's warships escorted a 5-ship convoy carrying Colonel Nikolai Oguz's 345th Rifle Division from Poti. Guz's division had been preparing to take part in the Kerch amphibious operation and was a relatively strong unit. With 11,274 troops, 34 artillery pieces, including 13 122mm howitzers, 18 medium mortars, 25 radios, and 135 trucks. The division was relatively well trained by Red Army 1941 standards, even if most of the troops were comprised of Caucasian minorities such as Ossetians and Chechens, with only a third being Slavs. In addition, Oktyabrski delivered the 81st Separate Tank Battalion, 81 OTB, which had 30 T-26 light tanks. Petrov kept the tanks in reserve, but hustled Guz's fresh infantry regiments into the center of his line to replace the shattered 388th Rifle Division. Vorobyev also used the brief respite to build a new front line for Sector 4 along the Belbek River. Manstein realized that he had little time left to take Sevastopol before casualties, ammunition shortages, and the winter weather sapped the strength from his offensive. He ordered Hansen to make an all-out attack on December 25th, anticipating that Petrov's defenses were ready to crack. Hansen ordered the 22nd and 132nd Infanterie Divisionen to mass 12 battalions against the boundary of Sectors 3 and 4, which now lay around Mackenzievi Mountain, and blast a way through to Severnaya Bay. However, this time the Soviet reinforcements had quick-marched into place before the Germans resumed their attacks, which now came to grief. The 132nd Infanterie Division's 5 battalions were shocked to run into a regiment from Guse's 345th Rifle Division, which repulsed IR 437's attacks. Likewise, Potapov's 79th Naval Infantry Brigade stood like a rock that IR 438 could not budge. Even Wolf's heretofore unstoppable 22nd Infanterie Division could not penetrate Vorobev's new line along the Belbek. Vilchansky even led a counterattack that succeeded in pushing back von Choltitz's spent IR-16. Lieutenant Alexander in Coastal Battery No. 30 further sapped German frontline morale by engaging Wolf's troops, now visible only a couple of miles away, with 30.5mm rounds fired in direct lay. The Germans were also now face-to-face with the still intact fortifications of Petrov's main defensive belt, including Fort Stalin. This ferocious display of Soviet firepower and tenacity was not to the taste of the German soldiers, who now began to realize that victory was no longer within their grasp. Even the supporting attack by the 170th Infantry Division and the Romanians in the Chernaya River Valley miscarried, with heavy losses. On Christmas morning, Manstein paused his offensive to give AOK 11 a brief respite, then ordered Hansen to resume the attacks with 22nd and 132nd Infanterie Divisionen. The Germans focused all their efforts on capturing the area around the Mackenzievi Mountain Station, which was believed to be the linchpin of Petrov's defenses in Sector 2. However, Petrov had received over 26,000 reinforcements and Manstein had received none, and now the threadbare German infantry battalions, some reduced to just 150 to 200 combat effectives, were up against the sturdy defenses of the Soviet main line of resistance. Only a few assault guns were still operational, and the level of Luftwaffe and artillery support was dwindling, which made it impossible for the soldiers to storm concrete bunkers. Guse's fresh 345th Rifle Division brought the 22nd Infantry Division's steady advance to a halt and then mounted a furious counterattack against Choltitz's depleted IR-16. Soviet artillery fire was intense, including naval gunfire, and was provided by Petrov's artillery and the armored train Zheleznyakov, which ducked out of its cave hideout to pepper the 132 Infantry Division with 100mm high-explosive shells. A major Soviet counterattack by Guse's troops hit Choltitz's regiment hard. Late on Christmas night, Manstein received the first reports of enemy amphibious activity in the Kerch Straits and possibly enemy landings, but he was not unduly concerned. He believed that the defeated 51st Army could only mount minor raids, which Bonek's 42nd Army Corps could handle. The offensive at Sevastopol would continue. However, it was clear that AOK 11 was too weak to break Petrov's main line of resistance without substantial forces, and even though Manstein borrowed battalions from the 50th Infantry Division to reinforce Hansen's divisions, this was not enough. Hansen's forces were so exhausted that they were only capable of limited actions on December 26th through 27th. Amazingly, Manstein was able to concentrate all his remaining infantry, supported by the artillery and a few assault guns, against the Mackenzievi Mountain Station sector on the morning of December 28th. 4 battalions of the 132nd Infantry Division managed to push Potapov's 79th NIB back over a mile and capture the Mackenzievi Mountain rail station. On their right, Choltitz's IR-16 found a weak spot in the Soviet main line of resistance, held by the 241st Rifle Regiment, which was defending the approaches to Fort Stalin with only a few hundred riflemen. Choltitz's troops punched through the weak Soviet unit and actually got within sight of the fort before halting. Haxius's IR-65 also managed to flank Guz's 345th Rifle Division and reach the approaches to Lieutenant Alexander's Battery 30, which the Germans had dubbed Maxim Gorky I. A group from the 345th Rifle Division was surrounded by the German advance, and its commander, Major Maslow, opted to surrender. He later helped the Germans to recruit Soviet prisoners as volunteer labor, or Hilfswilliger, which earned him a Soviet death sentence in absentia. It was an incredible day, where it seemed that Hansen's troops might actually break Petrov's defenses, but it was not to be. During the night of December 28th-29th, another 5-ship convoy arrived in Sevastopol bearing Colonel Nikolai F. Skutelnik's 386th Rifle Division, the third fresh division to augment Petrov's army in December. Formed in Tbilisi just 2 weeks prior, Skutelnik's division was composed primarily of less than enthusiastic Georgians, Armenians, and Azerbaijanis, but it nonetheless added another 10,000 troops to the defense. It certainly must have brought great chagrin to Manstein that the Luftwaffe had been completely unable to interdict Petrov's naval supply lines, and that the besieged defenders actually enjoyed better logistical support than the attackers. Although Manstein ordered the offensive to continue on December 29th, by 1000 hours he had received further word from Sponik about Soviet landings at Feodosia, which caused him to order the 30th Army Corps to cease its supporting attacks and immediately send the 170th Infantry Division to reinforce Sponik's 42nd Army Corps. Salmut's corps had spent the last week in a sanguinary and indecisive struggle over the Italian heights, which only produced heavy casualties on both sides. Since his troops appeared on the verge of breaching Petrov's main line of resistance, Manstein allowed Hansen to continue his part of the offensive, although only a few battalions were still capable of attacking. Atop a 65-yard high hill 1 mile south of the Mackenzievi mountain station stood Lieutenant Nikolai A. Vorobyev's 365th Anti-Aircraft Battery, which the Germans had dubbed Fort Stalin. It was not a fort intended to stop a serious ground assault, but rather the position consisted of 4 76mm anti-aircraft guns in pits, protected by 3 small concrete machine gun bunkers. Barbed wire and a few anti-personnel mines provided a perimeter defense. Vorobyev was situated inside a concrete and steel command bunker, while most of his crews hunkered in underground bunkers. Choltitz led 2 battalions of his IR-16 toward the position, anticipating that its capture would open the way to Severnaya Bay. Vorobyev ordered his gunners to fire directly at Choltitz's troops, but the Germans responded by calling in artillery fire that knocked out 3 of the 76mm guns. Using smoke and short rushes, the German infantry managed to approach the battery position. Assisted by sappers, about 30 of Choltitz's infantrymen managed to penetrate the Soviet barbed wire obstacles and penetrate into Fort Stalin. However, at that point another barrage of artillery fire landed atop the hill and inflicted heavy casualties on the German Stoßgruppe, including its leader. Vorobyev later claimed that he cleverly used a captured German flare gun to call in German artillery fire on their own troops, but he appears to have spent the action entirely in his bunker. It is more likely that Vorobyev was either the unintended beneficiary of accidental German friendly fire or fortuitous Soviet naval gunfire, which was pounding any movement spotted on the hillsides. In any case, Choltitz's attack failed and Hansen's corps had reached its high-water mark. Efforts by Haxius's IR-65 to capture Coastal Battery No. 30 also failed. Vorobyev was quickly awarded the Hero of the Soviet Union for stopping the German offensive, although he was later stripped of his awards for raping a minor after the war. Manstein did not call off his offensive entirely until early on December 31st, by which time Hansen's 54th Army Corps was completely exhausted. Hansen's troops had suffered 7,732 casualties during the offensive, including 1,636 dead or missing, which represents about half the assault troops involved. Zukertort's gunners had fired 5,014 tons of ammunition during the offensive, equivalent to over 100,000 rounds, and had lost 9 artillery pieces to Soviet counter-battery fire. Hansen's infantry and Zukertort's firepower had certainly demolished the outer defensive line of Sevastopol, but had barely dented the main line of resistance. Indeed, it was only through imaginative small unit tactics and excellent leadership that the Germans were able to make any significant progress at all. Wolfe's 22nd Infantry Division had particularly distinguished itself as the most aggressively led unit in AOK 11. On the other hand, the sanguinary brawl over the Italian heights cost Salmuth's 30th Army Corps 863 casualties and the Romanians 1,261 casualties, which was costly for a single position. Manstein had gambled on winning at Sevastopol, and failure to do so meant that most of his divisions were now reduced to combat ineffectiveness. Petrov's coastal army had also taken a horrendous beating, with at least 17,000 casualties suffered, including 6,000 captured. But help appeared to be on the way with the amphibious landings at Kerch and Feodosia. Soviet material losses were also significant, and both Coastal Battery No. 30 and Coastal Battery No. 35 had fired so many 305mm rounds during the first and second German offensives that the barrels were worn out. Until new barrels were installed, Sevastopol's heaviest guns would remain silent. Chapter 5. Winter War, December 1941 to March 1942. Any weakling can take victories, but only the strong can endure setbacks. Adolf Hitler, Berlin, January 30th, 1942. Only 2 days after the winter counteroffensive began at Moscow, the Stavka sent orders to General Lieutenant Dmitry T. Kozlov, commander of the Transcaucasian Front, directing him to begin planning to send the bulk of his forces across the Kerch Straits to liberate the Crimea. Kozlov and his chief of staff, General Major Fyodor I. Tolbukin, were given just 2 weeks to plan and execute the first major amphibious operation ever conducted by the Red Army. Kozlov was directed to land as large a force as possible, first to establish a secure lodgment in the Crimean Peninsula, and then, once sufficient forces were across, to begin advancing westward to link up with Petrov's coastal army in Sevastopol and liberate the Crimea. It was a grand vision based upon Stalin's belief that the Wehrmacht was a spent force, and that the moment had arrived for the Red Army to strike a death blow against the invaders. Tolbukin was generally regarded as a capable staff officer, but he had sat out the bulk of the 1941 campaign in the backwater Transcaucasus military district and was eager to show off his talent in his first operation of the war. He developed an overly complicated plan that he hoped would quickly compromise the German ability to hold the Kerch Peninsula by making many small landings at multiple points rather than one large landing. In the first echelon of Tolbukin's landing plan, 5 different transport groups would land 7,500 troops from the 224th Rifle Division and 302nd Mountain Rifle Division from General Lieutenant Vladimir N. Lvov's 51st Army on separate beaches north and south of Kerch. Then, after the Germans had reacted to this landing, General Major Alexei N. Pervushin would begin landing elements of his 44th Army to their rear at Feodosia. Oktyabrski was expected to provide a significant part of the Black Sea Fleet to support the landings and provide naval gunfire support, while Rear Admiral Sergei G. Gorshkov's Azov Flotilla would assist in bringing troops across the Kerch Straits. The VVS and VVS-CHF were expected to provide air support from bases in the Taman Peninsula. Despite the availability of troops and shipping, the Red Army had no experience with a complicated joint operation of this sort, and the short time provided for planning led to multiple failures of coordination. On top of this, the winter weather in the Black Sea at the end of December was predictably stormy, which greatly complicated the loading and unloading of troops. The constant siphoning of the best units and shipping to reinforce Petrov's coastal army at Sevastopol further disrupted operational planning. Although the weather over the Kerch Strait area was poor on Christmas Eve, Bf-110 reconnaissance aircraft from 3rd F-11 spotted unusual enemy naval activity and reported it to the Luftwaffe liaison officer within Generalleutnant Hans Graf von Sponeck's 42nd Army Corps headquarters in Islam Terek, located northwest of Feodosia. Sponeck had commanded the 22nd Luftlande Division during the airborne invasion of Holland in May 1940 and was badly wounded. Afterwards he was awarded the Ritterkreuz and continued to lead his division ably in the advance across southern Ukraine until promoted to command 42nd Army Corps in October. Now he was tasked with defending the Kerch Peninsula and much of the eastern Crimean coastline, but Manstein had stripped his corps to the bone in order to reinforce the offensive at Sevastopol. Consequently, Sponeck's only combat units were Generalleutnant Kurt Hemmer's 46th Infantry Division, 2 coastal artillery battalions equipped with obsolete artillery from World War I, a pioneer regiment, and a Luftwaffe flak battalion. Hemmer's division consisted of 3 infantry regiments, IR 42, 72, and 97, and 3 artillery battalions, but it was overextended and badly deployed. Oberst Friedrich Schmidt's Infantry Regiment 72 had its 3 battalions concentrated around the old Yenikale fortress northeast of Kerch, guarding the coastline that was closest to the Taman Peninsula. Oberst Ernst Meisel's Infantry Regiment 42 had just 2 battalions with 1,460 troops to guard a 17-mile stretch of coastline south of Kerch. That left only Oberstleutnant Alexander von Bentheim's Infantry Regiment 97 holding positions in depth, with 1 battalion at Feodosia and 2 battalions near the northern coast along the Sea of Azov. The southern coast of the Kerch Peninsula was only lightly screened by Aufklärungsabteilung 46. In a pinch, Sponeck could also call upon the Romanian Mountain Corps for help, which had the 8th Cavalry Brigade guarding the coast near Alushta. After receiving the aerial reconnaissance report about enemy naval activity in the Kerch Strait, Sponeck issued the Weihnachtsmann, Santa Claus alarm, which put all units in 42nd Army Corps on alert to defend the Kerch Peninsula against amphibious landings. On the evening of December 25, 1941, the Soviet amphibious operation began when elements of the 51st Army's 224th Rifle Division and the 83rd Naval Infantry Brigade loaded aboard small craft on the Taman Peninsula and began the short but frozen transit across the Kerch Strait. It was not a very impressive invasion flotilla. Group 2, heading for Cape Crony, 4 miles northeast of Kerch, consisted of the gunboat Don, equipped with 2 130mm and 2 45mm guns, the transports Krasny Flot and Pienai, a tugboat, 2 self-propelled barges that carried 3 T-26 tanks and some artillery, and 16 small fishing trawlers. Lacking landing craft that could deposit troops on beaches, Gorshkov's Azov flotilla was forced to use whaleboats to transfer troops from the transports to the shore, a tedious and dangerous process in turbulent seas. The weather was roughly Sea State 5, waves 2 to 3 yards high, wind speed at 17 to 21 knots, with strong westerly winds and rain, similar to that experienced on D-Day in June 1944, but was trending towards a more intense storm in the next 24 hours. At Cape Crony, 697 troops from 2nd Battalion, 160th Rifle Regiment succeeded in getting ashore by 0630 hours on December 26th. But a number of troops trying to wade ashore through the surf either drowned or became hypothermia casualties. Later in the day, another rifle battalion was landed at Cape Crony, along with a platoon of T-26 tanks and some light artillery. The landings at the more distant Cape Zhuk were problematic. Only 290 troops succeeded in getting ashore in 6 hours, and several vessels were grounded on the rocky coastline. At Cape Tarhan, there were only 2 whaleboats available, and just 18 soldiers out of the 1,000-man landing force actually reached the beach. The most successful Soviet landings were in Bulganak Bay, just west of Cape Crony, where the Azov flotilla managed to land 1,452 troops from the 224th Rifle Division's 143rd Rifle Regiment, along with 3 T-26 tanks, 2 76mm howitzers, and 2 45mm anti-tank guns. Other planned Soviet landings at Kazantip Point and Yenikale were aborted due to the weather. By midday, the Soviets had 5 separate beachheads on the northern side of the Kerch Peninsula, with barely 3,000 lightly equipped troops ashore. Enemy resistance initially was minimal, since very few Germans were stationed along this stretch of coastline, but the Luftwaffe arrived over the invasion areas by 10:50 hours and He-111 bombers and Ju-87 Stukas. Gorshkov's Group 3, wallowing in heavy seas off Cape Tarhan, was particularly hard hit, and the 3,900-ton cargo ship Voroshilov was bombed and sunk with 450 troops aboard. Group 2 off Cape Zuk was also bombed, and one vessel with 100 troops sank. Tolbukin's amateurish landing plan, apparently made with little input from the Navy, simply dumped frozen, poorly supplied troops on remote beaches and assumed that they would somehow link up and seize the port of Kerch. Instead, the troops moved less than a mile inland and began to dig in against the expected German counterattacks. The isolated regimental and battalion commanders, with little or no communication between each other or their higher headquarters, decided to wait until the rest of the 224th Rifle Division and the follow-on 83rd Naval Infantry Brigade arrived before advancing further inland. However, after the initial landings were completed, the weather worsened, preventing any further large-scale landing operations across the Kerch Straits for the next 3 days. The landing of the 302nd Mountain Rifle Division at Kamish Burun, south of Kerch, was the only opposed landing on December 26th. Here, the German 1st IR-42 and 2nd IR-42 held excellent defensive positions on high ground overlooking the sandy beaches. The first wave of the invasion at 0500 hours ran into a deluge of German machine gun, mortar, and light artillery fire, which prevented most of the improvised landing craft from approaching the shore. An attempt to land on the beach at Eltigen was slaughtered by 2nd IR-42. A company of Soviet naval infantry managed to land at Stary Karantin, but was quickly overwhelmed by Major Karl Kraft's 1st IR-42. The second wave arrived at 0700 hours and was also repulsed. However, some Soviet troops managed to land at the dock area at Kamish Burun, where they had some cover from German fire, and the third wave was able to establish a tenuous foothold there by the afternoon. Yet only 2,175 of 5,200 troops succeeded in getting ashore at Kamish Burun, and the Luftwaffe sank a number of ships off the beaches. Generalleutnant Kurt Hiemer had taken command of the 46th Infantry Division only 9 days prior to the Soviet amphibious assault. By 0610 hours, he was aware of several landings, but the disjointed nature of the Soviet plan made it difficult for him to assess the enemy's main effort. Oberst Ernst Meisel's IR-42 appeared to have repulsed the landings south of Kerch, but the landings to the north were largely unopposed. Hiemer ordered Oberst Friedrich Schmidt's IR-72 to crush the landings at Cape Kroni, but there were no forces near Bulganak Bay or Cape Zuk. After considering more reports on enemy activity, Hiemer ordered the Stabskompanie, headquarters company, of Oberstleutnant Alexander von Bentheim's IR-97 and its alarm unit, Hauptmann Karl Bock's 3rd IR-97, plus a battery of 10.5-centimeter howitzers to rush toward Cape Zuk. Bentheim's regiment was the most spread out of Hiemer's regiments, with 2nd IR-97 in Theodosia and the other 2 battalions in Central Reserve. The roads were in bad condition due to heavy rain, but Bentheim moved out with a horse-mounted platoon, and the lead elements of his regiment crawled eastward along the northern coast of the Kerch Peninsula toward Cape Zuk. By midnight, Bentheim had both his 1st and 3rd battalions, along with 2 batteries of artillery, moving into position for a counterattack the next day. Kurt Hiemer had few forces available and was compelled to deal with multiple dispersed enemy landings and insufficient information on which to base his command decisions. At 1350 hours, IR-72 reported that they had captured a Soviet officer in skirmishing near Cape Kroni, and that under interrogation he had revealed that the Soviets intended to land a total of 25,000 troops near Kerch. With only 6 battalions to defend the entire eastern Kerch Peninsula, Hiemer, with Spönek's approval, began making decisions that would shape the battle. He decided to commit all of IR-72 to crush the Cape Kroni landing as quickly as possible and bring up all of IR-97, including 2nd IR-97 in Theodosia, to crush the Cape Zuk landings. He directed IR-42 to contain the Kamish Burun landings until the other counterattacks were completed. A small alarm unit known as Eingreifgruppe Bulganak, consisting of one rifle company from IR-72, an artillery battery, and some pioneers, was sent to contain the landings at Bulganak Bay. Meanwhile, Sponek requested that the Romanian 8th Cavalry Brigade be dispatched to reinforce Himmer's forces near Kerch. It was a typical German operational plan, decisive, expeditious, and based upon a faulty intelligence picture. Due to the muddy roads, the two battalions from Bentheim's IR-97 were not in a position to counterattack the Soviet beachhead at Cape Zuk until 1300 hours on December 27th. The terrain near the Soviet beachhead was flat and devoid of any vegetation, offering no concealment to either side. The Soviet troops, members of the 2nd Battalion, 83rd Naval Infantry Brigade, spotted the Germans and immediately launched a spoiling attack against Hauptmann Karl Bock's 3rd IR-97 as it was deploying, committing 3 T-26 tanks and several companies of infantry. The Germans were briefly knocked off balance, but a Panzerjäger platoon from 14th IR-97 was able to deploy a 3.7-centimeter pack, and Obergefreiter Max Freiberger fired 42 rounds into the attacking Soviet tanks, knocking all 3 out. A few Luftwaffe aircraft also arrived overhead and bombed the Soviet infantry, who fell back to their beachhead. But the German counterattack was postponed until the next day. Both sides hunkered down for the night on the open terrain, with a strong cold wind chilling the troops. At dawn on December 28th, a cloudy day with light frost, the two battalions of IR-97 converged on the Soviet beachhead from the southwest, supported by 2 10.5-centimeter howitzers from 3rd AR-114, while a pioneer company blocked the eastern exits from the beach. The Soviet landing force was in an indefensible position, crammed between the coast and Lake Chokraksk, which made any defense difficult. Around 1000 hours, a few Stukas from STG-77 and 6 HE-111 bombers arrived to bomb the Soviet beachhead. Hauptmann Karl Bock's battalion quickly smashed through the Soviet defenses and headed toward the beach. The 42-year-old Bock was an unusual battalion commander in the German army, being both a veteran of World War I and a member of the Nazi Party who had served 6 years in the SS. By 1200 hours, Bock's troops had the beach in sight. The Soviets fought from rock outcroppings and then were pushed back further, some troops fighting standing waist-deep in the surf. Yet by late afternoon, Soviet resistance at Cape Zuk was broken, and IR-97 took 458 prisoners and counted about 300 dead. Bentheim's regiment suffered roughly 40 casualties in reducing the Soviet beachhead. In the meantime, IR-72 had moved with 1st and 2nd IR-72 and crushed the Soviet beachhead at Cape Crony. At dusk on December 28th, a Soviet follow-on convoy approached Cape Crony with reinforcements and observed German troop activity all along the coastline. One Soviet officer and 11 men managed to swim out through the frigid waves to a patrol boat, where they revealed that the beachhead had been destroyed. There were still pockets of resistance inland to be mopped up, and over 1,000 troops were still ensconced on the shore of Bulganak Bay. But by late on December 28th, Himmer and Sponek had reason to be satisfied. Over 1,700 prisoners had been taken, and the bulk of the Soviet landing forces had been defeated. The Soviets had gained a sizable lodgment at Kamish-Burun, but IR-42 had them surrounded, and they could be dealt with as soon as IR-72 and IR-97 completed their mop-up operations. If the storms over the Kerch Straits had remained for another day or so, a significant German tactical victory would have been in hand. But the weather began to subside on the evening of December 28th-29th, and the Soviets were now ready to spring the second phase of their invasion upon Sponek. At 1300 hours on December 28th, 2 assault regiments from General Major Alexei N. Pervushin's 44th Army began loading aboard an invasion fleet at Novorossiysk comprised of 2 light cruisers, 8 destroyers, 14 transports, and numerous small craft. 4.5 hours later, the advance element steamed out of Novorossiysk aboard the light cruiser Krasny Kavkaz. The elderly Fidonizy-class destroyers Shamyan, Zheleznyakov, and Nezyamozhnik, and a group of patrol boats and coastal minesweepers. The weather improved briefly, allowing the flotilla to travel at 16 knots for most of the way, until the destroyer Sposobny struck a mine and suffered 200 casualties. Many of the troops spent the whole voyage on exposed ice-crusted decks and were frozen and seasick after a few hours. Off the port of Feodosia, 2 Soviet submarines waited on the surface, ready to mark the harbor entrance with lights when the assault force approached. Inside Feodosia, which had a pre-war population of 28,000, the German garrison was not expecting action, since Sponek had dispatched the only infantry unit, 2nd IR-97, to support the battle around Kerch. The main units left defending the port of Feodosia were 2nd AR-54, equipped with 4 10-centimeter and 11 15-centimeter howitzers of World War I vintage, and 1st AR-77, equipped with 6 captured Czech 15-centimeter howitzers. Both artillery battalions were deployed in coastal defense positions around the port, but had limited transport and means of ground defense. Also available in or near Feodosia were 700 to 800 engineers from Oberstleutnant Hans von Alphen's Pionier Regiment Stab ZBV 617, 2 assault boat companies, 1 Brucko B bridging company, and Landung's Company 777, although they were equipped only with light small arms. Ostensibly, the harbor entrance was protected by a raft boom, preventing enemy access. Once the Soviet 51st Army began landing on the Kerch Peninsula, Sponek ordered the Romanian Mountain Corps to send first its 8th Cavalry Brigade, then its 4th Mountain Brigade to reinforce Himmer's 46th Infantry Division, leaving only the 3rd Rossiori Motorized Cavalry Regiment near Feodosia. By the evening of December 28th, the bulk of Colonel Corneliu Teodorini's 8th Cavalry Brigade had marched halfway to Kerch. But Brigadier General George Manoliu's 4th Mountain Brigade and General Major George Avramescu's Mountain Corps headquarters was still located at Stary Krim, 14 miles west of Feodosia. At 0350 hours on December 29th, the Soviet flotilla approached Feodosia, and the destroyers Shamyan and Zheleznyakov fired star shells that illuminated the port, followed up by a 13-minute naval bombardment. Then 4 MO-4 type sub-chasers sprinted toward the outer edge of the Long Harbor Mole, where the lighthouse sat at the end. Pulling up alongside the mole, about 60 naval infantrymen led by Lieutenant Arkady F. Aidinov leapt onto it and quickly secured the lighthouse. They then began clearing the mole, capturing 2 unmanned 3.7-centimeter pack guns, and Aidinov used green flares to signal to the fleet that the harbor entrance was clear. German gunners from 2nd AR-54 engaged the patrol boats ineffectually, and the Soviet naval infantrymen seized the entire mole before the Germans could effectively react. Amazingly, the raft boom was found to be open, apparently due to negligence. At 0426 hours, the destroyer Shamyan entered the harbor, moved alongside the mole, and disgorged a company of naval infantrymen within 20 minutes. The destroyers Zheleznyakov and Nyazamozhnik repeated the maneuver, further reinforcing the Soviet lodgment. Although the Shamyan was damaged by German artillery fire, the Germans never expected the Soviets to attempt anything so bold, and had not properly fortified the harbor entrance. Soviet audacity and the speed of the initial landings caught the Germans completely by surprise. Once the 3 destroyers had disembarked their assault troops, Captain First Rank Alexei M. Gusin brought his cruiser Krasny Kavkaz alongside the mole at 0500 hours and began landing 1,853 troops from the 633rd Rifle Regiment of the 157th Rifle Division. By this point, the Germans were fully awake and concentrated all their fire on the Soviet cruiser, hitting her 17 times, setting her No. 2 turret on fire. However, Gusin was far from helpless, and he directed his 180mm batteries to fire point-blank at the enemy artillery and machine gun positions, winking at them from the shoreline. After more than 3 hours of intense combat in the port, Gusin finally maneuvered his damaged cruiser away from the mole, having accomplished his mission. Belatedly, the Luftwaffe showed up and sank a minesweeper and patrol boat, but were too late to impede the Soviet landing operation. By 0730 hours, the Germans had completely lost control of the port, and the Soviet transports had begun to land artillery and vehicles. Once Soviet infantry began moving into the city, the German artillerymen began abandoning their positions, and the German defense quickly collapsed. Alphen's pioneers briefly tried to put up resistance, but they soon retreated as well. By 1000 hours, Sponek learned that the Soviets had seized most of Feodosia and were pouring ashore. Indeed, the remarkable thing about the Feodosia landing is the speed that Oktyabrski's fleet was able to land 4,500 troops in the morning and have elements of 3 rifle divisions from Pervushin's 44th Army ashore by the end of the day. Sponek realized that no substantial German forces were near Feodosia and that the Soviet landing represented a clear threat to his corps' lines of communications. He immediately ordered Teodorini's 8th Cavalry Brigade to turn around and march back to Feodosia, while Manoliu's 4th Mountain Brigade was ordered to form blocking positions west of the city. In a telephone conversation with Manstein, Sponek requested permission to withdraw the 46th Infantry Division from Kerch back to the Parpak Narrows, where it could contain the Soviet bridgehead at Feodosia and establish a viable defensive line until reinforcements arrived. Manstein refused and ordered Sponek to hold on. He promised Gruppe Hitzfeld from the 73rd Infantry Division that the entire 170 Infantry Division would be sent to retake Feodosia. What happened next was, and remains, highly controversial and is known as the von Sponek affair. Having been ordered not to withdraw Himmer's 46th Infantry Division, the 53-year-old Graf von Sponek did something almost unheard of in the Wehrmacht. He severed communications with AOK-11 headquarters in Simferopol and decided to disobey Manstein. At 0830 hours, Himmer was ordered to force march his entire division westward in order to prevent it from being cut off in the Kerch Peninsula. Was Sponek justified in retreating, or did he panic, as was suggested at his subsequent court-martial? While it is true that there were no significant German troops left near Feodosia, the Romanians had close to 20,000 troops converging on the city, as well as German reinforcements from AOK-11. It had been Sponek's decision to pull these troops away from Feodosia toward Kerch, and now he reversed himself, leading to countermarches that exhausted the Romanian troops. Sponek insisted that the 2 Romanian brigades launch a counterattack against the Soviet lodgment at Feodosia on December 30th, without air or artillery support, and they were quickly repulsed. Pervushin's 3 rifle divisions then pushed northward, threatening to isolate the 42nd Army Corps forces in the Kerch Peninsula. Himmer's division spent December 30th through 31st marching 75 miles westward in a snowstorm towards Sponek's Corps headquarters, which was still located at Islam Terek, 18 miles northwest of Feodosia. Shortages of fuel caused some vehicles to be abandoned, and the division's heavy weapons lagged behind. Yet, by the time that the vanguards of IR-97 and IR-42 reached the important crossroads town of Vadislavovka on the morning of December 31st, they were shocked to find that the Soviet 63rd Mountain Rifle Division had already seized the town and created a roadblock. Himmer tried to push both regiments to crash through the Soviet position, but it was far too formidable, and his troops were exhausted and lacking in artillery support. Unable to break through the Soviet roadblock, the 46th Infantry Division retreated west cross-country across the flat, snow-covered landscape through a 6-mile-wide gap between the Sea of Azov and the Soviet pincer. The retreat of the 46th Infantry Division was a near-run thing, with isolation from the rest of AOK-11 a distinct possibility. But it was no Anabasis, Xenophon's 4th century BC history of the march of the 10,000 through the Persian Empire. Himmer's division abandoned a good deal of material, but personnel losses were light. Between December 24th and December 31st, 1941, Infantry Regiment 42nd's battle strength was reduced from 1,460 to 1,279, a 12% loss rate. By the time that his division formed a new defensive line east of Islam Terek on January 1st, 1942, Himmer still had over 4,300 of his infantry remaining. As if the situation was not bad enough for the Axis, on the night of December 31st, a 250-man Soviet airborne battalion, led by Major Dmitry Yanyashin, leapt from 16 TB-3 bombers into the black void north of Vladislavovka. The Soviet paratroopers were obliged to climb out of a hatch onto the bomber's wing and then slide off one at a time, which resulted in a very dispersed drop. Nyashin's paratroopers were scattered in the corridor that the 46th Infantry Division was retreating through, and engaged in a number of small skirmishes with the retreating Germans, who were panicked by the sudden appearance of Soviet paratroopers. Darkness concealed the small size of Nyashin's force and increased Szponek's apprehension about his vulnerable position. Soon thereafter, Nyashin linked up with Pervushin's ground forces. By January 1, 1942, the 42nd Army Corps had established a new line of defense 12 miles from Feodosia. The lead elements of Gruppe Hitzfeld were arriving, led by Oberstleutnant Otto Hitzfeld with his infantry regiment 213 of the 73rd Infantry Division, 1st AR-173, Panzerjäger Abteilung 173, a platoon of 4 STUG-3 assault guns from Sturmgeschütz Abteilung 197, and a flak detachment from 3rd Flak 14. Manoliu's 4th Mountain Brigade had also established a stable defense around Stary Krim, although the 236th Rifle Division was pushing against their lines. By this point, Pervushin's 44th Army had carved out a 7.5-mile deep lodgment from Feodosia and was probing northward and westward. On New Year's Day, Soviet infantry and light tanks attacked toward the 42nd Army Corps command post at Izmail Terek. But Panzerjäger Abteilung 173 had just arrived at the front and succeeded in knocking out 16 T-26 tanks. German historian Paul Karel noted that in this action the armored spearhead of the Soviet 44th Army had been broken. But in fact, Pervushin still had at least 18 tanks left and more on the way. The 51st Army had also taken advantage of Hiemer's retreat from Kerch to break out from the Kamish-Burun beachhead, and Colonel Mikhail K. Zhubkov's 302nd Mountain Rifle Division liberated Kerch on December 31st. By the next day, the 51st Army began liberating the rest of the eastern Kerch Peninsula. Soon, the 42nd Army Corps would have to face 2 Soviet armies determined to push west toward Sevastopol. Could this paper-thin defense hold? If not, the entire German position in the Crimea was at risk. However, this was no longer Szponek's problem, since Manstein relieved him of command on New Year's Eve. Within 3 weeks, Szponek was court-martialed in Germany for disobedience and retreating without orders. Although many other German commanders had done the same during the Soviet winter counteroffensive, the regime chose to make an example of Szponek, who was sentenced to death, thereafter commuted to 6 years' imprisonment. Manstein said nothing on behalf of his subordinate and allowed the new commander of Heeresgruppe Süd, Generalfeldmarschall Walter von Reichenau, to impose group punishment upon the entire 46th Infantry Division. Reichenau ordered that, because of its slack reaction to the Russian landing on the Kerch Peninsula, as well as its precipitate withdrawal from the peninsula, I hereby declare 46th Infantry Division forfeit of soldierly honor. Decorations and promotions are in abeyance until countermanded. Inside his underground headquarters in Sevastopol, Vice Admiral Oktyabrsky planned to mount an amphibious diversionary operation to prevent Manstein from sending any of his limited reserves to interfere with the 44th Army's landings at Feodosia. He reckoned that the Germans were stretched so thinly that they could not afford to deal with another crisis. An obvious target was the port of Yevpatoria, located on the coast only 40 miles north of Sevastopol. Oktyabrsky and Petrov envisioned a lightning amphibious raid to seize the harbor at Yevpatoria, believed to be lightly guarded by Romanian troops, which would then be used to host a larger landing by a brigade-size force. There was talk of a paratroop landing and using partisans to support it, but details were sketchy. If a large enough force could be landed at Yevpatoria, Manstein would be placed on the horns of a dilemma, being forced to choose between sending his limited reserves to the east or west, but not both. Oktyabrsky wanted the landing to occur shortly after New Year, but the winter storm that had plagued the Kerch landings returned and made this impossible for several days. It was not until the evening of January 4th, 1942, that the weather abated enough for the landing to be attempted. At 23:30 hours on January 4th, a small flotilla consisting of the Trau-class coastal minesweeper Vyzhyvatel, 7 MO-4 sub-chasers, and the tugboat SP-14, under the command of Captain Second-Rank Nikolai V. Buslaev, left Sevastopol harbor and headed north along the coast in the darkness. Embarked aboard the flotilla was Captain Georgy K. Buzinov's separate naval infantry battalion, augmented with engineers, reconnaissance troops, and an NKVD detachment. 3 hours later, Buslaev's tiny flotilla arrived off the entrance of Yevpatoria harbor. The wind and sea were extremely rough, knocking his formation about and surely inducing seasickness in the naval infantrymen, who were almost all loaded above deck. Buslaev directed his ships to land their troops on 3 piers jutting out into the harbor. Although there was only a German coastal artillery unit, a platoon of military police, and a few Romanian troops in Yevpatoria, they were not caught by surprise. After the rapid loss of Feodosia, Manstein had put all other coastal units on high alert, no matter what the weather. As Buslaev's small craft approached the piers, searchlights switched on and caught the Russians in the act of landing. The largest contingent of 500 troops landed at the main passenger pier, with Buslaev bringing his minesweeper Vzrivatel alongside. The Germans and Romanians opened fire with machine guns and mortars, killing about 50 naval infantrymen just as they landed on the pier. Subsequent groups jumped directly into the shallow but freezing water and waded ashore, using the pier for cover. A nearby coastal battery fired on the pier, and 1 round struck the bridge of the Vzrivatel, killing Buslaev. German forward observers directed fire against the landing from the roof of the nearby Crimea hotel. The pier itself was damaged by an explosion, which made it difficult for the other Soviet ships to unload heavy weapons and supplies. Eventually, Lieutenant Vladimir P. Titulin rallied enough troops underneath the pier to push inland and overrun the Crimea hotel by 0500 hours. 2 other companies had landed separately on 2 smaller piers and also gradually fought their way into part of the city. Not long after the landing, the Vzrivatel ran aground on a sandbar just 50 yards offshore and became hopelessly stuck. 1 sub-chaser and a tugboat remained to offer assistance, but the rest of the flotilla departed before dawn, since the Luftwaffe was sure to arrive once the sun came up. In Yevpatoria, the Soviet naval infantrymen expanded their control over the southern part of the city, but German blocking positions equipped with machine guns prevented them from moving too far inland. Meanwhile, news of the Soviet landing at Yevpatoria had reached Manstein's headquarters, and he ordered several units to head there immediately. Oberstleutnant Oskar von Bodin's Aufklärungsabteilung 22 was in the lead, followed by Oberstleutnant Hubertus Maria Ritter von Heigel's Pioneer Battalion 70 and Oberst Friedrich Wilhelm Muller's Infantry Regiment 105 of the 72nd Infantry Division. The lead elements of these units began to arrive after 1000 hours, but the Germans decided to wait until all the reinforcements were assembled before launching their counterattack. Oktyabrski tried to send reinforcements to Yevpatoria. Another naval infantry battalion was loaded aboard the destroyer Smysh-Lyonyi, the coastal minesweeper Yakor, and 4 MO4 sub-chasers, but could not land at Yevpatoria on the night of January 5th through 6th due to a violent storm. On the morning of January 6th, the German counterattack started, supported by artillery and the Luftwaffe. German artillery demolished the Crimea hotel and began reducing other Soviet strongpoints. Engineers from Pioneer Battalion 70 used flamethrowers to burn Soviet pockets of resistance. A battery of 10.5-centimeter howitzers was brought up to engage the stranded Vzrivatel with direct fire, and they repeatedly punctured its hull. Soviet sailors bravely refused to abandon their ship until it was reduced to a burning wreck. There was only a single survivor. By the evening of January 6th, there were only 120 naval infantrymen left out of the original landing force of 740 men. Captain Buzinov led a breakout effort, hoping to reach either Sevastopol or nearby partisan units. The naval infantrymen mounted a desperate frontal attack against one of the German blocking positions, manned by troops of the Aufklärungsabteilung 22. A wild close-quarter melee ensued, with submachine guns and grenades in the dark. 60 Russians were killed, but Oberstleutnant von Bodin was also killed. The remaining Russians fled into the darkness, but Buzinov and a group of 17 naval infantrymen were cornered the next morning in a nearby village, where they made a last stand. Only 4 sailors, led by Captain Lieutenant Ivan F. Litovchuk, managed to reach Soviet lines at Sevastopol. The Germans stamped out the last resistance in Yevpatoria on the morning of January 7th. One sailor escaped by swimming out in the icy water using a float and was picked up by a Soviet patrol boat. Altogether, the Germans claimed 600 Soviets killed and 203 captured, which was virtually the entire landing force and the naval crews. The Soviets later claimed that the Germans executed wounded naval infantrymen, which is quite possible, and then began rounding up civilians in the city who had aided the landing force. Thousands were imprisoned, deported as forced labor to Germany, or simply turned over to Einsatzgruppe D for elimination. When Oktyabrsky lost contact with the landing force, he decided to send a small naval reconnaissance team to ascertain their status. A 13-man reconnaissance team was landed from the submarine M-33 near the Yevpatoria lighthouse on the evening of January 8th. It did not take long before they realized that Buzinov's battalion had been annihilated, but before they could re-embark, the stormy weather returned in full force. For 6 days the team remained near the lighthouse, awaiting a chance to return to the submarine, but the Germans eventually detected them and destroyed the team, except for a sole survivor. The Soviet landing at Yevpatoria proved to be a forlorn hope that was mostly undone by adverse weather conditions and rapid enemy reaction. General Major Alexei N. Pervushin's position at Feodosia seemed very good on January 1, 1942. His 44th Army had 3 rifle divisions with 23,000 troops ashore, and the enemy forces in front of him were weak and disorganized. General Lieutenant Vladimir N. Lvov's 51st Army was advancing to join him with another 4 rifle divisions, and, together, they would crush the Axis forces before they could establish a firm defense across the narrow neck of the Kerch Peninsula. Yet, while the Black Sea Fleet had brilliantly pulled off the surprise landing at Feodosia, the Red Army proved less adept at exploiting this victory. Pervushin's 3 divisions had occupied so much ground around Feodosia that he lacked the manpower to mass for a real offensive to destroy either the Romanian Mountain Corps or the 42nd Army Corps. Gruppe Hitzfeld had arrived and had established a rock-solid defense in the gap between the Romanian Mountain Corps and the 42nd Army Corps. Instead, Pervushin settled into a semi-defensive posture around Feodosia, waiting for Lvov's army to arrive before mounting a joint offensive. Unfortunately, this decision handed the initiative back to Manstein's AOK-11. Once it was clear that the Soviet forces in Feodosia were not pushing westward in any strength, Manstein resolved to organize a counter-offensive to retake the city. Although the Germans were not particularly adept or equipped for winter offensive operations, Manstein sensed an opportunity to inflict a reverse upon an overconfident and overextended enemy. He began by sending General der Infanterie Franz Mattenklot, former commander of the 72nd Infantry Division, to replace Sponek as commander of the 42nd Army Corps. Mattenklot was an iron-willed officer who would hold the line until reinforcements arrived. Initially, Manstein was only going to send the 170th Infantry Division to reinforce the 42nd Army Corps, but he decided to add the 132nd Infantry Division and 2 battalions from the 72nd Infantry Division as well. The only remaining armor support was 3 STU-G3s from Sturmgeschützabteilung 190 and a handful from the newly arrived Sturmgeschützabteilung 197, which were sent as well. Committing this many reinforcements required AOK-11 to abandon some of the hard-won positions gained in the December offensive, which irritated Hitler, but Manstein argued that a counter-offensive capable of achieving operational-level objectives required this kind of tactical sacrifice. The Romanian also agreed to send Brigadier General Nicolae Costescu's 18th Infantry Division to reinforce the 42nd Army Corps. For the next 2 weeks, the front assumed a static character with only minor combat activity on either side. The vanguard of Lvov's 51st Army reached the Parpak Narrows by January 5th, but took no offensive action against the opposing 46th Infantry Division. Lvov's army moved into place very slowly, and even by January 12th he still had only 2 rifle divisions deployed forward. Meanwhile, Axis reinforcements poured in, and by January 13th, Manstein had amassed more than 4 divisions outside Feodosia. He also brought up the 30th Army Corps staff, now under Generalmajor Maximilian Fretter-Pico, to spearhead the counter-offensive, while Matenclot occupied the attention of Lvov's 51st Army. Manstein also requested greater help from the Luftwaffe, and General der Flieger Robert Ritter von Kreim was sent to Sarabus Airfield in the Crimea to take charge of the Sonderstab Krim, Special Staff Crimea. On the Soviet side, General Lieutenant Dmitry T. Kozlov's Caucasus Front still directed the operations of the 44th and 51st Armies, but he believed that the Germans were too weak to threaten either of these armies before he was ready to make his own big push. He violated one of the primary tactical lessons learned during World War I: entrench your forces whenever they stop advancing, and did not emphasize defensive measures. Prior to launching a major offensive, Kozlov also wanted to conduct another landing behind enemy lines on the Black Sea coast in order to divert Manstein's reserves, a tactic which had already demonstrably failed at Yevpatoria. On the night of January 5th through 6th, 218 soldiers from the 226th Infantry Regiment were landed from the destroyer Sposobny near Sudak, 25 miles southwest of Feodosia. The Germans detected the landing but regarded it as a nuisance and sent only a single company of Panzerjägers to contain it, which Kozlov interpreted as weakness. Generalmajor Vasily K. Moroz's 236th Rifle Division had its main line of resistance 9 miles northwest of Feodosia on the Biyuk-Eget Ridge, which towered over the flat plain. He also had a forward security zone deployed 3 miles forward of the ridge. Moroz was an experienced cavalryman, and his division was close to full strength, sitting atop the best terrain in the area. At dawn on January 15, 1942, Manstein's counteroffensive kicked off with a brief artillery preparation on Moroz's forward security positions, followed by Stuka's and HE-111s bombing the ridgeline. Then 3 battalions of Oberstleutnant Otto Hitzfeld's IR-213 advanced, along with 1st and 2nd IR-42 from Hiemer's division. Hitzfeld was one of the best German regimental commanders in the Crimea and an aggressive tactical leader. Apparently caught by surprise, Moroz's forward security positions were quickly overrun by Hitzfeld's soldiers. 3 STUG-3s supported the advance and knocked out 2 T-26 light tanks, but then one assault gun was knocked out by a Soviet 76.2 mm anti-tank gun. During the day, German bombers found Pervushin's command post and blasted it to pieces. Pervushin was badly wounded, and the 44th Army's command and control was disrupted at a critical moment. His chief of staff, Colonel Serafim I. Rojdestvensky, took over command, but the situation was too chaotic to make informed decisions. The rest of the 46th Infantry Division and the Romanian 8th Cavalry Brigade conducted feint attacks against the 51st Army, which further confused the Russians, who wasted their reserves in this unimportant sector. By evening, Hitzfeld's infantry had captured virtually the entire Biyuk-Eget ridgeline, and German forward observers could now observe virtually all of the 44th Army's lodgment. Moroz's division had been badly defeated in a single day by just 5 German infantry battalions, a stunning upset from an enemy who had seemed on the ropes. Nevertheless, Fretter-Pico's corps suffered 500 casualties on the first day of the offensive. On January 16th, Fretter-Pico's 30th Army Corps continued to pound against the 44th Army's faltering defense north of Feodosia, reinforcing Gruppe Hitzfeld with more battalions from the 46th and 170th Infanterie Divisionen. The Soviets mistakenly interpreted the German operational objective as seizing the town of Vladislavovka, near the juncture of the 44th and 51st Armies, and committed most of their reserves in this sector, leaving Feodosia itself poorly protected. The Soviets attempted to assemble a battalion-sized armored counterattack to save Vladislavovka, but ran straight into the assault guns of Sturmgeschützabteilung 190, which knocked out 16 T-26 light tanks. Meanwhile, the main German effort steadily pushed the 63rd Mountain Rifle Division back toward the sea and threatened to isolate the 236th Rifle Division in Feodosia. Since the VVS CHF was still flying from airfields in the Taman Peninsula, the Luftwaffe was able to operate over Feodosia with little interference from enemy aircraft. By the evening of January 16th, Fretter Pico brought up the 32nd Infantry Division to attack directly into Feodosia. With the port of Feodosia hanging in the balance, Kozlov, who was only vaguely aware of the 44th Army's critical situation, made a nearly insane command decision. He decided to commit the 44th Army's remaining reserves and most of the Black Sea Fleet's available warships into a larger diversionary landing at Sudak. Escorted by the battleship Parizhskaya Komuna, the cruiser Krasny Krim, and 4 destroyers, a flotilla deposited Major Georgy N. Selikov's 226th Rifle Regiment at Sudak. Naval gunfire scattered the small Romanian garrison in the town, and the Soviet troops were able to gain a small lodgment. But to what end? Once ashore, the Soviet troops entrenched themselves and waited for the enemy to react. Unfortunately, Manstein was moving in for the kill at Feodosia and was unwilling to be distracted. Aside from a few blocking detachments sent to keep Selikov's troops under observation, they were ignored for the time being. On the morning of January 17th, the 132nd Infantry Division attacked directly into the northern part of Feodosia, ripping apart the remaining defenses. Gottlob Biedermann's Panzerjäger unit from IR 437 was involved in the final push toward the suburb of Sarigol on the Black Sea. Soviet resistance became desperate as the Germans pushed into the city outskirts, and Biedermann's platoon was suddenly attacked from behind by a bypassed Soviet infantry unit. The attackers poured out of the depression. There were at least 100 Russians streaming with a loud "Hurrah!" toward our 7-man pack crew and 1 machine gun position. Rifle shots slammed into the side of the vehicle and ricocheted off the gun shield of our pack gun. Hans took charge of the machine gun position. Laying his machine gun across the ammunition trailer, he fired a long burst from a standing position. An Unteroffizier lying next to me near the wheel of the carriage was firing short, sustained bursts from his machine pistol when he suddenly rolled backward, screaming with pain. We had no time to assist the wounded, only to fire, and fire to save our lives. Biedermann's platoon eventually repulsed the sudden Soviet attack, but suffered several casualties. His battalion then moved into Sarigol, thereby isolating the remaining Soviet troops in Feodosia. Thick black smoke from burning buildings languished over the city while Stukas relentlessly bombed the harbor area without mercy. Despite the Black Sea Fleet's attempt to conduct an emergency evacuation, few troops from the 44th Army escaped by sea. Kozlov authorized the broken remnants of the 44th Army to retreat northeast toward the Akhmonai or Parpak position. The next day, German troops entered the shattered city after rounding up 5,300 prisoners. Although his 236th Rifle Division was annihilated, Generalmajor Moros managed to escape, only to be convicted by a military tribunal 3 weeks later and executed. The right wing of the 44th Army escaped the debacle at Feodosia, but its 2 remaining divisions were in poor shape and virtually leaderless. Rather than halting, the German counteroffensive actually accelerated on January 19th as Fretter Pico's 30th Army Corps wheeled along the coast, pursuing the remnants of the retreating 44th Army. Lvov's 51st Army had no real ability to counterattack since most of its artillery had still not reached the front and even its rifle divisions were far from complete. While the 302nd Rifle Division managed to repulse IR-97's attack on Vladislavovka, that position became increasingly untenable as the headlong retreat of the 44th Army caused the Soviet front to unravel. Having misjudged the German capabilities, Kozlov now exaggerated them to the Stavka and believed them capable of throwing our forces into the sea. By January 20th, both Soviet armies were in retreat, and the 30th and 42nd Army Corps were able to advance to the Parpak Narrows, which greatly simplified their ability to block any Soviet exit from the Kerch Peninsula. Thereafter, the new front line settled into a World War I landscape of trenches, dugouts, and barbed wire. Overall, the German counteroffensive crippled the 44th Army at a cost to Fretter Pico's 30th Army Corps of 995 casualties, including 243 dead and missing. Once Kozlov's main armies had been defeated, Manstein was able to dispatch 5 German and 2 Romanian infantry battalions from Frederick-Pico's 30th Army Corps to deal with the Soviet lodgment at Sudak. Frederick-Pico sent 2 Kampfgruppen against the Sudak lodgment, one from the east and one from the west, but by the time they arrived, Selikov's regiment had had a week to entrench itself. The Germans quickly found that the Soviet position was a strong one, and settled down into a siege, using artillery and air attacks to grind down the Soviet regiment. In an errant display of stupidity, Kozlov decided to reinforce failure, and on the night of January 24th through 25th, the Black Sea Fleet landed Major Sergei I. Zabrodotsky's 554th Mountain Rifle Regiment at Sudak. An additional 1,300 troops were landed the next night, bringing the total landed at Sudak to 4,264 men. However, the additional troops only extended the death throes of the Soviet lodgment, which the Germans began to crush in late January 1942. By January 28th, the 30th Army Corps declared that the enemy forces at Sudak were eliminated and that 876 prisoners had been taken, but failed to mention that the prisoners were executed. About 2,000 Soviet troops died in battle at Sudak, and a few hundred were evacuated by sea, but the vast majority simply disappeared into the mountains. Perhaps 350 to 500 joined local partisan groups, but others simply went into hiding. Frederick-Pico was forced to leave a Romanian mountain infantry battalion around Sudak in mop-up operations until the summer, and they continued to discover small groups of survivors until June. Manstein's winter counteroffensive at Feodosia was a unique German triumph that stood in stark contrast to Soviet successes on many other parts of the Eastern Front during the winter of 1941-42. In just a matter of days, he had managed to inflict a signal defeat on Soviet forces in the Kerch Peninsula that threw Kozlov's forces onto the defensive. It was not a decisive victory, since Kozlov's armies would soon be back for a rematch at the Parpak Narrows, but Manstein had gained time to build a better defensive front and had greatly leveled the playing field. Had his forces not recaptured Feodosia, he would soon have had to contemplate evacuating the Crimea and falling back toward Perekop. On December 31st, 1941, Hansen was forced to evacuate a good deal of territory captured during the December offensive, in order to release the 132nd and 170th Infanterie Divisionen to participate in the counteroffensive to retake Feodosia. With only the 22nd, 24th, 50th, and 72nd Infanterie Divisionen, plus the Romanian 1st Mountain Brigade left in the siege lines around Sevastopol, Hansen could not afford to hold everything that had been seized. Consequently, the 54th Army Corps withdrew from the area around Mackenzievi Station, and, once again, the Kamishli Ravine became the front line. At the end of the year, Hansen's 54th Army Corps did begin receiving some replacement battalions, but rail traffic across the Dnieper was still so sporadic that some troops were required to walk from Perekop to Sevastopol. German logistics in the Crimea were still very primitive during the winter of 1941-42, meaning that Hansen's troops were desperately short of food, fuel, ammunition, and winter clothing. There was no food for the 50,000 horses in AOK 11 at all, so they were evacuated to the logistics depot at Kherson, leaving most of Hansen's division-level artillery immobile for the duration of the winter. The defenders also faced severe food shortages and were not much better off than those. Another major problem facing the Soviet defenders was that most of Morgunov's coastal artillery had worn out their barrels by firing too many rounds during the November-December fighting. Even the 305mm gun turrets in coastal batteries No. 30 and No. 35 were no longer fit for combat. Lieutenant Georgy A. Alexander's battery No. 30 had fired 1,238 rounds since the beginning of the siege and was non-operational. Now only a mile from the closest German positions and visible to enemy forward observers, Morgunov's engineers came up with a bold plan to replace the 50-ton gun barrels in late January 1942. It took 16 nights' worth of heavy, dangerous labor, but the barrels were replaced and the battery operational again by February 12th. Following this, Soviet naval engineers replaced the barrels of coastal battery No. 35. then of 6 152mm guns, 3 130mm guns, and 4 100mm guns. Soviet engineers also stripped the guns from the crippled cruiser Chervona Ukraina and the destroyer Sovershenyi, both lying in Sevastopol's inner harbor area, in order to provide for 5 new naval artillery batteries to defend the landward side of the city. Captain Lieutenant Alexei P. Matyukin led 65 sailors from the destroyer Sovershenyi to the Malakoff Hill, famous from the 1855 siege, where they established Battery 701 with 2 130mm guns. By the end of March, Morgunov's coastal batteries were restored to full effectiveness. It helped that Sevastopol was not really under tight siege during the winter of 1941-42, and that naval convoys could deliver supplies and spare parts from naval depots in Novorossiysk with only modest opposition from the Luftwaffe. Petrov received nearly 6,000 replacements in January, and 2,194 of his wounded were evacuated. The Romanian Navy was far too weak to interfere with Russian convoys, and although the German Kriegsmarine was planning to dispatch light naval forces to the region, they had not yet made an appearance. Fighters from the VVS-CHF were able to maintain air superiority over Sevastopol because the only German fighter unit in the Crimea, 3rd JG-77 at Sarabus, was forced to concentrate most of its limited sorties over the Parpak front. However, Manstein prevailed upon the Luftwaffe to increase its efforts to interdict Soviet naval supply lines to the Crimea. At the end of January 1942, the Luftwaffe sent Oberleutnant Hans-Georg Betcher's 1st KG-100 to the Crimea specifically to interdict Soviet shipping in the Black Sea. Betcher's Stoffen had only 8 operational He-111 bombers, but he was one of the greatest bomber pilots of World War II, and his unit's aircrew among the elite of the Kampfflieger. Betcher's aircrew had no experience in anti-shipping operations, but they learned low-level bombing tactics that began to inflict a toll on Soviet ships going to Sevastopol and Kerch. The VVS-CHF in Sevastopol responded by launching repeated raids on Betcher's squadron at Saki airfield, but failed to put the German anti-shipping unit out of business. Although Betcher's attacks were initially more of a nuisance than lethal, Petrov did not receive all the replacement troops and equipment he requested, though enough arrived to rebuild many of the battered units in his coastal army and restore its fighting effectiveness. By February 8th, he had 69,853 troops in his coastal army, plus 12,128 naval infantry. 3 convoys during February 12th through 15th brought in another 7,746 troops and 1,900 tons of supplies. However, the Stavka would not allow Petrov to spend the entire winter quietly rebuilding his army, but required him to launch attacks against the German siege lines concurrent with Kozlov's offensive to break out of the Kerch Peninsula. On February 26, 1942, Petrov mounted a large attack with the 345th Rifle Division, the 2nd Perekop Naval Infantry Regiment, the 3rd Naval Infantry Regiment, and the 125th Separate Tank Battalion against the German 24th Infantry Division near Bekenzievi Mountain. The German troops were not expecting such a serious attack, and the Soviet troops were able to advance 1,300 yards into the German lines before being stopped by a counterattack. Desultory combat continued in this area until March 6th, which cost the 24th Infantry Division 1,277 casualties, including 288 dead or missing. Petrov's assault forces suffered much heavier losses, including 1,818 dead and 780 captured. After this, the German siege lines were forced to maintain greater alertness against the possibility of more Soviet sorties. Recurrent Soviet landings along the Black Sea coast forced Manstein to create a large number of ad hoc coastal defense units, such as Gruppe Heigl to defend Yevpatoria and Gruppe Schroeder to defend the area around Yalta. Indeed, much of the German 170th Infantry Division, Romanian 10th Infantry Division, and Romanian 4th Mountain Brigade were tied down on coastal defense duties for much of the winter, which severely strained AOK-11's meager resources. Troops deployed along the coast were often bombarded at night by the Black Sea Fleet and harassed during the day by VVS CHF air raids. In return, Zukertort established some of his long-range artillery to shell Severnaya Bay whenever convoys appeared in the harbor. The Black Sea Fleet continued to operate weekly supply convoys into Sevastopol all winter, relying heavily upon the light cruisers Komintern and Krasny Krim. The flotilla leaders Tashkent and Kharkov, the destroyers Boyki, Britelny, and Bezupreshny, and the freighters Abkhazia, Belostok, Pestel, and Lvov. The Italian-built flotilla leader Tashkent, commanded by Captain Second Rank Vasily N. Eroshenko, was one of the star players on the Novorossiysk-Sevastopol route, and almost invulnerable to German air attacks, since it was capable of bursts of speed up to 39 knots and armed with 6 37mm 70K anti-aircraft guns. Eroshenko made multiple trips in and out of Sevastopol with impunity throughout the winter. Overall, the convoys brought in 35,000 replacements between January and May 1942 and evacuated 9,000 wounded, as well as thousands of civilians. The winter around Sevastopol was much milder than elsewhere on the Eastern Front, and temperatures rose above freezing after the first week of March 1942. By mid-March, Hansen's troops often didn't need to wear their bulky overcoats during the day, and spring arrived in the first week of April. During the late winter, once the ground was clear, each of Hansen's divisions set up close combat courses to teach the new replacements how to breach obstacles, clear trenches, and knock out bunkers, all of which had been learned in the December offensive. In the Soviet lines, Petrov's troops also prepared for renewed fighting, but had to be more circumspect about training in the open. Soviet artillery harassed the German siege lines with sporadic firing, discouraging movement in daylight. German artillery did the same to Petrov's men, firing 50 tons of ammunition even on a quiet day. Daily frontline wastage was similar to World War I, with Hansen's 54th Army Corps suffering 5 to 10 dead and 15 to 25 wounded every day from enemy snipers, artillery fire, and air raids. One sniper, Lyudmila M. Pavlichenko from the 25th Rifle Division, began to rack up an impressive number of kills with her SVT sniper rifle, although probably nowhere near the 257 Germans from AOK-11 that she claimed. Petrov's coastal army included a number of women in combat roles, but it is difficult to confirm their actual accomplishments. Soviet kill claims were often highly inflated by unit-level commissars, eager to prove that their unit was fulfilling its duty to the Rodina, motherland. Another female soldier, Senior Sergeant Nina A. Onilova, also from the 25th Rifle Division, fought as a machine gunner in a number of actions around Makenzievy Mountain, and was awarded the HSU after being mortally wounded in action on March 1st. German soldiers were often surprised when they captured Soviet female soldiers, which happened on a number of occasions around Sevastopol. Another inspirational leader in the Soviet defense at Sevastopol was General Major Nikolai A. Ostryakov, the VVS CHF commander, who even flew his own Yak-1 fighter on patrols over the city. His 3rd Special Aviation Group, 3OAG, had coalesced into an elite aviation group, with some of the best Soviet naval fighter pilots available. Unfortunately, the Luftwaffe also became aware of Ostryakov's role in the defense and made efforts to target him. On April 24th, General Major Fedor G. Korobkov, the deputy commander of Soviet naval aviation, arrived in Sevastopol on an inspection trip for the Stavka, and Ostryakov took him to see the main VVS CHF facility in Kruglaya Bay, west of the city. 30 minutes after the generals and their staffs entered a hangar to look at ongoing maintenance activities, 6 Ju-88 bombers zoomed in from the sea and headed straight for the airbase. Before anyone could react, the Ju-88s dropped their bomb loads on the facility, and one 500-kilogram bomb entered through the hangar roof, killing the 2 Soviet generals and their staffs. Soviet sources make no mention of how such a catastrophe could occur, but it is unlikely that it was a serendipitous event. Soviet communications security was often lax, and it is likely that Luftwaffe radio intercept units noted the arrival of a senior figure like Korobkov and gleaned details of his itinerary in order to plan an airstrike. This was essentially the same method that the Americans used to target Japanese Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto in 1943. In any case, the death of Austriakov was a major blow to the VVS-CHF. In late February 1942, Becher's 1st KG-100 was joined by Major Horst Behling's 2nd KG-26, which had been trained as a torpedo squadron. Behling brought 34 HE-111H-6 bombers to Saki Airfield on the coast near Yevpatoria, with more than half outfitted to deliver 2 aerial torpedoes. Behling's torpedo bombers damaged a Soviet freighter in the Kerch Straits on the night of March 1st through 2nd, and Becher's low-level bombers damaged the Soviet tanker Valerian Kuibyshev at Kerch on March 3rd. The tanker was delivering a critical load of fuel to sustain the offensive by Kozlov's Crimean front. Increasingly, Soviet ships bound for Sevastopol or Kerch came under air attack and suffered damage. In retaliation, the VVS-CHF mounted raids on the German air bases in the Crimea and managed to destroy 5 of Becher's HE-111s on the ground. Nevertheless, one of Behling's HE-111H-6 bombers torpedoed and sank the transport Vasily Chapayev on March 23rd. The 3rd KG-51, a Ju-88 bomber unit based at Nikolaev, was brought in to raid the Soviet Caucasian ports of Novorossiysk and Tuapse. At midday on March 24th, Hauptmann Werner Baumbach led 9 Ju-88s from KG-51 over the Black Sea and caught the port of Tuapse completely by surprise. There was no flak or fighter opposition, enabling the German bombers to inflict considerable damage on ships and facilities. In response, the VVS Crimean Front hastily tried to establish air cover over the ports and the Kerch Strait. But inter-service coordination was not a Soviet strong suit, and most of the Soviet fighters were too short-ranged to operate effectively over the Black Sea. In March, the 3 German bomber units sank 5 small Soviet freighters totaling 10,338 GRT, which might not seem like much, but the Soviet merchant marine in the Black Sea was beginning to run out of ships and could not replace them. It was also apparent that the Caucasian ports were no longer safe, which boded poorly for Sevastopol's lifelines. In April 1942, the German anti-shipping campaign became increasingly painful for the Soviet merchant marine in the Black Sea as HE-111 bombers seeded the shipping routes across the Kerch Strait with air-delivered mines. The tanker Valerian Kuibyshev, after being repaired, attempted another run to Kerch on the evening of April 2nd, escorted by a destroyer and 2 MiG-3 fighters overhead. Nevertheless, 5 HE-111s from Behling's 2nd KG-26 swooped in low and launched torpedoes, one of which struck the tanker's stern, turning it into a ball of flame. Soviet officials in Sevastopol had been evacuating as many civilians as possible by sea during the winter in order to reduce the logistical needs of the isolated city and to minimize casualties from a renewed German offensive in the spring. Unfortunately, the passenger ships were large targets, and on the afternoon of April 17th, the 4,125-ton passenger ship Svanetya was sunk, attacked by a group of HE-111H-6 bombers and struck by 2 torpedoes. The ship sank in 20 minutes, taking 750 of the 950 passengers and crew aboard to the bottom with her. Lacking long-range fighters that could patrol over convoys at sea, the VVS Crimean Front commander decided to employ his handful of PE-2 tactical bombers as heavy fighters, believing that they could deter HE-111 attacks on shipping. They did not. Further raids on Tuapse and Novorossiysk sank 2 merchantmen and damaged 4 others. On April 28th, the Luftwaffe made a maximum effort with 43 HE-111s raiding Kerch and 21 Ju-88s raiding Novorossiysk, losing just 1 bomber to Soviet fighters. The end result of the winter siege was that the Luftwaffe had failed to interdict Sevastopol's sea lines of communication, which enabled Petrov's defenses to improve considerably. On the other hand, German air attacks had cost the Soviet merchant marine losses that it could not sustain indefinitely, and the VVS had been unable to prevent the Luftwaffe from attacking shipping and ports. Sevastopol's sea lines of communication remained intact by the onset of spring, but they were vulnerable. On the ground, both sides had used the winter months to rest and replenish their forces, as well as to improve their positions. Petrov's coastal army was well suited to defending the fortified naval base, but it lacked the armor and mobile artillery to break through the German siege lines and link up with Kozlov's forces. Help would have to come from outside, and thus both the Germans and Soviets looked to a decision first in the Kerch Peninsula before the fate of Sevastopol could be decided. Kozlov's 44th and 51st Armies were so disorganized after the retreat caused by Manstein's Feodosia counteroffensive that they were incapable of offensive action for more than a month. However, reinforcements began to flow steadily into the Crimea after part of the Kerch Strait froze over on January 20th and remained frozen for 3 weeks. Soviet engineers built an ice road across the frozen strait, which enabled 96,618 troops, 23,903 horses, and 6,519 vehicles to cross from the Taman Peninsula to the Kerch Peninsula in this period. A 47th Army was created at Kerch with 2 rifle divisions, but remained a second echelon holding command for some time. On January 28, 1942, the Stavka rationalized the command structure in the Crimea by placing Kozlov in command of the new Crimean front and subordinating the Black Sea Fleet and the SOR to the front. At the same time, the Stavka issued a directive for Kozlov to begin preparations for a major offensive to break out of the Kerch Peninsula and advance westward to link up with Petrov's coastal army in Sevastopol. The 45-year-old Dmitry T. Kozlov, a former junior officer in the Tsarist army, had been a decent regimental commander in the 1920s, but was in over his head trying to run a joint command structure involving 4 armies, a fleet, and various air units. Kozlov's staff was equally amateurish and incapable of developing anything but the most basic of plans, and were further burdened with Stalin and his Stavka representatives constantly pushing them to attack. Commissar Lev Miklas, the head of the Red Army's main political administration, arrived as the Stavka's representative to the Crimean front in late January and immediately began interfering with operational planning. Stalin and Miklas wanted Kozlov to attack and retake the Crimea by mid-February, but this was simply not possible, as the logistical situation in the Kerch Peninsula was still quite rudimentary, since preference had been given to combat units moving across the straits, not service support units. 3 regiments of 76mm USV guns had arrived without any ammunition, and food was in very short supply for the Crimean front. The transportation network in the Kerch Peninsula was primitive, and heavy rains made the dirt roads impassable to traverse even for Soviet trucks. After the recapture of Feodosia, the Luftwaffe shifted its focus to battlefield interdiction and began bombing Kerch's port facilities and regularly sinking cargo ships crossing from Novorossiysk. Consequently, Kozlov was not able to assemble a combat-ready force of 5 rifle divisions in the 51st Army and 4 rifle divisions in the 44th Army until late February. Kozlov decided to make his main effort with Lvov's 51st Army in the northern part of the Parpak Narrows, in the area between Koyasan and the Sivash. This area, roughly 5.5 miles wide by 6 miles deep, was a flat, grassy steppe with no significant elevations, and would become the most fought-over terrain in the Crimea for the next 3 months. Aside from a handful of small villages in this area, there was very little cover and concealment, which made any kind of movement susceptible to artillery and air attacks. The Germans built Stützpunkt, strong points, in the villages of Tulumchak, Korpek, and Koyasan. Matenklotz's 42nd Army Corps held this area with General Nicolae Costescu's Romanian 18th Infantry Division and Hiemer's 46th Infantry Division, while the 132nd Infantry Division held the southern end of the Axis line. Group Hitzfeld was in reserve. This was excellent defensive terrain, and the narrowness of the front enabled Matenclot and Fetter-Pico to establish defensive positions in accordance with German doctrinal norms. Unlike other places on the Eastern Front, where German divisions were required to hold 12 to 15 miles of front line, here a division was required to hold only a 2 to 4 mile wide front. Yet both sides made costly mistakes at the Parpak Narrows. The Germans chose to hold on to a salient jutting out from the Khoisan position, and required the Romanian 18th Infantry Regiment to defend an exposed position in the north along the Sivash. Soviet offensive planning was made with very little regard for terrain or weather, which was atrocious in late February. Unlike other parts of the Eastern Front, which were still receiving large snowstorms, the warmer Crimea received less snow, but far heavier soaking rains, which lasted for days. At 0630 hours on February 27, 1942, Kozlov began his first offensive, beginning with an artillery preparation from about 230 artillery pieces, although the vast majority were lightweight 76mm guns. The German strongpoints, usually reinforced with stones from nearby rock quarries, were not damaged much by 76mm high-explosive rounds, and Kozlov's heavy artillery was limited to just 30 122mm howitzers. Nor did he have any long-range guns for counter-battery work to suppress the German artillery. Nevertheless, when Kozlov committed his armor against 2 battalions of the Romanian 18th Infantry Regiment, they achieved quick success. Despite heavy rains that made the low-lying ground too soft for his battalion of KV-1 heavy tanks to advance, the lighter T-26 tanks moved forward and overran the Stützpunkt at Tulumchak. The Romanian Infantry Regiment was routed, opening up the northern end of the Axis defensive line. A German artillery battalion supporting the Romanians was overrun and lost all 18 of its 10.5cm 1 FH-18 howitzers, as well as 14 3.7cm pack guns. Kozlov's armor and infantry were able to advance 2.5 miles on the first day of the offensive until Gruppe Hitzfeld was rushed up to halt them. Thereafter, the Soviet assault units were blocked by marshy terrain and determined German infantry, preventing any further advance. The stalled Soviet tanks and infantry were then exposed to persistent artillery and anti-tank fire, which eroded their numbers. Although Kozlov had attached sappers to his armor units, they had fallen behind, and 7 Soviet tanks were knocked out by German Teller anti-tank mines near Stützpunkt Tulumchak. On the left flank of the Soviet penetration Stützpunkt, Korpek remained in German hands, and its machine guns and mortars concentrated on anything moving upright in the open terrain. The Soviet assault literally bogged down. The ground near the Sivash was so waterlogged, with large standing puddles of water, that Soviet troops could not even lay prone in some places. The Axis defense was also undermined by the lack of air support. The Luftwaffe managed only 3 sorties over the battle area on the first day, against over 100 sorties from the VVS Crimean front. Encouraged by his success on the right, Kozlov kept reinforcing this sector in the hope of achieving a breakthrough. He directed the reserve 47th Army to send its 77th Mountain Rifle Division to support the right hook around the enemy line. Matenclot responded to this alarming situation by repositioning Hitzfeld's IR-213 and 1st IR-105 to backstop the battered Romanians, while the 46th Infantry Division committed all its strength to holding the center of the Axis defensive line at Khoisan. Hitzfeld was inclined to take the offensive, and he aggressively led an attack on the morning of February 28th that temporarily recovered some ground on the northern flank. The crisis of the battle developed during the afternoon, as Kozlov committed his best remaining infantry against the Romanians, and they gave way. The fresh 77th Mountain Rifle Division succeeded in a minor breakthrough which captured the village of Kiet, nearly outflanking the entire Axis defensive line. The 51st Army claimed the capture of over 100 Romanians. However, Gruppe Hitzfeld and the 1st IR-105 were able to counterattack and retake the village. Blocked by the marshy and waterlogged terrain around Kiet, it proved impossible for Kozlov to expand his position in this sector, and he was left holding an exposed salient. The wide marshes just north of Kiet were no-go terrain even for infantry. While Mettenklot fed part of the 170th Infantry Division into the northern sector to allow Kostescu's battered division to go into reserve, the rest of the front was reduced to desultory combat levels on March 1st. During the first 3 days of the offensive, the 44th Army had been conducting little more than nuisance attacks against the German 30th Army Corps sector on the right, which allowed Manstein to concentrate his reserves against Lvov's army. Kozlov was frustrated by his lack of progress in the center against Stützpunkt Koyasan, held by IR-42 and IR-72, which was the key to the Axis position, and by his inability to convert his success on the right into a real tactical advantage. Instead, Kozlov became fixated on mounting diversionary attacks to draw Manstein's reserves away from Koyasan, but this proved wishful thinking. He ordered the Black Sea Fleet to bombard Axis positions around Feodosia and Yalta, and over the course of 4 nights, the battleship Parishkaya Komuna fired 100 rounds of 305 mm against these targets, with the heavy cruiser Molotov and 8 destroyers joining in as well. A minor naval landing was made at Alushta on March 1st, then withdrawn after 4 hours having achieved nothing. Resolved to accomplish some signal success before weather and logistics brought his offensive to a premature end, Kozlov decided to make an all-out attack against Stützpunkt Koyasan on March 2nd. He deployed 2 rifle divisions, supported by the newly arrived 39th, 40th, and 55th Tank Brigades, and the 229th Separate Tank Battalion, OTB, against the strongpoint. But the Soviet armor piled up against the still intact German obstacles and was shot to pieces by Panzerjägers and artillery. Furthermore, the Luftwaffe was finally able to provide some air cover, including 40 Stuka sorties from 3rd STG-77 that targeted the massed Soviet armor. The Soviets admitted that they lost 93 tanks on this one day, in addition to about 40 other tanks lost in the opening days of the offensive. Nonetheless, Kozlov's assault did overrun a battery of 4 14.9-centimeter SFH-37T howitzers, and a VVS bomber raid on Vladislavlovka destroyed an ammunition dump containing 23 tons of munitions. Yet it was apparent that Kozlov's offensive had failed to dent the Koyasan or Korpek positions, and he suspended his offensive on March 3rd, after losing a great deal of infantry and most of his armor, including 28 of his 36 KV-1 tanks. The 51st Army was left holding a salient in open terrain across the northern part of the front, but only security troops could be posted in this exposed area. At great cost, Kozlov's first offensive had bent back the left wing of the 42nd Army Corps, but the Koyasan strongpoint held firm in the center. In his memoirs, Manstein downplayed the Soviet offensive by writing that we eventually succeeded in containing the enemy breakthrough in the northern sector, while omitting the near disaster on the first day. He did decide to mass all his assault guns at Koyasan, including the newly arrived 2nd Sturmgeschützabteilung 249. Failure to achieve a clean breakthrough brought instant recriminations, with Kozlov blaming the weather. Although Tolbukin was certainly at fault as Chief of Staff for the poor planning, Meklis put the brunt of the blame on him and had him relieved. Stalin ordered Kozlov to immediately begin preparing for another offensive to start within 10 days. The plan for the second attack paid more attention to the German defenses and decided to concentrate most of the 51st Army's offensive power against Stützpunkt Koyasan in the center of the enemy line, reckoning that its loss would allow Lvov to punch through Mettenklot's line. Kozlov also directed that this time the 44th Army would play a greater role in the offensive by mounting a diversionary attack against the 132nd Infantry Division positions along the Black Sea coast. Meklis, who had no tactical experience, bragged that we'll organize the big music for the Germans, and then foolishly directed Kozlov to split up his 224 tanks among the rifle divisions, rather than keep them as a mobile exploitation force. Rather optimistically, Kozlov claimed that his forces could advance 2.5 miles in a 3-day offensive. Stalin also ensured that the VVS Crimean front was greatly reinforced, and by early March it had 581 aircraft, although most were older I-16 fighters, I-153 fighter bombers, and DB-3 bombers. The Germans used the respite to reinforce the Khorasan position with over 2,000 Teller anti-tank mines. It was snowing when Kozlov's second offensive began at 0900 hours on March 13th. Lvov attacked with 3 rifle divisions across terrain that was still too waterlogged to prevent rapid tactical movements, and the initial results were the same as before. All Soviet attacks were repulsed with heavy losses. Meklis ordered the armor committed in order to support the infantry, but they ran into anti-armor ambushes established by 2 assault gun companies. But 1st Company of Sturmgeschützabteilung 197 had a great day, with Lieutenant Johann Spielmann's section claiming 14 T-34s destroyed, and Oberwachtmeister Fritz Schrodel personally claiming 8 enemy tanks, including 3 KV-2s. The Soviet armor did manage to inflict some losses, including a direct hit on Oberleutnant Nottebrock's STU-G3, which mortally wounded the commander of 2nd Sturmgeschützabteilung 249. It is clear that the Soviet armor was destroyed in piecemeal fashion, with 157 tanks lost in the first 3 days of fighting. More than half of these losses came from the 56th Tank Brigade, which lost 88 of its tanks. Spielmann was awarded the Ritterkreuz for his battlefield accomplishment. However, the 42nd Army Corps was beginning to suffer from losses, and air attacks by the VVS Crimean Front were becoming increasingly painful. Once again, Soviet DB-3 bombers blew up the main ammunition dump at Vladislavovka, detonating 60 tons of munitions. While 2nd JG-77, newly arrived in the Crimea from refitting in Germany, inflicted heavy losses upon the older fighters of the VVS Crimean Front, it could not gain air superiority over the Parpak sector. Heavy expenditures of infantry finally paid off, and the 51st Army captured Stützpunkt Korpek from IR-105 on March 14th, as well as a battery of 3 10.5 centimeter FH-18 howitzers and 9 Nebelwerfer launchers. Matenklotz's defenses were seriously dented, but Kozlov's artillery had expended most of its ammunition, and a pause was necessary before the offensive could be renewed. Manstein was sufficiently concerned by the loss of Stützpunkt Korpek that he decided to mount an immediate counterattack with the 22nd Panzer Division, which had just arrived in the Crimea. The OKH had sent a new division to AOK-11 in order to spearhead a major counteroffensive against the Crimean Front. But now Manstein decided to use it in a local counterattack to retake a battalion-sized strongpoint. Nor was the 22nd Panzer Division complete, since parts of it were still arriving from France and the unit was untested in combat. Nevertheless, Manstein imprudently decided to employ Oberstleutnant Wilhelm Koppenburg's Panzer Regiment 204 without much infantry or engineer support. Furthermore, the bulk of Koppenburg's tanks were ex-Czech PZ-38T models, which could not stand up to Kozlov's T-34s and KV-1 if encountered. When Koppenburg's 2 Panzerabteilungen crossed the front line at 0600 hours on March 20th, a thick fog limited visibility to 100 yards or less. Unfamiliar with the terrain, one of Koppenburg's battalions became disoriented in the fog and the other ran into a minefield. The counterattack then became a confused meeting engagement in the fog, which went very badly for the Germans. Alerted to the approach of German armor, the Soviet 55th Tank Brigade quickly appeared with a battalion of T-26 light tanks and 4 KV-1s, which blocked access to Korpek. Attempting to maneuver, 1st PZ Regiment 204 ran into a nest of Soviet 45mm anti-tank guns and suffered 40% losses. Eventually, Koppenburg aborted the counterattack by 0900 hours, having completely failed in his mission. The 22nd Panzer Division's counterattack at Korpek was one of the most badly bungled German armored attacks of the entire war on the Eastern Front. 32 of 142 tanks had been lost, including 9 PZ-2s, 17 PZ-38Ts, and 6 PZ-4s, and the division had to be sent to the rear to refit. Using tanks without proper battlefield reconnaissance or the use of air, artillery, infantry, or engineer support went completely against German combined arms doctrine, and the failure to properly plan or support the attack was entirely Manstein's fault. Kozlov's second offensive had failed to achieve a breakthrough, but he had dented the German main line of resistance, and the decimation of the 22nd Panzer Division prevented Manstein from gaining the initiative. After taking just a week to replace losses and restock his artillery ammunition, Kozlov began his third offensive on March 26th, intent upon taking the tenacious Koyasan-Stützpunkt. However, this attack fizzled out very quickly, and the Crimea front was incapable of making a serious effort until early April. The Luftwaffe mounted continuous raids on the port facility at Kerch, which seriously disrupted Soviet logistic operations, and consequently Kozlov could not resume his offensive until April 9th, but with fewer tanks and artillery pieces than required. Once again, Mekles pressed Kozlov to commit his armor while German lines were still unbroken, which was akin to smashing against a wall at high speed. Manstein had also begun to receive reinforcements in the spring of 1942, including the 28th Leichte Infantry Division, which was equipped with the new 2.8 cm SPZB 41 tapered-bore anti-tank guns. On the first day of the latest Soviet offensive, Obergefreiter Emanuel Czernik destroyed 7 T-26 tanks and 1 BT with the new weapon at ranges of 70 to 660 yards. Unlike larger anti-tank guns, the low-silhouette SPZB 41 could be easily concealed even in flat terrain like the eastern Crimea. After 3 days of unsuccessfully pounding on German defenses at Koyasan, Kozlov finally decided to halt his offensives and rest and resupply his exhausted divisions. As a result of these 4 offensives, most of the Crimean front's combat power was concentrated on its right flank in the 51st Army, while the 44th Army had not received priority, and the 47th Army was little more than a holding command. Unwittingly, lax Soviet radio communications during the March-April fighting had enabled German signals troops to intercept traffic between the Crimean Front's Army-level headquarters and to determine their positions, which were then provided to the Luftwaffe. During the 4 months from January to April 1942, Kozlov's Crimean Front, including the forces in Sevastopol, suffered a crippling 352,000 casualties for the liberation of just the Kerch Peninsula. Most of these losses were incurred during the 4 offensives conducted between February 27th and April 11th, which made only modest tactical gains. In the same time period, Manstein's AOK-11 suffered a total of 24,120 casualties, indicating an extremely unfavorable 14-to-1 casualty rate for Kozlov. Indeed, it is clear that AOK-11 made an impressive stand against long odds at the Parpak Narrows, while maintaining the siege of Sevastopol, a great feat of generalship. On the other hand, after making a daring amphibious landing at Feodosia in December 1941, the Crimean Front reverted to a dull, plodding form of operations. Given the excessive casualties of the attackers for marginal gains across unsuitable terrain, Kozlov's 4 offensives bear a striking resemblance to British offensives at Passchendaele in 1917. But these equally large battles have been almost completely forgotten today. Chapter 6. The German Conquest, May through July 1942. For the Soviets, there is only surrender or annihilation. German Newsreel Commentary, May 20th, 1942. As spring arrived, Hitler began issuing orders for the upcoming summer offensive with which he intended to knock the Soviet Union out of the war. This time, the main effort would be made in the south with Heeresgruppe Süd, toward the Caucasus oil fields and the Volga, while Heeresgruppe Nord and Mitte remained on the defensive. Yet Hitler and the OKH recognized that it would be necessary to clear up the Soviet Barvenkovo salient south of Kharkov and to finish off Soviet resistance in the Crimea before embarking upon the larger task. By eliminating Soviet resistance in the Crimea, Manstein's AOK-11 would be free to support the advance into the Caucasus. In accordance with Führer Directive 41 issued on April 5th, Manstein was directed to eliminate Kozlov's forces in the Kerch Peninsula first. Then Heeresgruppe Süd would deal with the Barvenkovo salient with Operation Fridericus. And then, afterwards, Manstein would complete operations in the Crimea by capturing the fortress of Sevastopol. Manstein flew to Rastenburg in East Prussia to discuss his future plans with Hitler, and stated that substantial Luftwaffe air support was an essential requirement for rapid success in the Crimea. Hitler agreed and promised to send the elite Fliegerkorps 8 to support his attacks. However, unlike Barbarossa, Hitler stressed that the Luftwaffe no longer had the resources to conduct simultaneous major offensives, but instead would have to shuttle its resources between the Crimea and the other armies of Heeresgruppe Süd, meaning that Manstein's attacks would have to stick to tight schedules. Even before Kozlov's fourth offensive ended, Manstein and his staff began developing an operational plan to crush all three armies of the Crimean front in one bold stroke. The offensive was named Operation Truppenjagd, Bustard Hunt, and would begin in early May once the ground had hardened. Unusually, Hitler granted Manstein considerable autonomy on how he conducted his offensive, as long as it was completed on time. A key part of the plan relied upon the transfer of Fliegerkorps 8 to the Crimea prior to Truppenjagd in order to seize air superiority at the outset of the offensive. Manstein believed that if the Luftwaffe could gain air superiority over the Crimea, he could then mass enough combat power to smash in Kozlov's weaker left wing, comprising General Lieutenant Stepan I. Cherniak's 44th Army, then exploit the situation before Kozlov could react. The plan was typical of Manstein's philosophy of war, based upon risk, maneuver, and concentration of force at the decisive point. By normal principles of military science, success was unlikely, since Manstein was able to assemble only the 22nd Panzer Division, 5 German infantry divisions, and 2.5 Romanian divisions to attack a total of 19 Soviet divisions and 4 tank brigades. Outnumbered by more than 2 to 1, Manstein's forces seemed better suited for defense, but he counted on this disparity to lull Kozlov into a false sense of security. Kozlov's forces certainly appeared formidable. In the north, Lvov's 51st Army defended a 5.5-mile-long front with 8 rifle divisions, 3 rifle brigades, and 2 tank brigades. In the south, Cherniak's 44th Army defended a much shorter sector with 5 rifle divisions and 2 tank brigades. Although both first echelon armies had prepared 3 lines of defense, including an anti-tank ditch that bisected the entire width of the Parpak Narrows, almost all the rifle units were deployed within 2 miles of the front line. Tank brigades and cavalry were deployed further back in reserve. In the second echelon, General Major Konstantin S. Kolganov's 47th Army was deployed in reserve with 4 rifle and 1 cavalry division. Under pressure from Stalin to mount another offensive, Kozlov intended once again to use Lvov's 51st Army as his battering ram, and had massed the bulk of his forces in the northern salient to support this concept. Kozlov was confident that General Major Yevgeny M. Nikolayenko's VVS Crimean Front, which had 176 fighters and 225 bombers available, would continue to maintain air superiority over the eastern Crimea, and that this would deter any attempt by Manstein to go on the offensive. However, Kozlov failed to appreciate that Nikolayenko's air strength was based on quantity, not quality, and that the bulk of his units were intended for close air support roles, not air superiority. Only the 3 fighter squadrons in the 72nd Fighter Division, 72nd IAD, were equipped with modern Yak-1 or LA-GG-3 fighters. The other 6 fighter regiments were equipped with obsolescent I-16 fighters or I-153 fighter bombers. Another serious but subtle weakness was that Nikolayenko had only 3 reconnaissance squadrons equipped with a dozen SB bombers and U-2 or R-5 biplanes. Not surprisingly, Nikolayenko's limited reconnaissance assets failed to note that Generaloberst Wolfram von Richthofen, commander of the elite Fliegerkorps 8, established his headquarters at Kislow, west of Feodosia, on May 1st. Over the next 5 days, Fliegerkorps 8 brought over 400 more aircraft into the Crimean theater, thereby radically altering the air balance in favor of the Luftwaffe. In particular, the Luftwaffe fighter strength in the Crimea swelled from 1 Jagdgruppe with 45 Bf-109F fighters to 4 Jagdgruppen with 166 Bf-109EF fighters. Many of these fighters were based at newly built airfields south of Simferopol and west of Feodosia, which had not previously been used by the Luftwaffe. A number of Soviet reconnaissance aircraft disappeared over the Crimea in early May, the first victims of Fliegerkorps 8 in this sector, but it did not cause any undue alarm in Kozlov's headquarters. In addition, Richthofen's command brought German bomber strength in the Crimea up to 5 Kampfgruppen with 160 bombers and all of STG-77 with 106 Ju-87 Stukas. Sarabus, the main German airbase in the Crimea, swelled from hosting about 70 aircraft to over 250 in a few days. On May 6th, 2 Gruppen from Schlachtgeschwader 1, SCHG-1, began to arrive at an airstrip near Feodosia. First, SCHG-1 was equipped with Bf-109E-7 fighter bombers, and second, SCHG-1 was equipped with 43 of the new HS-129B-1 ground attack planes. These heavily armored aircraft were intended as tank destroyers and equipped with 2 20mm and 1 30mm cannon, as well as anti-personnel fragmentation bombs. By May 7th, Richthofen had quietly assembled 555 combat aircraft in the Crimea to support Operation Truppenjagd. Manstein had learned from his experience in developing his version of the Fall-Gelb plan for the attack through the Ardennes in 1940 that significant operational-level surprise could be achieved by attacking in places that the enemy did not expect, and by using methods they had not considered. He deliberately chose to place his Schwerpunkt in the least favorable terrain, the swampy southern sector held by Cherniak's 44th Army. He intended to use 3 infantry divisions from Generalleutnant Fretter Pico's 30th Army Corps in the first echelon to breach the Soviet lines. Then, once a breach was achieved, to push the 22nd Panzer Division to exploit the hole in Cherniak's front. It is apparent that Manstein learned from the debacle with 22nd Panzer Division in March, and this time he intended to hold his armor back until Fretter Pico's infantry breached the enemy's defenses. Instead of using paratroopers, which were not available, Manstein intended to conduct a small-scale amphibious landing behind Cherniak's front, using the assault boats from the 902nd Sturmboote Commando. This was a high-risk operation. If Fretter Pico's troops did not break through quickly, the amphibious force would be isolated and destroyed. Based upon his experience from the December offensive at Sevastopol, Manstein had also developed new tactics for breaking through enemy fortified lines. Based upon the close cooperation of infantry Stoßgruppen, assault guns, pioneers, Panzerjägers, and flak troops. Consequently, Manstein provided Fretter Pico with the tools to unlock Cherniak's defense. A total of 57 STUG-3 assault guns from the 190th, 197th, and 249th Sturmgeschützabteilungen, 2 batteries of 8.8 cm flak guns, and plentiful engineer support. Furthermore, at least a dozen of the STUG-3s were equipped with the new L-48 long 7.5 cm cannon, which greatly improved their anti-tank capability. Manstein also integrated deception into the Truppenjagd plan by having Mattenklotz's 42nd Army Corps conduct feints against the 51st Army, which made it look as though any German counterattack would occur in the northern sector, while Fretter Pico's troops did not occupy assault positions until the night before the attack. In fact, Mattenklotz's northern sector was seriously denuded of troops in order to strengthen Fretter Pico's corps, leaving just the 46th Infantry Division and the Romanian Mountain Corps to keep the 51st Army at bay. For once, Axis operational security measures worked, and AOK-11 was able to conceal the fact that more than half of its combat forces were massed against the southernmost point of the Soviet line, and that the rest of the front was only lightly held. General Major Yevgeny M. Nikolayenko, commander of the VVS Crimean Front, was a 36-year-old fighter pilot who had earned an HSU decoration in a fighter melee over China in August 1938. He was an up-and-coming star of the VVS, but it all vanished on the morning of May 8, 1942, when Operation Truppenjagd kicked off. Flieger Corps 8 mounted a maximum effort, flying over 2,100 sorties during the course of the day, beginning with attacks on Nikolaenko's forward airfields at Bagerovo and Marfovka. It was like June 1941 all over again, with the VVS caught flat-footed as Luftwaffe bombers swept in and destroyed parked aircraft on the ground. Richthofen then allowed his 4 Jagdgruppen to conduct fighter sweeps across the Kerch Peninsula during the day, resulting in a claim of 57 air-to-air kills on the first day of the offensive. By noon, Nikolaenko had lost perhaps 1/4 of his aircraft and had clearly lost control of the air over the Kerch Peninsula. During the first 2 days of Trappenjagd, Flieger Corps 8 flew 3,800 sorties and shattered the VVS Crimean front. The Luftwaffe admitted losing 23 of their own aircraft against over 100 Soviet aircraft. Cherniak, born into a Belarusian peasant family, was a 41-year-old career infantryman who had served as an advisor in the Spanish Civil War and had later been awarded the HSU for his performance as a division commander during the Russo-Finnish War. He had an admirable record for a Soviet commander, having dodged the purges and managed to avoid suffering any notable reverses in the field. Like Nikolaenko, Cherniak's heretofore laudable reputation was wrecked in the opening hours of Trappenjagd. 3 minutes before sunrise, the 30th Army Corps' artillery began a 10-minute artillery preparation on Cherniak's forward units at 04:15 hours. 4 Nebelwerfer batteries poured smoke and high explosive on the identified Soviet positions. The 44th Army had 2 divisions, the 63rd Mountain Rifle and the 276th Rifle Division, holding a 4-mile stretch of front line. Then an anti-tank ditch located 2 miles further back, guarded by the 157th and 404th Rifle Divisions. Cherniak's reserve consisted of the 39th and 56th Tank Brigades located near Arma Eli. At 04:25 hours, German infantry from the 3 lead divisions began moving forward. Although the Soviet 251st Rifle Regiment, 63rd Mountain, held a very strong position on the 40-meter-high Tatar Hill north of the Feodosia-Kerch Road, the unit was not completely tied in with the neighboring 346th Regiment to the south. Stukas from STG-77 blasted the top of the hill just as troops from Generalleutnant Johann Sinhuber's 28th Leichte Infantry Division crossed the line of departure. The dust from the air raid had barely settled when Stoßgruppen from Jäger Regiment 49 of Sinhuber's division, supported by 21 assault guns and a company of 18 captured Soviet tanks, was able to first bypass, then overwhelm the isolated 346th Rifle Regiment. Less than 2 miles to the south, the 132nd Infantry Division's 2 lead regiments and 22 assault guns were able to overwhelm the 291st Rifle Regiment's strongpoints on the coast by 04:45 hours. And by 05:40 hours, IR 438 had reached the west side of the anti-tank ditch. After Tatar Hill was overrun, the Jäger Regiment 49 Spearhead pushed rapidly up the 1.5-mile stretch of road to reach the west side of the anti-tank ditch. Despite the fact that the 11-yard-wide anti-tank ditch was protected by a minefield and barbed wire, as well as steel girders to stop tanks, Jäger Regiment 49 was able to overcome the stunned Soviet defenders and to secure a bridgehead across the ditch by 07:55 hours. In only 3.5 hours, the 63rd Mountain Rifle Division's front-line regiments had been shattered, and the Soviet second line of defense had been pierced. Soviet tanks appeared to contest the crossing, but a one-sided duel with Sturmgeschützabteilung 190 resulted in the loss of 24 Soviet tanks in exchange for the loss of just 1 STU-G3. The only sector where Fretter Pico's 30th Army Corps encountered difficulties was south of Khoi Asan. When the 50th Infantry Division, supported by 14 assault guns, attacked the 276th Rifle Division. The German infantrymen from the 50th Infantry Division had to cross very swampy terrain and then attack through 3 rows of obstacles before reaching the anti-tank ditch late in the day. The collapse of Cherniak's 44th Army was accelerated by a coordinated attack upon the second echelon defenses as well. Shortly after the initial artillery bombardment, one infantry company from Infantry Regiment 436, 132 ID, and a pioneer platoon were moved by a flotilla of assault boats from the 902 Sturmboote Commando from Feodosia to land 1,500 yards behind the anti-tank ditch. Amazingly, not a single vessel of the Black Sea Fleet interfered with this German amphibious operation, although one or two small warships would have annihilated the flimsy speedboats. Some Soviet mortars and light artillery did engage the assault boats as they approached the shore, but they failed to hit any. This attack was an extremely bold move, and it helped to unhinge the Soviet second line of defense. The German infantrymen quickly overwhelmed two bunkers covering this stretch of coast and then radioed for the next wave to come in. During the day, the 902 Sturmboote Commando ferried in most of the rest of the infantrymen of IR 436, which proceeded to overrun the anti-tank ditch defenders from behind. Very effective Luftwaffe close air support kept any Soviet counterattacks away during the early hours of the landing, although Soviet artillery and mortar fire succeeded in destroying 13 assault boats. The two second echelon formations from the 44th Army, the 157th and 404th Rifle Divisions, were hard hit by Stuka and HS-129B attacks during the day, and failed to redeploy in time to either deal with the amphibious landing or the penetration up the center by the 28 Leichte Infantry Division. Once the anti-tank ditch was breached, Manstein committed his only mobile unit, the Grodek Brigade, to move through the gap, and its unit soon linked up with the IR 436 beachhead and pushed 2 miles further east. Fretter Picot's 30th Army Corps had suffered only 104 killed and 284 wounded on the first day of Trappenjagd, but it had captured 4,514 prisoners and ripped open the 44th Army's left flank. Based upon the experience gained with Brigade Ziegler during the pursuit operations in November 1941, Manstein decided to assemble an even larger and more capable motorized Kampfgruppe for the pursuit phase of Trappenjagd. Oberst Karl Albrecht von Grodek, an experienced commander of motorized infantry, was brought to AOK 11 to take command of an ad hoc brigade comprised of Aufklärungsabteilung, MOT 22, 1st Infanterie Regiment 391, Panzerjäger Abteilung 560, Schwere Artillerie Abteilung 154, 12X 149 mm, SFH 37T, the 6th Artillery Regiment 818, 4X 10 cm SK18, one battery of 6 STUG-3 assault guns from Sturmgeschützabteilung 197, a Special Forces company from ZBV 800 Brandenburg, one Nebelwerfer battery, 2 flak batteries, one company from Pioneer Battalion 173, and the Romanian 3rd Motorized Cavalry Regiment. In addition, Gruppe Müller was attached to Brigade Grodek, with truck-mounted Infantry Regiment 401, 1st Infantry Regiment 105, Panzerabteilung 223, a panzer company with 18 captured Soviet tanks, 2 Romanian 15 cm batteries, a battery from Sturmgeschützabteilung 190, and more pioneers and Panzerjägers. Altogether, Grodek had a division-sized task with 5 infantry battalions, 30 armored fighting vehicles, and 30 artillery pieces. Every truck, car, and motorcycle that could be temporarily spared in the Crimea was given to Grodek's brigade to motorize as many subunits as possible. But some of the infantry still rode on bicycles, pulled on ropes behind trucks. Belatedly, Cherniak committed his 56th Tank Brigade and 126th Separate Tank Battalion, OTB, with 98 tanks, including 7 KV-1, to attack the 28th Leichte Infantry Division's breakthrough. However, by the time that the Soviet armor assembled on the open steppe, Stukas from STG-77 and HS-129Bs from SCHG-1 arrived and blasted them to pieces in a hail of bombs and cannon fire. 48 tanks were knocked out, including all 7 KV-1. Kozlov did not realize how badly the 44th Army's front had been breached until German pioneers had almost completed bridging the anti-tank ditch, thereby opening the way for Brigade Grodek to begin rushing eastward toward Kerch. The day of decision for Operation Truppenjagd was May 9th, and it quickly went badly for Kozlov's Crimean front. Soviet command and control was apparently badly disrupted in the initial Luftwaffe raids. The 51st Army commander, General Lieutenant Lvov, was mortally wounded in one raid, and Kozlov still failed to comprehend the extent of the German breakthrough in the 44th Army sector. He merely ordered Cherniak to clear it up with local counterattacks. He did give Cherniak one rifle division from the 47th Army Reserve, but this was too little and too late. German pioneers had spent the night of May 8th through 9th filling in the 12-yard-wide anti-tank ditch and removing mines, wire, and steel beams in order to clear a path for the 22nd Panzer Division. But pockets of bypassed Soviet troops prevented this task from being accomplished until midday on May 9th. In the interim, the 28th Leichte Infantry Division boldly moved northeast and seized Arma Eli, while the 132nd Infantry Division and Brigade Grodek continued to advance eastward against light resistance. Cherniak continued counterattacking with his remaining forces, but these uncoordinated regiment-size operations were easily defeated by the 30th Army Corps. The Stukas of STG-77 and the HS-129Bs of SCHG-1 also eliminated most of Cherniak's armor, and Bf-109 fighters shot down 25 Soviet aircraft attempting to support the 44th Army counterattack. Cherniak's counterattack was a dismal failure. During the fighting around Arma Eli, Brigade Grodek managed to skirt around the 44th Army's shattered left flank and to boldly advance over 15 miles into the Soviet rear areas. Kozlov had left only the 11th NKVD Division and the depleted 72nd Cavalry Division in the rear to secure the final defensive line along the so-called Turkish Rampart. Another example of ancient fortifications in the Crimea, but in reality little more than a time-worn berm and ditch fieldwork. Unfortunately, Soviet command and control was so disrupted that neither unit was aware that German forces were approaching their positions. Suddenly, a motorized raiding party of the Grodek Brigade descended upon Marfovka airfield on the afternoon of May 9th and destroyed some 35 I-153 fighter bombers on the ground. Kozlov was shocked when he heard this, and the growing fear that the Germans were running amok in the rear areas helped to shatter Soviet morale. Manstein was finally able to commit the 22nd Panzer Division and its 200 tanks in the late afternoon of May 9th, but the unit had barely crossed the anti-tank ditch and begun moving north when a drenching rain began to fall. The heavy rains created mud that temporarily slowed the panzers and grounded the Luftwaffe, which gave the Soviets a brief respite. Despite Lvov's death, Kozlov tried to block the 22nd Panzer Division by shifting the 40th Tank Brigade and 229th OTB with 53 tanks including 21 KV-1s. Yet when the rain stopped the next morning, the Luftwaffe easily spotted the Soviet heavy tanks and pulverized them. 11 KV-1s were destroyed and others immobilized. With the Soviet armor knocked out, the 22nd Panzer Division resumed its advance and quickly reached the Sea of Azov, cutting off the entire 51st Army by midday on May 10th. The 28th Leichte Infantry Division followed hard on the heels of the panzers, and with the help of the 50th and 170th Infantry Divisionen, they sealed off the Kessel pinned against the Sea of Azov. By this point, the Stavka began to realize that the Crimean front was in serious trouble, and ordered Kolganov's 47th Army, which was not inside the Kessel, to counterattack. But his handful of second-rate infantry units had little artillery or tank support and could not even form a new front line. There were still 5 intact RV-GK artillery regiments, but communication with these critical fire support assets was lost on the first day of the German offensive, and no effort was made to restore it. So they sat inactive and without orders to support either counterattack or defense. It was not long before Kozlov realized that the only viable course of action was to order an immediate retreat to the Turkish rampart. But it was too late. Brigade Grodek's vanguard captured several crossings over the southern part of the virtually unguarded Turkish rampart on the morning of May 10th. Manstein also increased the pressure on the trapped 51st Army by ordering the German 42nd Army Corps and Romanian 7th Corps to begin attacking the western side of the pocket. Once this happened, Soviet command and control completely collapsed, and Kolganov's 47th Army began a disorganized stampede to the rear, with all units not already encircled attempting to reach the imagined safety of Kerch. There was only one main paved road running from Feodosia to Kerch, and the Luftwaffe had a field day, conducting merciless low-level strafing and bombing runs on the retreating Soviet columns. However, Soviet anti-aircraft units were still operational, and when KG-55 proved overly bold, they lost 8 HE-111s to ground fire on May 10th. Less than 24 hours elapsed before the 8 divisions of the encircled 51st Army realized that their situation was hopeless and surrendered, which quickly released the 30th Army Corps to pursue the retreating Soviet fragments. Once through the Turkish rampart, the only unit between Brigade Grodek and the southern approaches to Kerch was the Soviet 11th NKVD Division, a well-equipped and full-strength formation assigned to rear security duties. On May 11th, the NKVD troops managed to ambush the German vanguard, and Grodek himself was badly wounded. However, once the NKVD troops realized that the German brigade had armor and artillery, they broke contact and fell back toward Kerch, intent only upon saving themselves. Once it became clear that his front was collapsing, Kozlov began organizing an evacuation from Kerch by calling upon Gorshkov's Azov flotilla and about 80 local fishing craft. However, Flieger Corps 8 concentrated its bombers on interdicting the Kerch Strait and sank 3 transports with 900 wounded aboard between May 10th and May 12th, as well as sinking a gunboat, 6 patrol boats, and various other craft. The decimated VVS Crimean Front put up a better effort over the straits and managed to inflict some losses on Flieger Corps 8, but could not stop Richthofen's bombers from savaging the evacuation flotilla. Richthofen's forces dropped 1,780 bombs around Kerch in one day, setting the city aflame. By May 13th, the Germans were across the Turkish rampart in strength and quickly shoved the small Soviet rearguards out of the way. Curiously, Oktyabrski and his Black Sea fleet remained aloof from the Kerch evacuation, and he sent some of his destroyers on meaningless night bombardment missions against German positions near Feodosia, which had no impact upon Trappenjagd. On May 14th, the 132nd and 170th Infanterie Divisionen had fought their way into the west side of Kerch. One Stoßgruppe from IR 391, supported by 4 assault guns from Sturmgeschützabteilung 190, got too far ahead and found itself encircled by Soviet troops and attacked at close quarters. Soviet infantry swarmed over the assault guns, trying to knock them out with grenades and explosive charges. In desperation, the Germans fought their way out of the encirclement, but every member of the assault gun platoon that escaped was wounded. Warily, German troops entered the shattered port the next day, clearing out stragglers, and then set up 2-centimeter and 8.8-centimeter flak guns on the piers to engage fleeing Soviet vessels with direct fire. Colonel M. Yagunov, a staff officer from the Crimean Front, had been assigned the task of conducting the rearguard during the evacuation. He gathered a motley crew of naval infantrymen, rear area troops, and aviation cadets for his rearguard, and they succeeded in holding the Germans back from the port area for a time, but ultimately found themselves cut off. Unable to reach the embarkation areas, and with German artillery and air attacks pounding the entire port area, Yagunov made the decision to pull his rearguard force back to the Adjimushkai quarry, 2.5 miles northeast of the port. The Soviets did manage to evacuate a multiple rocket launcher battalion and some artillery, but the majority of the Crimean front's equipment was abandoned to the enemy. In the end, Gorshkov's vessels were able to evacuate somewhere between 37,000 and 73,000 troops from the Crimean front to the Taman Peninsula, of whom at least 20% were wounded. For several days after the fall of the port, small Soviet armed groups held out in various positions around Kerch. One group of about 2,000 troops made a stand in the 1890s vintage Fort Todleben south of Kerch, while a somewhat larger number held a position near Yannikaliye. These forces were finally annihilated by May 20th through the use of massed German artillery and bomber attacks. Yagunov's group in the Adjimushkai quarry held out for 170 days before being eliminated. In one of the more astonishing victories of World War II, Manstein's outnumbered AOK-11 had smashed Kozlov's Crimean front in less than 2 weeks. The three Soviet armies suffered about 28,000 dead and 147,000 captured out of 250,000 troops engaged, with 9 out of 18 divisions completely destroyed and the others reduced to combat ineffective fragments. All the Soviet tanks and artillery in the Kerch Peninsula had been lost, and the VVS Crimean Front and the VVS CHF lost 417 aircraft. German losses were light for a success of this magnitude, with a total of 7,588 casualties in the 30th and 42nd Army Corps, including 1,703 dead or missing, as well as 12 tanks, 3 assault guns, and 9 artillery pieces. More significant was the expenditure of 6,230 tons of ammunition, which was more than Manstein had expended in his December attack upon Sevastopol, and which would require 2 weeks for AOK-11 to replenish. Operation Trappenjagd was an exquisitely executed set-piece offensive, with near-perfect use of a combined arms Schwerpunkt to quickly achieve decisive results. Although Manstein had to return the 22 Panzer Division and some of the Luftwaffe units to Heeresgruppe Süd for the counterattacks at Kharkov, which began even before Trappenjagd had finished, for the first time he could now turn to deal exclusively with Fortress Sevastopol. On the Soviet side, Stalin was quick to punish failure of this magnitude. Kozlov was demoted to General Major and given secondary assignments for the next year, before finally being shuffled off to the Trans-Baikal military district for the rest of the war. Meklis tried to deflect the blame upon others, but Stalin saw through this and reduced him 2 ranks. In the Red Army, commissars were more culpable than commanders for defeats. Lvov had the good sense to die of his wounds, but Nikolayenko, Chernyak, and Kolganov were all relieved of command and reduced in rank to colonel. Nikolayenko and Chernyak served in secondary roles for the rest of the war, but Kolganov managed to shine in the final East Prussian campaign of 1945 and retire as a general lieutenant. Thousands of bypassed Soviet troops went to ground in the Kerch Peninsula, in quarries and other isolated places. Most would surrender or be captured in days, but for a few determined stalwarts, surrender was not in their vocabulary. In order to capture Sevastopol, Manstein knew that he would need an unprecedented amount of firepower to break through Petrov's multiple lines of defense. Recognizing that his previous offensives had lacked sufficient air and artillery support, Manstein was determined that his next attack would have as many combat multipliers in his favor as possible. While executing Trappenjagd, he and his staff drafted Operation Storfang, Sturgeon Hall, for the final offensive against Fortress Sevastopol. Before sending his combined arms Stoßgruppen into the attack, he wanted a massive 5-day air and artillery bombardment to neutralize as much of Petrov's defenses as possible. Traditionally, the German army relied upon 10.5 centimeter and 15 centimeter howitzers to provide the backbone for its division-level medium artillery in both World War I and II. Heavier artillery of various calibers, including rail artillery, fell under control of the Heeres artillery, which reinforced Army and Army group-size operations. Corps-level artillery usually consisted of pieces between 15 centimeter and 21 centimeter caliber weapons, although it did include the 10.5 centimeter SK-18 cannon. In 1940, the Wehrmacht began fielding Nebelwerfer units equipped with multiple rocket launchers, which also fell under the Heeres artillery. Although German armies had a reputation for possessing powerful heavy artillery, they actually had very little of it, and most of the weapons they had were not of German origin. Since German operational-level doctrine was based upon the concept of Bewegungskrieg, or maneuver warfare, greater emphasis had been placed upon medium artillery weapons that could support mobile operations, not heavy artillery intended to break through heavily fortified lines or to conduct siege warfare. Consequently, the German preference was to go around fortified areas like the French Maginot Line, and if forced to mount a siege, as at places like Warsaw or Leningrad, to rely upon the Luftwaffe to pound the enemy into submission. However, at Sevastopol in 1942, Manstein did not have this luxury, since he was under tight time constraints to release Fliegerkorps 8 back to Heeresgruppe Süd in time for the main German summer offensive, Fall Blau, set to begin on June 28th. Yet, as war approached in the mid-1930s, the Wehrmacht's leadership became concerned about its limited ability to overcome either the French or Czech border fortifications. The German Heereswaffenamt, Army Weapons Office, issued requirements to Krupp and Rheinmetall-Borsig in 1936 to develop a variety of heavy artillery pieces. Ideally, these two companies would have cooperated in developing a few practical weapons for the Wehrmacht that could be produced in quantity. In reality, both companies took different directions and allowed their engineers to present to the Heereswaffenamt a wide variety of often impractical artillery prototypes with non-standardized calibers. Little or no thought was given to ease of manufacturing, ammunition logistics, or deployment issues. Instead, the bigger the gun, the better. When war came sooner than expected in 1939, the Wehrmacht was forced to accept a number of these prototypes into service, even though they were expensive and available in only token numbers. Krupp had begun simply enough by rebuilding its original 1906 vintage 42-centimeter howitzer into the Gamma howitzer, of which only one was provided to the Wehrmacht in 1940. However, Krupp engineers endeavored to show off their talent in building a new generation of 28-centimeter rail artillery, as well as a massive 80-centimeter cannon that would be named Dora. Building a small number of 28-centimeter railroad guns made sense, since they were inherently mobile and could easily achieve ranges of 20 miles with a 284-kilogram shell. On the other hand, the 80-centimeter Dora became an iconic weapon during the assault on Sevastopol in June 1942, just as Nazi propagandists had intended, but it was inherently impractical as a weapon due to its huge size, low rate of fire, and exorbitant requirements for personnel and other resources. Rheinmetall initially took a similar direction as Krupp and developed the 35.5-centimeter M1 howitzer. The Wehrmacht accepted one M1 in July 1940, and it arrived at AOK-11 in late October 1941. Yet Rheinmetall's engineers became very interested in the benefits of plunging fire provided by heavy mortars and began developing the 60-centimeter Karl series of super-heavy mortars. While the 124-ton Karl was semi-mobile on tracks and could fire an impressive 1,700 kilograms or 2,170-kilogram concrete-piercing shell, it had an effective range of only 3 to 4 miles, which required it to fire from practically the front line, and exposed it to enemy counterfire. Generalleutnant Johannes Zukertort's Harco 306, Higher Artillery Command, began assembling its artillery park for Stjorfang in mid-May 1942. Except for the sole M1 howitzer in AOK-11, most of the super-heavy weapons, such as Dora, Karl, the Gamma howitzer, and the pair of 28-centimeter Schwere Bruno railroad guns, did not arrive at Sevastopol until late May 1942. In fact, the Wehrmacht had difficulty assembling an adequate siege train for Sevastopol, and much of Zukertort's heaviest artillery was of Czech origin, including a 42-centimeter M17 Skoda howitzer, 16 30.5-centimeter Morser M17 L12s, 4 24-centimeter H39 howitzers, and 16 14.9 centimeter SFH-37T howitzers. Including the corps and division-level artillery, Zukertort's artillery had 20 different types of calibers at Sevastopol, which greatly exacerbated the logistic situation. While Zukertort had amassed 183,750 10.5 centimeter and 47,315 centimeter rounds for the medium artillery, as well as over 23,000 Nebelwerfer rockets, his German-built heavy weapons had very little ammunition to shoot. When Schwere Artillerie Abteilung E 672 arrived with Dora on May 26th, it possessed only 48 rounds, and Schwere Artillerie Abteilung 833 brought only 122 60-centimeter rounds for its 3 Karl mortars. The two 42-centimeter howitzers had 276 rounds between the two of them, and the M1 had just 352 rounds of 35.5-centimeter ammunition. Rather than the photogenic Dora and Karl, Zukertort's real heavy firepower would reside with the Czech-built 30.5-centimeter mortars and 14.9-centimeter SFH-37T howitzers and their large stockpiles of ammunition. That did not fit the propaganda ideal of German engineering prowess. In preparation for the artillery bombardment, Zukertort had directed his 3 Beobachtungsabteilungen, observation battalions, to conduct a thorough survey of all visible Soviet fortifications and fieldworks. During April-May, the survey platoons from these invaluable units developed very detailed maps of the enemy's defenses, which were registered in a grid system. Essentially, each grid became a kill box, with every bunker and enemy position assigned a unique number. These maps became the basis for Zukertort's artillery fire plan and Richthofen's Flieger Corps 8 bombardment plan. Zukertort's Harco 306 would direct all of AOK 11's Heeresartillerie during the bombardment, as well as the 54th Army Corps' subordinate corps and divisional-level artillery batteries. The 30th Army Corps artillery would be directed by General der Artillerie Robert Martinek's Arco 110. While the Romanian Mountain Corps artillery was semi-autonomous, but was also worked into the fire support plan. Richthofen would direct the concurrent Luftwaffe airstrikes on Sevastopol. Although often described as the heaviest German artillery barrage or the most intense barrage ever laid down on the Eastern Front, Zukertort's artillery preparation was not based upon massed, continuous bombardment as in World War I. Rather, it was based upon methodical shoot, observe, shoot tactics that would sweep the targets in each grid until they were damaged or destroyed. Once this was achieved, the infantry would go in. At 0540 hours on June 2nd, the Czech-built 14.9-centimeter SFH-37T howitzers of Schwere Artillerie Abteilung 737 fired the opening rounds of Operation Starfang. Manstein observed the bombardment through Zeiss-made scissors binoculars. The shelling started slowly, while registration fire gradually zeroed in on Soviet positions in the main defensive belt around Mackenzievy Mountain. Then the division-level 10.5-centimeter and 15-centimeter howitzers joined in at 0600 hours, firing 3-round missions against specific targets in the enemy security belt. However, most medium guns fired no more than 6 to 12 rounds on the first day. German forward observers would then wait for the dust to settle and assess the effect on targets, either ordering a repeat fire mission or recommending moving on to the next target on the list. Overhead, the HS-126Bs of 3H-13 also passed on spotting reports to Harco 306. The two 60-centimeter Karl mortars, Odin and Thor, each fired 1 test round, then remained silent for the next 4 days. Most of the other heavy artillery fired a few rounds each, but the two 28-centimeter Schwere Bruno railroad guns fired 104 rounds, and 2 batteries of obsolete 28-centimeter howitzers fired 330 rounds. At 1100 hours, the corps-level artillery joined in, with 21-centimeter mortars firing at forward Soviet positions. Zukertort was hoping to provoke Petrov's artillery into responding so that they could be targeted and destroyed, but most of the Soviet batteries remained silent on the first day. Richthofen's Flieger Corps 8 actually dropped more high explosive on Sevastopol on the first day of Storfang than Zukertort's gunners. Since most of the bombers were based less than 60 miles from the city, they could fly 3 or 4 sorties a day with maximum bomb loads. On day 1, Flieger Corps 8 dropped 525 tons of bombs on Sevastopol. Major Werner Hoffmann's 1st KG-100 specialized in dropping the Luftwaffe's largest bombs against critical targets like Morgunov's coastal batteries. On June 2nd, Hoffmann's HE-111H-6 bombers dropped one 1,700-kilogram SD-1700 Sigismund semi-armor-piercing bomb and 7 1,400-kilogram PC-1400 Fritz armor-piercing bombs. Initially, Richthofen concentrated his effort against the harbor area and the 2 VVS CHF air bases, which were under constant observation. Captain Konstantin S. Alexeyev, who commanded the 1st Squadron of the 6th Guards Fighter Regiment, was stationed at the Kerzeniz airfield. Alexeyev was the top-scoring ace in the VVS CHF, with about 8 kills by the start of Storfang, and his squadron, equipped with Yak-1 fighters, was badly outnumbered by Flieger Corps 8, but gamely took to the skies every day to attempt to intercept German bombers. On June 3rd through 4th, Zukertort's gunners fired less ammunition and mostly medium artillery, with only minor contributions from the 30.5-centimeter mortars. Much of the bombardment was focused on a few key hills on the right flank of Sector 4, which is where the 54th Army Corps intended to make its main effort. Axios Ridge and the Olberg, as designated by the Germans, were held by the Soviet 3rd Battalion, 514th Rifle Regiment, and offered a commanding view of the Belbek River Valley. The Gamma mortar fired 30 42-centimeter rounds against the Olberg, while Axios Ridge was pummeled by 24-centimeter howitzer rounds. Nevertheless, the 514th Rifle Regiment reported only 32 casualties during the 5-day bombardment. On their right, the 79th Naval Infantry Brigade held a trio of hills at the junction of the Belbek River and Kamishli Ravine, which the Germans dubbed the Bunkerberg, the Stellenberg, and the Eisenbahnberg. Zukertort's artillery pounded these hills daily, and the Eisenbahnberg was singled out for attention with 20 Gamma rounds, 30 30.5-centimeter rounds, and 40 28-centimeter rounds, but only managed to kill or wound about 20% of the dug-in Soviet naval infantrymen. Most of Zukertort's artillery was focused against Petrov's 3rd and 4th defensive sectors, with only a single battery of 30.5-centimeter mortars supporting the 30th Army Corps barrage in the south. On the other side, Petrov had expected a German offensive, but the Stavka did not believe that it could last for more than 2 weeks, and thus had not provided him with the means to sustain a longer battle. Instead, they had put the bulk of available resources into Kozlov's Crimean front, which now no longer existed. In fact, Petrov's artillery was unprepared for a protracted slugging match against Zukertort's guns. His artillery commander, General Major of Artillery Nikolai K. Rigi, had direct control over 6 Army-level artillery regiments, 3 medium and 3 light. These units possessed a total of about 156 artillery pieces, 36 152mm ML-20 howitzers, 12 155mm Schneider M1917 howitzers, 4 122mm A-19 guns, 40 107mm M1910 30 guns, and about 60 76.2mm F-22 guns. While the ML-20s had better range than the German SFH-18 15-centimeter howitzers, many of Rigi's guns were in poor condition after more than 10 months of continuous use. In the 18th Guards Artillery Regiment, for example, the ML-20s had used 80 to 90% of their barrel life, and the 107mm guns had used 90 to 100%. Firing guns with worn-out barrels greatly decreased their accuracy and increased the chance of malfunctions, including burst barrels that could injure the crew. Ammunition was also in short supply. The ML-20s were in decent shape with 390 rounds per gun, but the 155mm howitzers only had 75 rounds per gun, The 122 mm had 100, and the 107 mm 158. This meant that Petrov's heaviest artillery had to conserve its fire and that there was insufficient ammunition for a long battle. Even if the Black Sea Fleet brought in more ammunition, most of the guns were so worn out that many were operating in a degraded condition. The 76 mm guns were in much better technical shape and had about 300 rounds per gun, plus another 900 rounds per gun stored in warehouses in Sevastopol, making them the most reliable, if not most effective, Soviet artillery during the final battle for Sevastopol. In addition, there was a single multiple rocket launcher unit, Major Dmitry D. Kuzharko's 53rd Guards Mortar Battalion, with 12 BM-8 82 mm launchers. In contrast to Petrov's impoverished artillery ammunition supply, most of Manstein's medium artillery started the battle with 5 or 6 basic loads of ammunition, with more en route. Meanwhile, Flieger Corps 8 continued to make the greatest impression on the Soviet defenders, particularly as the Stuka attacks became more accurate. Although most of the bombs dropped were 50 kilogram, 250 kilogram, or 500 kilogram general-purpose bombs, Hoffmann's 1st KG-100 continued delivering heavy bombs of 1,000 to 2,500 kilograms against targets in Sevastopol. Meanwhile, Richthofen's fighters laid waste to the Soviet naval pilots attempting to defend the city. A young German Bf-109F pilot in 5 JG-77, Oberleutnant Anton Haeckel, claimed a Lag-3 fighter and a Yak-3 fighter on June 3rd through 4th. He was to become the top-scoring Luftwaffe pilot during Storfang, with 11 kills claimed over Sevastopol in June. Nevertheless, the outnumbered VVS CHF's 3 OAG put up a very tough fight over Sevastopol, and it had gained considerable combat experience against some of the Luftwaffe's best pilots. Nor was it only fighter pilots who built their reputations at Sevastopol. Feldwebel Herbert Davideit, a Stuka pilot from 8 STG-77, would fly 120 combat missions over the city, up to 8 per day. Davideit enjoyed great success against both ground and naval targets and would eventually complete 806 combat missions. He was later awarded the Ritterkreuz, and he survived the war. There were a number of targets that Manstein wanted destroyed or neutralized before beginning his ground offensive, but amazingly, Alexander's Coastal Battery No. 30, dubbed Fort Maxim Gorky I by the Germans, did not have a particularly high priority, since it was assumed that the 305 mm guns were no longer operational. The Soviets had successfully managed to conceal the repair of these guns during the spring, and Petrov wanted them to remain silent until the German ground assault began. Thus, when the men of Schwere Artillery Abteilung E-672, along with hundreds of Organization Todt engineers, were finally able to emplace the 80-centimeter Dora railroad gun in a position near Bakhchisarai, it was not directed to fire at this most obvious target. Instead, at 05:35 hours on June 5th, Dora fired a single round against the abandoned military barracks near the Mackenzievi Mountain Station. Zukertort then instructed Dora to fire at Coastal Battery No. 2, equipped with 4 100mm guns near the harbor. 8 rounds were wasted on this pathetic target, which was not even armored. Meanwhile, Alexander's Coastal Battery No. 30 suddenly opened fire, lobbing 5 rounds at a German observation post, and missed. In all likelihood, the hasty field repairs had probably failed to bore sight the turrets correctly, and they were no longer capable of accurate shooting. Although Zukertort now knew that Coastal Battery No. 30 was still operational, he did not commit Dora against this target. Instead, on June 6th, Dora fired 6 rounds at Fort Stalin, which was simply an anti-aircraft battery, with 1 round falling within 40 yards of the target. Another 8 80-centimeter rounds were fired at Fort Molotov, which was just another fortified hilltop. Major Hoffmann's 1st KG-100 dropped 10 2,500-kilogram Max and 4 1,800-kilogram SC-1800 Satan bombs around Alexander's battery on June 5th, but scored no direct hits. Finally, Major Freiherr Ruth von Kollenberg, commander of Schwere Artillery Abteilung 833, was ordered to silence Alexander's battery. During the night of June 5th through 6th, the Thor mortar was sluggishly maneuvered onto a hillside north of the Belbek, less than 4,000 yards from Alexander's battery. At 1700 hours on June 6th, Thor began firing the first of 16 60-centimeter concrete-piercing shells, and its seventh shot scored a direct hit on the eastern 305mm turret. A great chunk of the armor plate was torn off the top of the turret, and one gun barrel was damaged. In addition, a fire started in the turret, and the ventilation system caused smoke to spread throughout the underground battery complex. Alexander himself was still secure inside his command post, known as Bastion 1 to the Germans, but the bombardment also knocked out his internal communications lines. Although Coastal Battery No. 30 continued to fire occasionally from its other turret, which was damaged by a bomb the next day, its active role in the defense of Sevastopol was nearing an end. On June 6th, Dora continued to waste its limited ammunition against a variety of mundane targets. Zukertort wasted Dora's ammunition on too many secondary targets instead of concentrating it against a single target. Furthermore, Dora was a very fragile weapons system and suffered from technical defects after a few rounds. Dora fired 25 of its 48 rounds before the actual assault on Sevastopol began, and it appears that the biggest gun ever built achieved virtually nothing, aside from making some very large craters. In contrast to the complete inaccuracy of Dora, Manstein relied upon Oberst Friedrich Franz Rittner's Flak Regiment 18 for precision fire against the numerous Soviet bunkers. Rittner had 4 mixed flak battalions with a total of 48 8.8-centimeter flak guns and deployed single guns in forward areas as bunker busters. It turned out that many of the Soviet bunkers hastily built during the winter of 1941-42 could not withstand direct hits from rounds larger than 7.5 centimeters, and the high-velocity rounds from 8.8-centimeter flak guns proved adept at cracking them open. Rittner's flak gunners would fire a total of 181,787 rounds during Storfang and inflicted far more damage upon Petrov's defenses than Dora. By the end of the 5th day of the bombardment, Zukertort's artillery had fired 42,595 rounds of ammunition at Sevastopol, equivalent to 2,449 tons of munitions. Rather than the popularly depicted super-heavy weapons like Dora and Karl, it was the ubiquitous 10-centimeter SK-18 cannon, 15-centimeter SFH-37 howitzer, and 21-centimeter Morser that were the predominant weapons used in this phase. During these 5 days, Flieger Corps 8 dropped over 2,264 tons of bombs on Sevastopol, including 14 2,500-kilogram, 5 1,800-kilogram, 3 1,700-kilogram, and 7 1,400-kilogram heavy bombs. How successful was 5 days of sustained air and artillery attacks upon Petrov's defenses? Many front-line bunkers were destroyed or damaged, but the trench works and underground shelters were more resistant to artillery fire, as well as the railroad tunnel on the south side of Makenzievy Mountain. Soviet personnel losses were relatively light. For example, the 514th Regiment defending on Huxius Ridge suffered only 12 dead and 20 wounded during June 2nd through 6th, less than 3% losses, despite being the target of daily heavy artillery fire and Luftwaffe attacks. Given the level of effort put into the German artillery preparation, AOK-11's infantry realized little actual benefit. Despite 5 days of pounding, the Soviet infantrymen waited in their bunkers and dugouts, filled with grim determination to hold the line. Political officers spent the time haranguing the troops about fulfilling their duty to the motherland and the penalty of failure. Even before Zukertort's artillery opened fire on June 2nd, Petrov and Oktyabrskyi knew that a German assault upon Sevastopol was imminent after the destruction of Kozlov's Crimean front, and they began pleading for reinforcements from the North Caucasus Military District. Kozlov had repeatedly shortchanged Sevastopol for replacements and supplies during the spring of 1942. But now the Military Council of the Black Sea Fleet requested 15,000 replacements, 50 brand-new Yak-1 fighters, more fuel for 3 OAG to maintain a high sortie rate, and triple the amount of ammunition allocated to the SOR. Amazingly, Petrov requested 10,000 rifles and 1,500 light machine guns, indicating that many of his troops were poorly armed. In addition, Petrov wanted to evacuate as many of the remaining civilians and naval base personnel as possible in order to reduce the need for food, so that naval convoys could concentrate on bringing in replacements and ammunition. On May 25th, the evacuation of civilians began in earnest. Thus far, the Luftwaffe units based in the Crimea had enjoyed only limited success, and against stationary